welcome to all of you. Welcome to those that have made it and are here in person, whether you're from tax administration, from business, from academia. That is the whole point of Tax Certainty Day. We also say, of course, as you know, and I've said this before, tax certainty is not just for Christmas. It's not just for one day. Tax certainty is every day, and that's what all of you practice and preach and do. So let's have that in mind. It's my seventh, we looked it back, it's my seventh Tax Certainty Day. So we've gone for 7 years now, and I'm very happy to see that that's the case. Today, we have our Tax Certainty Benjamin here. Christian here, I think from BIAC. We do this together with academia and also very much appreciate the input from the business industry advisory community, because this directly affects taxpayers, and beyond this directly affects growth. It affects your economies. And in that context, also looking very much forward to your speech, the chairman here who's here today, to also connect how this actually resonates in countries around the world. So I'm very pleased that you're able to be here, and it sort of shows that there is a recognition of the significance of the tax certainty agenda at both the tax administration, but also the tax policy level. We've had the Minister of Finance from Austria here to do the MAP Awards. We've had the Budget Minister of France here for tax certainty today, and very pleased today that we have Mr. Agrawal here, the chairman of the Central Board of Direct Taxes from India, and I'm very much looking forward to your keynote speech. And of course, not physically present, but always with us virtually and in mind is also Bob Hamilton, the commissioner from Canada, in perhaps his last appearance, let's see, as the host of our Tax Certainty Oscars, the MAP Awards. I'm looking forward to that, and also looking to the winners of this year. But then maybe before I hand over to Christian, which I will do in tractor speed slowly, let me also briefly reflect on the tax certainty agenda a little bit in the minutes that I have. And sometimes, as you know, the tax certainty agenda is referred to as pillar 0, sometimes probably our most popular pillar. Some people would say that's a relatively low bar. But this is something that we've seen growing over the years, from the time that some of you might remember that we put an arbitration provision in the OECD model, and that's in some sense a long time ago, but it's actually not that long ago, to the time that we integrated Action 14 into the BEPS action plan, where the OECD, the G20 countries, the inclusive framework together, and said we want to improve dispute resolution with a view to improving the investment climate in our countries, with a view to improving tax certainty. And then I think starting also in 2016, at the time under the Chinese presidency of the G20, we launched the broader tax certainty agenda, which I think, goes across the whole, you can argue, the value chain of tax certainty, and cuts across these different dimensions of simplification, prevention, and resolution. And of course, the better we do on simplification, the less we have to do on prevention and resolution. And so that's a place clearly to invest. And again, I look forward to your keynote with the investment that India has now taken into the simplification agenda. Clearly, that is the A plan. But we've also made investments and progress over the years, not just in the simplification agenda, but also in aspects of prevention and in aspects of resolutions. And so I think that's not a surprise here that we hear from the keynote about the Indian developments, but we've also dedicated a panel to simplification here, and that shows the broader interest on simplification also from the current G20 presidency. Now, this is the opening, so I'm looking back a little bit, and then with Christian, I think when we close, we also look forward. But if we just look back a little bit to the last time we met in Tax Certainty Day, and reflect a little on the other dimensions and what we've done and what we've achieved over the last years, then name check just a couple of things. We now have an active project around mapping MAP. And what we mean by mapping MAP is to going from data to solutions, to look at the inventories of the MAP cases and see, why are these cases in the MAP pipeline? Is it because we need to think about changes to rules, transfer pricing rules, other rules? Is it because approaches to prevention? And so we go from the data, and then we drive from the data into solution. Very important project endorsed by the FTA commissioners and ongoing. We've improved ICAP. We always improve ICAP. We love ICAP. I see Mark. If you're not an ICAP, your company, you should be an ICAP. If you can't leave the room, if you're not an ICAP, we will hold you here. MEMAP, whereas Frida, MEMAP is coming. It is coming. It is very close and it is coming. Let's see whether it's in time for Christmas or not, but it's almost there. We have a big piece of work, I think, also underway that is around culture, incentives, the reality of tax administration, not just having tools, but living tools, implementing the tools as they're intended to be delivered, and what can we do that? And then last, let me finish a little bit here. We also have a lot of work, and this is coming back, like also thinking about the business community here. We have a lot of work together with BIAC and other stakeholders, academics that I see in the first row, see academics at the OECD sit in the first row, where we reflect on the future. We have a roundtable. We had a roundtable in July, which is a bit our brainstorming event where we try to bring together businesses, tax administration, policy people, to have a reflection on what else we could do, to brainstorm a little bit. And so what are we brainstorming? We're brainstorming about improving MAP and APA. We're also brainstorming on resolution for those countries that have arbitration and binding resolutions, and we go better, but also reflections on countries that may have a policy reservation and what could we do to improve the situation where that is the reality of the country and the sovereign policy decision of that country. We think about how can we improve tax certainty in the absence of treaties, especially in Africa. There are situations where countries don't have treaties. That doesn't mean there shouldn't be access to tax certainty. How can we think about that? What are sort of the tools, the experiences that we can bring? And then lastly, and I think that also goes full circle to connect, what is the significance of the tax certainty environment, not just for individual taxpayers and not just for the tax administration, but for growth of the economy and for foreign direct investment? And how can we reflect on the benefits of having a stable tax certainty environment across policy and administration and the implications that has for the growth that all of our countries needs? And again, I think that also links to your keynote. So with this, let me hand it over to Christian here. I think today we will review the progress. We celebrate the successes, but I guess together with Christian, we will also then use that day to kind of look ahead to the challenges we have. There's many pieces that remain. We're not done, but we need to continue steadily on the road. With this, hand it over to you.
Thank you, Achim, and it feels good to have something that we can celebrate jointly, because that is not always the case, right? So let me start with expressing my sincere appreciation for actually the OECD and the Foreign Tax Administration hosting this very, very important event. Tax certainty is an abstract topic. It is not a single product. It's actually the outcome of many, many joint collaborative activities. And in that regard, it is a little bit like the final harvest. And if I look at Stefan Wegel sitting here in the front row, where we yesterday had a long conversation on olive harvest and the final product, which is olive oil. Actually, and I wasn't aware how much hard work and how long it takes to create this olive oil, which is the outcome. It's actually the same. If you look at tax systems and if you look at tax certainty, it is a long journey where you start with grooming, not the trees, but your tax systems. And that is simplification. Simplification of tax systems is the starting point. If you have a simple system, an understandable system, you create reliability, you create predictability. And that is the first step on that journey. And that's why it's so important that if you look at the agenda, we have a dedicated panel and we have dedicated activities that focus on that simplification. And it's especially important because these times we also inject a lot of new complexity into the tax landscape. And we are faced with a lot of political disruptions, with a lot of political developments outside of tax, which create a lot of uncertainty. So that in our little world, what we can contribute is creating a little bit of certainty on our ends. So simplification is extremely important in that regard. And I can assure you, we as taxpayers have many, many examples that we can bring to the table where we believe a simplification would yield in efficiency for both, for us and for tax administrations, because that is something where we actually are not sitting on two different sides of the table, but joining one side of the table. Early dispute prevention, that would be the next topic. We don't want to have disputes. Actually, we don't want to go for arbitration. We don't want to have a mutual agreement procedure. The best situation is if you can prevent a dispute. That is why that is another topic which is also scoring high on our agenda. And again, it starts with simple systems, but then there are specific mechanisms, and we'll talk about them later, and we have given input in that regard. But then there are some disputes which are unavoidable, finally. So that is where we will move into the area of mutual agreement procedures, and we believe that this is an important topic for transfer pricing, but also outside of transfer pricing, where we need fast and reliable procedures, and where we already see progress around the globe. And I think that this is already an outcome of the 7 certainty days and the joint journey we have embarked on some time ago. If we talk about speed and transformation, we shouldn't miss digital. These days, it's all about digitalization. And we as business believe that bringing digitalization to the journey is another enabler to actually foster and improve the harvest at the very end. And if we go on that journey together, then what we create is a collaborative approach. It is actually trust that we build by speaking openly and transparently about the problems that we are facing, and having this dialogue in the true meaning of a dialogue, where both parties bring their views to the table and where we can reflect on those views and find not a compromise, but the best solution for taxpayers and tax administrations. And this dialogue alone is already creating certainty and is already the foundation for trust. And actually, this is what business is looking forward to, because we do want to be a trusted partner. We don't come to countries simply to not pay taxes. We come to do business. And if we are successfully doing business, we are happy to pay our fair share of taxes, whatever that is. But that's then the responsibility of the domestic legislator to define it. But we're happy to do so. And it's actually this dialogue where we can foster this joint understanding. I wanted to speak about Pillar 2. Actually, I'm not going to speak about Pillar 2 because it's enough to have that little side glimpse, but I'll use that time because I have to straighten something out. Achim was mentioning German trains, which apparently he believes are unreliable and slow as a tractor. That's not true. My company is actually the icon of German trains. Siemens does trains, high speed and very reliable slow ones, the Vectrons. And our trains are not only super fast, they're very reliable. It is the provider that runs them that is not investing enough into the environment. And actually, that's also an analogy to what we are talking about. The best system needs the best provider, and then the system can run in a perfect setup, and it will be speedy and reliable. So this is why we have to work. If we want to create certainty, we have to work on all elements. So we at business, and then I come to an end, we at business, we will be happy to assist you on the journey. We are happy to promote greater participation in ICAP programs, speaking with our members, finding where are obstacles, motivating them to go for this opportunity. We are happy to support the OECD and the FDA in finding the right metrics to measure tax certainty, because it's an abstract. If you want to measure it, it's difficult. But we are happy to participate in that and bring in our experience also from disputes and from the mutual agreement procedures, why it's slow, why it is coming up, what could be done better. And actually, we are happy, and there we have a link to Pillar 2, the global minimum tax. We are happy to also support in capacity building, especially for jurisdictions which are new to the tax certainty journey. I believe, talking about the global minimum tax, that business is in some areas better suited to support that journey, because we have been dealing with international accounting standards forever. Many tax administration never had to do that. So that is, again, something where a joint dialogue can foster that journey, can improve the trust, improve the capacity building, and we stand ready to do this because all our joint interest is in having this dialogue, achieving trust, and ending up with certainty, not tax certainty, but with an overall certainty, which is not only then encompassing tax, but is for the better of growth, of prosperity for all the jurisdictions participating. With that, let me thank you again for inviting business to this important event. And I hand it over, I believe, to Achim. No.
So with this, I think this is in fact actually a joint event that we've always hosted, I think, with the business community and academia. And I think that's very important that we keep that. So much appreciated your words, Christian. I think we are moving to the next segment now, I think, on the agenda, where I would have to tell you that sadly you need to leave the States, but you're always with us. And so I would then invite Mr. Agrawal, the chairman of the Central Board of Direct Taxes, up here on the stage. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you with us here. Take a seat. We feel honored that you've come, and I think it resonates very much with us that your presence is a testimony to the increasing importance across policy and across tax administration of the tax certainty dimension for taxpayers, significance for tax administrations. But as we already said in a report that we did in 2016 together with the IMF, also the ramifications for the economy as a whole, for growth, for prosperity of our countries. And so it's in that we're very happy to have you here. If you would like to say a couple of words before I invite you to the keynote, you're more than welcome to do this. And I'm very happy that you're with us. And so the floor is yours if you want to say a couple of words, and then you can give your keynote if you want here from the podium, or if you want to use the podium. The floor is yours.
Straight go to the podium and start the process.
Okay.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, a very good morning to all of you. It's a privilege to be here on the Tax Certainty Day, a day that reminds us that in a world of constant change, that most enduring form of stability lies in clear and predictable governance. Tax certainty represents that stability. It's the assurance that laws are applied transparently, decisions are consistent, and obligations are predictable. In a sense, it is a bridge between the trust of the taxpayers and the responsibility of the governments. I thank the OECD for creating this forum. It allows us to share experiences, learn from one another, and reaffirm our collective responsibility and commitment to predictability and fairness in global taxation. Tax certainty is not just a technical aspiration. It reflects the quality of governance itself. Businesses must know why we owe, what we owe, so that they can plan investments and allocate resources with confidence. Governments too must know their revenues before they make social and fiscal commitments. Uncertainty is never neutral. It has a cost. It leads to defensive planning, prolonged litigation, and misallocation of effort. Certainty, by contrast, releases energy for innovation, strengthens voluntary compliance, and deepens the bond of trust between taxpayers and the state. But the quest for certainty cannot be separated from changing realities of how businesses operate and the values created. The landscape of taxation has changed profoundly. Digitization, globalization, and new forms of value creation have blurred national boundaries. Transactions are now virtual and data-driven, often spanning jurisdictions in moments. Tax administrations must therefore be as agile and adaptive as the economies they regulate. We also work in an environment where perception travels faster than policy. Media narratives, investor sentiment, and public opinion shape confidence as much as the law itself. And taxpayers everywhere are more aware. They expect fairness, transparency, and consistency. The modern tax system must therefore balance sovereignty with cooperation, enforcement with empathy, and the use of data with discretion. For India, that balance has guided our journey. Our effort has been to turn challenges into opportunities, to build tax certainty through simplification, technology, and trust. The new Income Tax Act 2025 that we have recently put in place and which comes into effect from April next year is the most significant reform of our direct tax law in more than 60 years. It has been drafted in plain, contemporary language and reduced to nearly half the original size of the old act. The objective is straightforward: to make the law readable, understandable, and uniform in interpretation. A law that is easy to read becomes easy to comply with, and when it is uniformly understood, it transpires confidence. Our approach to tax certainty rests on 4 key pillars. The first is tax clarity. Laws must be written simply, applied consistently, and supported by standardized processes that minimizes disputes and enable early resolution. The second is tax stability. Policy must be predictable, with measured and well understood implications for businesses, investors, and treaty partners. The third is balance. Tax policy must align with domestic priorities with international obligations, encouraging trade, investment, and employment. And the fourth is feedback. Regular engagement with stakeholders ensures that policies evolve with business practices and remain grounded in changing realities. Technology is a thread that runs through all these pillars, an enabler that brings them to life and makes certainty real in practice. India's tax system has moved decisively from being document-based to data-based. Our annual information statement now gives taxpayers a consolidated view of their income, investments, and financial transactions, bringing transparency and efficiency to the very starting point of compliance. The pre-filled return system that we have put in place builds on it by using verified third-party transactions to automatically populate key fields such as salary, interest, capital gains, and deductions. The taxpayer simply confirms or corrects, making compliance seamless. Equally transformative has been the faceless audit and appeal system, which has redefined our taxpayer administration relationship. Audits are selected and allocated through automated systems, with all interactions conducted electronically end to end. The result is uniformity in decisions, faster resolution, and complete transparency. Complementing this is our e-verification framework, which enables the tax administration to cross-match data. Even this process of verification has been designed to enable seamless communication between the department and taxpayers, easing compliance and reducing cost on both sides. Together, these initiatives have reshaped the texture of tax administration in India. Certainty is now embedded across compliance chain, from data reporting to filing, verification, and appeal. Taxpayers can anticipate how the system would respond, and the tax administrations have sufficient data to rely for their actions. As we strengthen certainty at home, we also recognize its cross-border dimensions. When we negotiate DTAs, India places great emphasis on understanding the priorities of our treaty partners, as well as potential impact of treaty provisions on taxpayers. This approach not only reduces the need for future amendments, but also promotes trade and investment by building predictability in our bilateral arrangements. And this brings me to cooperation as a driver of predictability. India's APA and MAP programs have been vital instruments of certainty. In 2012, since 2012, we have signed more than 800 APAs, including 200 BPAs. We've also signed our first multilateral APA last year. In 2024-25 alone, 174 APAs have been concluded, the highest ever in a single year. And this has led to tax certainty for about 970 years. Our MAP program has also matured with faster resolution and greater transparency, supported by OECD peer review process. In addition, Indian law provides transfer pricing safe harbors, which can be resorted to by the taxpayers who wish to have greater certainty and keep their cost of compliance to the minimum. The immunity from audit given in safe harbors adds to the avenues for seeking greater tax certainty, particularly in the case of smaller taxpayers. These are more than statistics. They represent a philosophy. Certainty is best achieved through dialogue, not dispute. Cooperation reduces litigation, saves resources, and builds lasting confidence. In this increasingly globalized world, achieving tax certainty in isolation is likely to become more difficult. Hence, a need for constant dialogue, both within and across jurisdictions. India values its cooperation with OECD, the FTA MAP Forum, and the ongoing revision of the Manual on Effective Mutual Agreement Procedures. This ensures that our systems evolve in step with global developments. Within India, as part of our overall endeavor to achieve greater tax certainty, we are institutionalizing stronger systems. And these include A, constant monitoring of judicial developments to identify potential areas of litigation and finding measures to contain them in future. B, identifying and integrating best practices that can further strengthen a predictable tax system in India. And C, strengthening our research units that can provide us with insights for further developing our institutions. Together, these measures help us build a system that listens, learns, and evolves, a tax administration that is able to respond to change without losing coherence. Now, allow me to share the values that guide this work and what we call a prudent framework. It means professional in conduct, responsible and responsive in service, understanding of businesses and transactions, dedicated and diligent in execution, practicing enforcement with empathy, being non-intrusive in approach, and technology-driven in vision. Prudent is not just an acronym. It's a mindset that we are going into. It's a way of working that we have adopted. It reminds us that fairness and firmness must coexist, that technology should simplify rather than intimidate. And the credibility in taxation depends much on behavior as on policy. When a tax administration is prudent, compliance becomes voluntary, disputes reduce, and trust deepens. The relationship shifts from compliance to partnership. The next step is to move from tax certainty to tax confidence. To anchor the shift, we have established the Center for Taxation and Finance. It serves as a hub for research, dialogue, and capacity building, connecting policymakers, administrators, and stakeholders. Through this center, we aim to keep certainty and confidence at the heart of our training, analysis, and engagement. Let me close with a simple thought. Tax certainty is ultimately a reflection of how we govern, of our respect for the enterprise, our commitment to transparency, and our ability to balance rights with responsibility. It is not a static goal, but a continuing discipline that one must guide every law we draft, every treaty we negotiate, and every dispute we resolve. If we may remain true to that discipline, professional, responsible, understanding, diligent, empathetic, non-intrusive, and technology-driven, will not only ensure tax certainty, but also build the confidence that sustains growth and fairness across nations. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll invite you to take a seat, perhaps. I think I was clearly inspired by your insights, also how you captured it, whether it's listening, learning, evolving. I think that very much also echoes, I think, the words from Christian: dialogue, not dispute. I was impressed by the 4 pillars, but I leave that aside. Simplification, technology and trust, fairness and firmness, behavior, policy perception, partnerships, transparency, and then, of course, also journey as an interesting aspiration here from tax certainty to tax confidence. And with that really inspiring framing, we would have a couple of short questions before I think you probably have to move on in your busy day. You mentioned, amongst other things, the APA program that has gone, I think, if my numbers are right, from 5 APAs in 2012 to over 170 in last year, which shows tremendous progress. And I think probably the audience is interested. Just give us a hint how you managed to achieve this progress, because it's on the one hand something that you need to be able to deliver with those values that you refer to inside the administration, but equally having the trust of taxpayers to want to make this program a success, because that can only deliver in partnership. And if you can give us some of the insights how you've managed to develop the taxpayer trust and the success of the APA, I think the audience be very interested.
Yeah, thank you. So we see that our APA program that started in 2012, and actually it was a change or a shift in the mindset, because traditionally we were actually doing an audit of income or accounts which were presented before us. And here it was a regime or approach where we would actually take a decision about the future income or the accounts that would be presented to us. So therefore, it was basically a shift in the mindset. And since 2012, we started on this program and started doing capacity building, change of orientation within the tax system. It was new both for the tax system as well as for the taxpayers. But the response was encouraging. And we got substantial applications. But then while we were working on it and formalizing our approach, then somewhere 2019, COVID happened. And while we actually were disposing of applications which were relatively, it was not a very encouraging number when we talk about 5 in 2012. But then subsequently, we picked up. And with capacity building being there and with the change, shift in approach, where we said, okay, we trust each other and let us collaborate and let's talk to each other. And ultimately, the end result is tax certainty and promoting business. So as a result of that change and shift in the approach, we have last year, we have closed about 174 APAs, which is a significant number. And overall, if we see that about, as I mentioned in my address, since 2012, about 800 APAs have been closed. What is also interesting and important is that in the next cycle, we are getting applications for renewal of APAs, which reflects the confidence of the people that their first iteration of APAs and the decisions that were taken were really successful. And therefore, substantial applications we are receiving for renewal of APAs, and we are encouraged with this. Simultaneously, we are putting in place processes and systems so that we can further fast track it. Because what is important is that we do this, complete this process within a time-bound manner as early as possible. That builds, again, trust, confidence, and tax certainty. So it is with that perspective that we are moving ahead. If we see in the last about 3 years, since I joined the board, the percentage, if I say on a year-on-year basis, the percentage of APAs that have been concluded is approximately on a year-to-year basis, there's a growth of about 30%, which is, I feel that's an encouraging number. And I have actually advised my team to engage not only for the purpose of APA, but for bilateral agreements also, because that brings more certainty and involves the two competent authorities. And our team is engaging with the competent authorities of of the sovereigns to ensure that we actually complete this process as early as possible.
Thank you very much. And then sharing example also for others. Sridham note 30% increases. We will ask the map for him. Maybe then moving to my second question here, and you also mentioned it in your speech, I think, around feedback and the engagement with stakeholders. I mean, we've heard a lot from you and also otherwise about the work that India has done on the simplification, the income tax code, you mentioned it, making the law simpler, easier, understand, that people can access what it says in plain language, very important. And there's also a lot of work that we understand is done on the procedural aspects to make compliance easier. This is a massive undertaking, must have involved a lot of people and a clear focus and dedication and a political will to drive this and make this happen. But it also involved, I think, extensive consultations where you were listening, where, as you were saying, listening, learning, evolving, keeping with that theme. Can you tell us just a little bit what the consultation process was like, and how do you think that helped you to get to this target?
Thank you for giving. You see, so this previous attempts had been made in the country to actually do this exercise. But in July of 2024, our Honorable Finance Minister, she desired that we do a comprehensive review of the Tax Act and make it lucid and easy to understand for the common taxpayer. And the time given to us was 6 months, which was essentially a very challenging task, because the current piece of Act had about 900 sections and close to, I would say, 500,000 words. And the mandate was that how can you make it simple? Now, what do we mean by being simple? Whether you make it, the language simple, or you change the policy as such. Because you see, in Income Tax Act, these tax acts are in themselves, they are dynamic acts as against any other act, because they keep pace with the changing realities and the economics, the business transactions, and so on. So therefore, by and large, the provisions of the act are quite, updated. Because in India, we do these amendments in the act on a regular basis. And therefore, insofar as the policy is concerned, it was felt that, well, it is already, it has kept with the pace of the change. So the next priority was how to simplify the language without changing the meaning of the existing provisions, because that should not lead to multiple litigations. So then the philosophy was that how do we actually engage with the taxpayers and make it an inclusive sort of a process, and also learn from other sovereigns who had done this similar exercise in the past. And we engaged with the experts in Australia and UK who had done this similar exercise in the past, and tried to understand as to how did they go about it, what sort of a change in the language they preferred. And so that was one sort of engagement that we did. But what is also important is that we engaged all the stakeholders. Stakeholders, by stakeholders, I mean tax professionals, businesses, officers in the department, so that once you have this feedback from all the stakeholders, then you can actually take a call on the comprehensive exercise that you were doing. And also, this is, I think, a very ideal example of when the political will is there and the bureaucracy actually converges, this entire convergence of political will and the effort by the bureaucracy, things happen. And within 6 months, we were able to present it to the Parliament, the revised act. But then the story does not end here, because once it was presented to Parliament, you see, it's in the public domain. And then it went through an intense examination by the parliamentarians, and which took about 3 months. And clause by clause, stakeholder consultation was undertaken by the parliaments, by the select committee of the Parliament. An intense exercise was done, wherein we engaged with them and explained why we did it, what we did. And also, again, that was an opportunity to get stakeholder feedback. Technology also played a role, because apart from all these exercises, we also opened it up to online through the website and got responses from people. So as a result of all this exercise, in August, we were able to get an Income Tax Act 2025, but then the process has not just stopped, because here is a piece of legislation, but then forms and rules. So that's a interface with the taxpayers. You have a provision, but then through forms you interact. So we are in the process of designing the forms, and that is also giving us an opportunity to see what are the pain areas when the taxpayer actually fills up a form. Where are the gaps? And that's what we are trying to plug. We've given to ourselves a timeline, and we hope, because this is ultimately going to be rolled out from April 26, so a very short window again. But I'm sure that you would be able to do it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. An ambitious timeline gives some confidence. Some of the processes we are currently engaged in, if you can deliver simplification on a high-speed train in 9 months. That's quite impressive. So that makes me optimistic about some of the policy challenges we're currently facing outside the tax certainty agenda. Let me come to my last question. I would love to continue this conversation the whole day. I find it very inspiring. Hopefully you do, but you do have a busy day. So we will let you go after one last question, which is a question sort of a bit, the crystal ball, the gazing into the future. There's a lot of material simplifications, I think, that you've already introduced in the system, like the transfer pricing safe harbor and the 3-year block assessment. You just take 2 examples. If you look into the future using your crystal ball, is India also considering any further tax policy administration changes to improve certainty, if you can tell us?
This is a continuous, as I mentioned, it's a continuous process because it's a dynamic act and it has to keep pace with the changing realities. So, like for example, last year we made an amendment saying that how about doing TP, transfer pricing for a block of 3 years. So this is one concept that has been introduced into the tax system. Similarly, on the domestic side, we have introduced a concept of a block assessment for the search cases, wherein in case there is intrusive sort of action, instead of a year-by-year audit, can we do an audit together for 6 years in one go? So this is how we are actually moving ahead. Because it cannot be static. So when we think about tax certainty and confidence, of course, that change cannot be always change for the purposes of change. But at the same time, what is important is that we need to be agile and to be actually responsible and responsive to the changing dynamics in the domestic and global world. And so therefore, we would take a call on whatever changes are required, and we are very positive about it.
Thank you very much. We need to leave it here. I think a big round of applause if you enjoy me for Mr. Agarwal, Chairman. The next panel is about the release of the 2024 MAP statistics. This is presumably Sriram where the lights go off and we show the results and you have little envelopes. I think we have with us here an outstanding panel. Sriram, our leading light of tax certainty. We have Harm Mark with us, who is the chair of the FTA MAP Forum, and you all know Harm Mark. And I think Vivian Fonseca is the Deputy Tax Director at Caring. So we're very pleased to have you here. I think what we have in mind is that I think we will start with you, Sriram. You will now release the MAP statistics. I should say that Sriram's slides you have already seen many years before, but now you see Sriram not just making the slides, but also presenting the slides. So I'm very pleased that Sriram will now take you through the 2024 MAP and APA statistics, the official release, and then I think we'll hear from both of you some reactions, both first from you as the chair of the MAP Forum, but also then you as reflecting from the business side about what they mean and what you do with it. So, floor is yours. Over to you, Sriram.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I have to say first, it's my pleasure as an Indian national that first I have to say that the Chairman Agarwal had a wonderful keynote speech this morning. So on the occasion of Tax Certainty Day, as the Tax Certainty spokesperson, as Akim said, I'm very, very happy that could happen today. But as usual, I think if, as Akim mentioned, we have our 7th Tax Certainty Day. So we always release our MAP statistics. This is our 2nd year of releasing our APA statistics as well. And I will also talk a little bit about the consolidated information on MAPs as well, which is a publication that the MAP Forum comes up with. So just to give you some sort of insights from the statistics from this year, you will see that if you look at the numbers at the start of 2024, we had close to 5,900 cases overall, I would say. 5,400 of them were the new cases since 2016 after we introduced PEP Section 14. And we had about 500 cases from before 2016 still pending in the inventory. you will see that a lot of new cases have come in. We have 2,730 odd cases which have come in. And you will see that the cases closed are also close. It's about 2,500 cases. So now we end the inventory at the end of the year, which is around 6,100. And you see that there is an increase in cases for the new cases which have been introduced since post 2016. I think that, of course, the big point to make is that competent authorities keep closing at a great rate, right? Because if you look at last year too, we reached a record last year, and we had the highest number of MAP cases closed last year. And I think we are keeping to that pace. That means that all the competent authorities in the MAP forum, all the work we do, it is working very well, and we see the results. But if you have heard Akim or me speak in panels about this for the last year, I think that when there was a dip in transfer pricing cases last year, we had imagined that 2023 was 3 years after the COVID assessment year, right? So that meant that assessments may have gone down and MAP cases could have that reflection too. So you will see that, of course, there is a predicted increase in the number of cases started in 2024 as well. Is increasing MAP cases only because of assessments? I think I would always reflect and say that we do a lot of work to be sure that there is more and more confidence built in MAP. So taxpayers in more and more countries believe in MAP and want to go to MAP as opposed to domestic remedies. So we would always say that more MAP cases means more confidence in MAP. Some of our competent authorities say that they're victims of their own success in that sense, but I think that there is a lot of confidence in MAP. Now, some overview of sort of inventory trends, right? And this is based on a sum of all of your inventories. So this is just to show the trend, not to show real numbers. So double counting is not eliminated here. But you will see that especially from 2016 onwards, there has been a rise in cases and inventory until 2023. As I mentioned, in 23, there was a slight dip that could be possibly related to COVID implications. But we see that we've come back to what was the trend line in 2024, and that means that there is a little bit of a rise. But still, I think that we are keeping in touch with the number of cases closed. So we see that there is a slight increase from 23 to 24, but overall, I think both for transfer pricing cases and for other MAP cases, you see that there is an average growth line from 2016 onwards. So that shows that we are doing great efforts in the MAP forum on resolution, but it underscores the need for more prevention to ensure that we focus actually on the cases that we need to resolve, right? So I think that's what the numbers show you there. Now, looking a little bit at the top 15 MAP jurisdictions, so the countries with the largest MAP inventories and how the trends have changed. I think we showed you a similar slide last year at Tax Certainty Day as well. And it's interesting to look at how countries have sort of moved their inventories along. I think all of these countries have fairly large MAP case inventories. They have a lot of assessments, a lot of taxpayers, a lot of business. So that is reflected. But you see that the inventory trends move in both directions. You see that there are a couple of countries who've had an increase in MAP cases, whereas you see that most of those countries in the middle are staying fairly stable. That shows that they're managing their inventory, but very hard to substantially decrease yet. Again, underscores the need that we need to do more here, right? But to point out that I think it's good that you will see at least half of the jurisdictions here are actually reducing their cases actively, and India being the largest number of MAP cases reduced in 2024 as well as something to highlight. Now, if we look at that a little bit in detail for TP and non-TP cases, you see the numbers vary a little bit. You see that although the global numbers show one picture, you see that some countries have done very well for other MAP cases, whereas they have new TP cases that have come up and vice versa. So you saw Spain and Netherlands on the left side chart, but you see that Spain has a lot of new transfer pricing cases, whereas the Netherlands has a lot of new other MAP cases. So that is something to think of as well. It's also useful for the competent authorities to think of how they should look at their resources, right? So it's a dynamic exercise. It's based on your inventory that you think on a daily basis, do we need more on one side or the other? So I think the numbers give a good indication of that. And then I think we mentioned this already, but I think it's important to highlight that the number of new cases coming in has increased quite a bit. And I think for transfer pricing cases, you see from 2016 to 2024, there's a pretty steep increase. And from 23 to 24 as well, there is also an increase, like I mentioned. For other cases too, the increase is slightly lesser, but there is still that increase. Like I said, more faith in MAP, more trust in MAP, possibly, sure. But there also shows that there are assessments and there are more cases coming into MAP too. So we need to keep working at the competent authority level to make MAP go in an efficient way. Similarly, if you look at closed cases as well, I think we have a very positive story. I think all of the competent authorities here from the MAP Forum see that from 2016, all the efforts that we've done in BEPS Action 14, all the work we do to make MAP work better has made the closures work better as well. So that means that from 2016 onwards, we have a very steady and sharp rise in the number of cases closed as well on average. So I think if you look at that, that is a very positive story that competent authorities are really doing everything they can to do better and better every year. Of course, there will be crests and troughs, but you see there will never be a significant decline because we've done a lot of work on BEPS Action 14. Now, I think this is a point that we continue to make for quite a few years, but I think there is this concept that when you look at MAP, it is concentrated in a few jurisdictions. So if you look at all the MAP cases in the world, the top 10 MAP inventory jurisdictions account for 72%. And I think if you look at the top 5, that's close to 50 already. So that means that there is some concentration in MAP, sure, and I think that trend continues. But on the other hand, if you look to the right, you also see there are more and more countries now that declare that they have at least one new MAP case. So that means that where we started with 51 in 2016, we've moved all the way up to 99. I think we're closing in on 100 countries with MAP experience. As Akim says, yeah, next year we do the century and we celebrate, right? But I think for Action 14, it is a big success story. We're doing a lot of work to, we also do the simplified peer review to build capacity for jurisdictions that are new to MAP. We help set up their MAP program. We do a lot of work in the MAP Forum with these jurisdictions. So that means that MAP is spreading across the world, and that does show that positive sign. That MAP cases are concentrated, yes, but that could also mean the top 10 jurisdictions have cases with those new jurisdictions, right? So the concentration is not necessarily showing that picture in some sense. Now coming to the average time closed, I think that we have stayed close to the trend line for a bit now. I think that the average time, of course, in Action 14, we all aspire for an average of 24 months. I think we want to hit 24 months. We stay close. We have come to 27. I think last year we were 27.3. We are 27.4 this year. So we are still doing very well, but we still need to do more to hit that 24-month target. I think a good news story is that last year when the TP case resolution times went back to about 30, I think I had a little bit of hope in 2022 that we would go down, but then we went up again. But I think it's coming down again, right? And we're staying close to 30. So I think that is a good story that we are coming down. So hopefully with all the efforts, all the new resources and competent authorities, we can come close to 24. Something to point out, other cases have taken an average of about 24 months for the first time. It's of course at 24.5, so I think we are still on target, but that shows that some of the difficult other cases, characterization, withholding taxes, maybe they are being closed now, right? And they have been pending in inventories for many years, so that means countries are taking efforts to close those cases too. So the average goes up, but as we say in the MAP Forum, a MAP case is better closed than left in the inventory for many years, right? So I think in that sense, it's a good story that it is closed. Looking at the average time necessary to close between the pre-2016 cases and the post-2015 cases, you will see that the pre-cases, obviously, of course, as we go on in time, we see a higher average and that we hit 130 months now, but still countries are closing these cases. We have about 300 left overall, but that's very few. We are actually almost through with the pre-2016 cases, which is a great story. You see in the right that only 3.4% of the inventory is now pre-2016 cases. So that's a big victory. Now you look at the age of MAP inventory as well. I think it's also a great story that the old cases account for a very small percentage of MAP cases across the world. You will see that more than 50% of the cases are actually fairly new cases, which are less than 2 years old, staying within the target. So that's a great story that competent authorities are taking efforts to make sure that they clear out their old cases and then work on new cases. So when you see high average times, always keep in mind that the old cases are closing. So even if one competent authority closes a case in 100 months, they have closed that case rather than leave it in the inventory. So I think it's an important point to make that the average time is a reflection of the efforts that competent authorities take as well. Now, looking at the outcomes, I think it's a similar story to what we have in most years, that you see very, very good outcomes generally coming from MAP, that 64% of all MAP cases closed had full agreement. Of course, there are a variety of outcomes possible under the MAP statistics reporting framework, but the outcomes that solve the issue fully for the taxpayer are either a full agreement, or the taxpayer got full unilateral relief, or the taxpayer had a resolution by domestic remedy. If you add all of that up, you will see that we are close to 75% of all MAP cases with a positive remedy for the taxpayer. So 3/4 of all MAP cases in the world are solved with full resolution for the taxpayer. So that's a great story for all of us, the competent authorities, the MAP forum. You see the number of cases where access was denied, no agreement, are very few. You see that the numbers are less than 5% for all of these. Of course, legitimate cases can happen where you deny access, where the taxpayer does not file according to the treaty requirements, right? So keeping account for that, I think that we are doing very well in outcomes too. And to give you an idea of how the outcomes vary between transfer pricing and other cases, I think, of course, you see full agreements more in transfer pricing cases. You see 75% in that sense, because transfer pricing is more akin to actual negotiated discussions rather than unilateral relief. Whereas in other cases, you actually have unilateral relief come up more often. And of course, other cases are more black and white. So you will see more situations of denied MAP access or objection not justified, etc. Whereas in TP, it's mostly agreements in one way or the other. This slide is just to show you that even among the top 20 MAP jurisdictions, the outcomes vary very starkly, right? Because even if you look at full agreement, you will see the percentage of full agreements really vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Similarly, for unilateral relief, some of them on the left are doing very well, granting a lot of unilateral relief. Some don't grant a lot of unilateral relief, something to look at. And then we look at withdrawn by taxpayer. In some countries, more than 10% of the cases are withdrawn by the taxpayer. So something to think about. Why does that happen? Similarly, if you look at cases without agreement too, there are some countries where that outcome comes more, whereas in some countries that doesn't come at all. So this is just to show that even when you look at the big countries, the outcomes really are all over the park in that sense. Just to say that I think we have a country-specific file for MAP statistics for all of our filing jurisdictions. If you go on the website, you will see for each country there is that file, and you will see data like this. We also have a compare your country tool on the website where you can look at all the countries together and their MAP statistics as a block. And finally, to move to the APA statistics. This is our second year of having APA statistics released. So just to say that I think it's very good that we are now publishing it and we have transparency, because as we heard from the chairman earlier, we want to ensure that we move countries from resolution to prevention. So from that sense, we see that the APA inventories are also increasing because, of course, more taxpayers want to come into the APA process. I think the applications coming in versus APAs granted are very similar to what we see last year. About 1,100 come in, whereas 850 odd are granted. So we are fairly keeping to pace, but we need to do more, is what it shows. We had more jurisdictions reporting APA statistics. We had 49 as opposed to close to 40 last year. The average time taken to grant APAs is closer to 40 months. Of course, we have an aspiration in the bilateral APA manual to hit 24, but for APAs, we need fact-finding, etc. So it's not as simple to hit 24 months for APA cases, but still a lot of APAs closed and a lot of efforts being taken there too. On the APA statistics, I think just this graph to show you that there are 15 jurisdictions which have a very high APA closing ratio as well, and they have a very high number of APAs granted. So by closing ratio, we mean that compared to your inventory, how much do you close? So you see quite a bit of countries with activity there, and that graph gives you that information. When countries manage their transfer pricing cases overall, we see that on average, countries have 38% of their APA cases, of their transfer pricing cases as APAs, as opposed to transfer pricing maps. So that shows that a lot of countries do prioritize APAs and dispute prevention too. So that's a good story too. And I think a good thing that we could find is that more than 80% of APAs closed result in a signed agreement. So APAs are not often rejected. You see, in most cases, APAs are actually granted in a signed agreement. So I think that's a good story for us to think of in the MAP forum as well. Very quickly, just to also talk about the consolidated information on MAP. So in Action 14, we require all jurisdictions to have a published MAP guidance, a published MAP profile, etc., and we have peer review reports. But all of these information pieces are in different places. The guidance is in a country's website, the profile is in our website, the statistics are in a different place. So now we have a compilation document which puts together all of this information for each jurisdiction in a single resource. So this is to give stakeholders with an overview of the published information, and you see that. So we have released the 2015 consolidated information on MAP as well today, along with the MAP statistics and the APA statistics. You will see that for each country, we have information like this. How many treaties do you have? Where is your MAP profile? Where is your MAP guidance? Who is your competent authority? What is your structure? So just information in a simple format. So business, stakeholders, other competent authorities, everyone has one place where they can go to for MAP. And I think we hear from you in consultations that you find this very helpful. And we are also thinking on how to make this the most accessible format possible. And I think the forum is working actively on this topic too. So this was for my presentation on the statistics. Perhaps I can then turn back to you, Achim. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I'd be tempted to ask a lot of questions. I think that's very rich, but I shall not do. I mean, there's a couple of things that I guess do stand out. The level of concentration. We see that's an interesting dimension also when we think about the Forum on Tax Administration and the role that commissioners can play and have played, I think, in driving some of the agenda. The increasing inventories tell us that we can improve on MAP, but MAP by itself will not and cannot be the only solution, which is a justification for a wider agenda. Thinking about prevention, thinking about simplification, supporting across the whole dimension. And then, of course, also being realistic. As you said, there's an average, but when you go into the country-specific profiles, they vary quite substantially that make up the average. So very important that that rich data source, I think, allows you to go at a country level and look at that. But maybe over to you as the chair of the MAP Forum, your reflections, Harmark.
Thank you, Achim and Sriram, for the presentation. Good morning, everybody. I sincerely appreciate that most of your slides were in orange. That's always a good sign. But also, I would like to thank the chairman from India, because your presentation was not only, I think, spot on, but I was sitting next to Steph and we talked about how quick you amended or rewritten a whole tax code, which would in the Netherlands, I think, 10, 15 years to do. And even the parliament was very quick, which in our system would also be quite impossible. So that was very impressive. Also, I saw that on the caseload, India was on the left side with the caseload going down and the Netherlands was on the opposite side going up. So I think on all 3 points, India is doing quite well and fairly better than the Netherlands, I must say. But good to be here. We had this week also a MAP forum meeting where the competent authorities actually came together and discussed a lot about tax certainty. And that forum is a very important forum for us, I think, to be, because we talk about context of tax certainty outside individual cases, which allows competent authorities to meet, to learn from each other, but also to understand their home dynamics in terms of administration, in terms of policy, in terms of cultural interactions. All these things are very important to know each other, to establish a relationship, because these are figures, but figures in the end, this is people work. And if we have to negotiate with each other, is to build trust, to understand each other, to be able to compromise and to find solutions. That is something I think what we have seen since 10 years of the FTA MAP forum and the work on Action 14. I remember, Achim, we were here developing the MAP statistics reporting framework, which was also quite a task to do. And I think back then we did not realize what we had put in place for the people who have to match the statistics, but also for here at the OECD, the people that have to compile them and make them into these consolidated statistics. I look at you, Pierre-Louis, because you're responsible for that. So great appreciation from my side and for the whole team too. Looking on these statistics, 141 jurisdiction reporting map statistics gives us a very complete picture of where we stand worldwide on these data on the map. And it's a good signal to see, and it's also, I think, something that needs to be improved. One thing good to see is, of course, the confidence people have in this process, because seeing the numbers go up means also that they have a trust in the outcome and that they think on balance, because it's of course not in all cases, it's going well. Seeing it from a Dutch perspective, we went up from 250 cases, I think in 5-6 years, to now over 600 cases. And normally what we do is blame Belgium or Germany, but it's also not per se the case here. But we try to manage, and that's not easy. Since 2015, I think all competent authorities, because of the peer review process, because of the work on tax certainty, have invested a lot in resources in competent authority function. India is here. I know they have did. France, I see more competent authorities. They all invested. But if your inventory goes up every year, it's a continuous investment. And people that you hire are not directly perfect negotiators. So it takes time, but it's a tremendous commitment by the competent authorities to make this process work. So inventory going up is not a bad thing. I think the outcomes is also misleading, is not the correct word, but 68 or 75% agreement reached means the cases that went into the bilateral phase of the map. And if I look at the Dutch statistics, which we recalculated, we came to 96% of success ratio of cases that went into the map and lead to a full outcome or a full agreement reached. Still, of course, there is work to do to make sure that that percentage goes up worldwide. And I think especially on the average, we should all strive at the 24 months, and it's better to close a case with an agreement after 30 months than say we stop at 12 months because of the statistics. But I think work needs to be done there still, because on balance, being above 24 months, also for the cases that you close within 1 month because they were not eligible for MAP, is one thing we need to consider. So we need to think how we can manage this, maybe more on prevention, maybe more working on administrative cooperation to ensure that these cases can progress more quickly. That being said, I think also for the APA program, I see a good trend. More reporting of APA statistics means also more jurisdictions have APA programs. India mentioned their very successful program, which is also an investment to do, and also a different shift in approach from, let's say, an audit perspective to a trust building perspective, and find a solution before they arise. But still, from my perspective, 36 months on average to close an APA is quite long, because most of them, and I know India allows them now for 9 years, which gives a long period of certainty. But if they generally are for 5 years and you need more than 3 years to close, then I think the upfront certainty could be improved, that we need to reduce. And Sriram, you love writing reports. You created the BAPAM, the manual on more effective use of bilateral APAs. That we need to look at. How can we make that happen in practice, so that it not only remains a report with best practice, but also that these best practices are being adopted. And lastly, to conclude, since 2015, a lot has improved, I think. The level of communication we nowadays have with worldwide competent authorities, and not just Belgium and the Netherlands as being neighbor, or Belgium and Germany as being our neighbors, but more, I see it happening in African countries, in Asian countries, Latin American. We are more engaged, we more have understanding, we meet more frequently. That's, I think, very important, but we need still to do more. This journey is not over. We need to invest, I think, in other mechanisms, simplification maybe, but also on early certainty. So the work of the map form is also not ending, which I appreciate, but we have to collectively think of how we can improve. The tax certainty roundtables are also good to get impressions from academia, from business, like where are problems facing, what can we do? But I'm happy that this process is a good process and we collectively work to improve this. So that's a positive note to end, I think. And then Vivian, I turn to you.
I'll turn it over. I think, thank you, Harmark. I think, sort of there's a couple of things, those practical steps that you mentioned. I remember times when we met once a year, the competent authorities, and if you missed them, then you had to wait another year because there was only one annual meet and there was no digital tools. And so, this is one of those practical things you mentioned. The speed is very important. Yeah. If you spell out advanced pricing agreement, there's the word advance in there, and very often it's not actually very advanced. So where's the A gone? And of course, also, as you remind us, the importance of the statistics framework. And, there were people that said, only what gets measured gets done, and the importance of the statistics framework shouldn't be underestimated. But now for a reality check, back to business.
Thank you, Achim. Good morning, everyone. It's a truly honor to be here and try to express the business perspective after these great statistics for 2024. So first of all, my name is Viviane Fonseca. I'm Deputy Tax Director of Kering. So Kering is a French luxury group. We own some iconic brands as Gucci and Saint Laurent. We have more than 17 billion euro of revenue, and we are located in more than 60 countries. So that's why those statistics are so important to us. But first of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to to OECD, in particular to the Center of Tax Policy Administration, for compiling this great data and publishing that. This is very valuable for the business. They become essential tools for multinational companies, helping us assess and mitigate the risks of double taxation, allocate resources wisely, and of course, understand which are the loss cases, right? This morning, I won't simply speak about the statistics. I would like to take this great opportunity of having this beautiful audience to also express some ideas related to the programs of MAP and APAs. I'll first speak about MAPs and then APAs. So MAPs are fantastic. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel when the tax audits are dark and hope is lost. But jokes apart, I think we've seen a notable increase of transfer pricing audits since the end of the COVID period. So it's not a surprise to see MAP cases increased by 30% in 2024. So this is my opinion. Of course, it's a very more reliable tool, but I think we live in our skin. We've been seeing a lot of tax audits lately. So I think this is why we have a so high increase of the MAP statistics compared to 2023. So we're talking about an increase of about 30%. But that said, I cannot lose this opportunity to say that the most successful MAP is the one that never needs to be initiated. So I take this opportunity also to speak about simplification. So tax administrations really need to simplify transfer pricing rules as much as possible and to prevent reassessment. I think we can bet that a significant portion of MAP cases today come from recurring and straightforward issues like disputes about benchmark studies and application of TNMM, and then also benefit tests for management fees, for example. So simplification measures would be highly welcomed, allowing both tax authorities and taxpayers to focus on truly complex matters. So in today's global landscape, we spoke about that, where we have a lot of uncertainty and resources are limited. Simplification should be a shared priority. So in case MAPs are necessary, we believe we can also improve a little bit the process by involving taxpayers more directly in the discussions, because we believe that this involvement could lead to faster, more objective resolutions and help both sides to gain insights for future cases. And of course, we spoke about that as well with Christian. So it's important to foster mutual trust between taxpayers and tax administrations. This is very important. Finally, we extend our thanks to jurisdictions that have adopted binding arbitration provisions in their bilateral tax treaties under the MLI. This marks a turning point and offers multinational companies important safeguards against double taxation. Regional initiatives like the EU Arbitration Convention and the newer EU Tax Dispute Resolution Mechanism are also excellent examples to effective tools that business truly value. But one thing needs to be clear. A group like ours, the aim is to avoid double taxation. Where the profit is taxed doesn't really matter. We just don't want to pay taxes twice. So talking about APAs. So APAs are fantastic too. So we believe bilateral APAs remain the most effective tool available to taxpayers seeking certainty in transfer pricing. It's encouraging to see that the bilateral APAs are becoming technically feasible in more jurisdictions. However, access to these programs must be both universal and effective. What I mean by that, we need to have a broader network and real implementation. So not only programs on paper, this needs to really be feasible. The relative decline in APA granted in 2024, coupled with a sharp rise in APA rejections, shows that there is still work to be done. So I have an idea. As with the maps, why not consider a binding provision to ensure agreement once a bilateral APA is initiated, because this is the most effective tool. We also observe that APAs remain time-consuming and resources-intensive. And we checked the slides of 2023, and we saw that the average time to finalize the APA has increased in 2024 by 3 months. We recognize the commitment of competent authorities to help eliminate double taxation, often with limited resources. And we thank them for their dedication. It's essential that they have the right level of support. This is a valuable investment because it makes companies more competitive and jurisdictions more attractive. Once again, I would like to thank the OECD for this excellent work on the statistics. And I also extend my gratitude to the competent authorities we work with, especially France and Italy. We are very close, for their efficiency and pragmatism on finding solutions. So please keep the momentum going and continue to foster hope among the global challenges we are all facing. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you so much for bringing us back to your reality, how you live it. This is a product for certainty for taxpayers. So it's very good to have you on the panel, to have you involved, as well as Christian and the wider business community. And in some sense, it's a segue probably into our next panel. We are running a little late, so we will trade lunch for tax certainty. I hope you're happy with this, given that you're here. So we will have to probably reduce our breaks a little bit to keep on schedule. So maybe let me thank my panelists here. First of all, thanks a lot. I think they deserve a round of applause here. Thank you so much. I think some of the things that we've just heard, I think also from our last panelists, are sort of a segue into our discussions. I think here, where APAs don't need to just exist on paper, they also need to function. We do need to make an effort, I think, of removing standard situations from the map pipeline so we can focus on the truly difficult cases and spend resources on complex cases. I think these are themes that are coming through. So let me perhaps first, now that we have them here, introduce my panel. We have Elaine Tai here next to me, who's a group tax specialist from Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore. We have David, or should I say in German, David Rühl. He's a policy officer, transfer pricing, dispute avoidance and resolution from the German Federal Ministry of Finance. We have Monsieur Danon, who needs no introduction. He is the head of the Tax Policy Center, University of Lausanne, and also a founding partner of Danon. And we have Gianmarco Cotani, who's been wearing many hats in his professional career and is now the founding partner of Noema. What we want to do in this panel here is taking stock of the tax certainty journey. So we're moving out a little bit from focusing exclusively of one particular tool on APAs, on maps, on the statistics, and just go more holistically as we think this through. This starts with a brief tour around the world, trying to take Sriram's number and bringing them perhaps more in a regional context before showing you sort of the broad agenda now in all its beauty that we have around tax certainty, and then finishing, I think, with a discussion here on the panel on these different aspects as we now look much more holistically across the tax certainty agenda. So with this, let me take you through this in my couple of minutes of taking you through the statistics that we have. And I think that's a picture that you've seen from Sriram, but it's a slightly different picture. The first one is the same on the left if you look, and it's perhaps a little small, but we do make these available. That's the global inventory numbers that Sriram has presented. But the interesting part that I want to highlight now is not the numbers that Sriram has presented, but when you take this down, I'm not going to take it down to a country level, but I'm taking it down to a regional level to give you a bit of a flavor. How does it look like in regions of this world, given that this covers the globe of map and 99% of global map cases are included, if not 100%, in those statistics? If you first go to the top right-hand corner, you see Europe. There's nothing spectacular relative to the global inventories, and that's simply because there is so much of European inventory reflected in the global inventory that naturally they track, because so much of that makes up the global inventory. It does get then more interesting when you go to other regions of this world. So if you go below here on the left, you see North America. And there, interestingly, you see sort of a drop over time of transfer pricing cases. And that, interestingly, is part also driven through arrangements they were able to do. And again, India here comes through. These are a number of the cases that were in India where the competent authorities were able to agree on a standardized approach and then run the cases through the standardized approach. And that's a very successful element that we would also explore with other countries. Is this an approach that can be taken? And I know some other countries are now doing it. Some of them are public, others are not, so I'm not going to be saying it, but it's certainly an approach that makes a lot of sense to us, that evolves around standardized benchmarking, around standardized situation, having a standardized solution, and then running the cases across it rather than trying to negotiate case by case individually. There's perhaps more that can be done now. The cases are sort of picking up, maybe more ideas of standardized benchmarking. Can't stop myself saying, but maybe more people should be doing amount B, but I'm not saying that, but at least the concept of that, there's certainly some ideas. Then let's go to the APAC region, Asia Pacific. You see that cases here are coming down. So that's in some sense, it's good. But there's also a question, and we've said this when we were in Singapore. If we look at GDP numbers, if we look at any metric that we see, we should be seeing more cases in this region, including also the interaction and the trade that we see in the region. This is the powerhouse of the future. There's a lot of engagement. There should technically be more cases in the map pipeline. And there's a question to ask about not what's on the slide, but what's not on the slide. Is it that people don't have sufficient confidence in the process? Is it that domestic remedies are more efficient? Is it, and that's certainly true when you look at the Asia Pacific region, there's a much higher proportion of resolution through prevention, which is a good news story. And some of those countries are at up to 80% ratios of closure through APA prevention rather than through MAP. Is it because of non-suspension of payment? Is there other processes that one needs to reflect and why this is so small? So that's a question we take with us and an investigation that we're happy to continue. If we then carry on a bit here, now we take you to Africa here on the left. Now, what you need to see, there's an increase in transfer pricing cases. And again, like Sriram, wherever he is, I think this is a good news story. It means that more countries are reporting, more countries have a MAP program. We have a session later on today where we talk about capacity building. There's a lot of capacity building that's happening. We have countries like Nigeria who will be speaking on, Kenya coming in, activating their MAP programs, trying to resolve, and then cases go up. Again, it's because people are moving into that procedure. They're using it. That's a good thing. We should also be saying the sample size is small. We went from 3 reporting countries to now 22. Much of this is concentrated effectively in 3 countries. So it's a relatively small sample size, but there's a lot of interesting and positive things happening. If you go to the right, you go to Latin America, you also see that transfer prices are going up quite dramatically. You will see that resolution times are not great. But at the same time, let's remind ourselves that before we did BEPS action, Brazil, for instance, didn't even allow transfer pricing cases to go into the MAP pipeline. So again, we're moving from a situation where nothing was being resolved to a situation where things are being resolved. But there's a journey here, a journey of resources, a journey of explaining to your commissioner that you would want to move a person from the audit function where the person makes money into the competent authority where potentially he loses money. And so there's all these internal metrics that you need to reflect. And so this is a journey where we need to continue to travel. And so we do see this positive. If you go down to the MENA region, also quite interesting, you see an increase and now you see a decrease in particular around transfer pricing cases. And that's also a logical thing. If you're looking into the MENA region, for instance, there's a couple of countries that very recently just introduced CIT. And the introduction of CIT has a knock-on effect on transfer pricing, the introduction of transfer pricing rule, and then the potential disputes, the assessments, and then the solutions through the MAP program. So again, that's a natural consequence of moving more into CIT, the consequences that then happen. And we see a couple of programs where countries such as, for instance, Saudi Arabia and UAE, and you can speak to this, have put in very sophisticated programs that now really work through their inventories, and that's why you already see a drop. There's a lot of investment that countries have made. I've named 2. There's also others in the region. Then maybe let me go to, this is the slide that Sriram has shown you, so I shall skip it, Sonia, right? Because this is the same central one. You've heard about the concentration. then let me take you on the inventories and the data, and you see a bit like breaking this down sort of by region in terms of, again, we had a global picture Sriram gave you, this is a regional picture. So you do see significant variances relative to our 24 months target. Probably in the interest of time, happy for you to comment, I will skip it. You also see quite different outcomes by region. We talked about the 75%. That's not true for every region, as you can already see here. So there's a lot behind the averages. Again, perhaps like on the Africa one, that's a really small sample size. So I would draw statistically relevant conclusions from the sample size that could look fundamentally different if only 5-10 cases go differently next year. But with the larger inventories, this does become more meaningful. So always look a little, it's useful to look under the hood. Equally, I think if we look at APAs moving away from MAP, again, you see that it is quite significantly different in terms of how many numbers of APAs are actually granted. And in some region, it's none. It's a process, right? And then you see these different timelines. And the one on the right, I also find quite interesting because it's an interesting journey. I think India has been on this as well, of how you shift your transfer pricing cases from resolution map into, as you were describing, prevention through the APA. And we do see quite significant ratios, much higher in some Asian countries than we see it, for instance, in Europe, about the resolution. So there's some learning. If these countries can move so much in prevention, it's certainly, as we've heard also from Vivian, it's much preferred by business to do the prevention in the APA route. It does need to be advanced, but that's the tool we prefer. Countries have been able to shift their pipeline, learning from those how you shift the pipeline from resolution to prevention, and you can see that that is possible. I will not talk about all of these here because there's too much. This is everything, the slide that we use. I hope it's the right slide, Sonia. It is not the right slide. It's fine. There was meant to be coming up the things we're discussing over the course of today, but then, you know, we're doing this live. This is everything that is broadly on the agenda that either we are currently working on in some parts of the House, or we're not currently working on, but stakeholders have come to us and said, this is something that you should be working on. So it's our inventory of things that we have been approached. There's a capacity building piece that should also be on it. So in the interest of time, I think we'll be discussing some of those. Not now, but what I would like to pause, and that's my last slide, and then I think we're inviting a discussion here, is many of you have come to us repeatedly and said, tax certainty isn't one tool. It isn't one tree. It is the interplay of a number of tools, both on the policy side and on the administration side. And on the administration side, it's really two things. It's about having the tool, having an APA program, but then living it, bringing it to life, having the culture, as we've heard, having the people that believe in the program, that operate with a spirit of trust, that make it a reality. And so what this is trying to do here, and I think that's also then the invitation for the discussion, is what we're trying to do here is sketch out what some of those elements might be. And so we don't go into this in excruciating detail. We also make these slides available, but clearly, and this is also coming back to the work that we did with the IMF in 2016, there's a framework question of the legislative framework. On the legislative framework, do you have stable and well understood rules? And that's much of the work that, for instance, India has been doing, as we've heard earlier today. Do you have multilateral tools? Do you adopt common rules if you agree with them and then you follow them? Do you use agreed simplification? Do you have coordinated filings? Do you then translate the legislative framework into a regulatory framework where you have clear guidance and you have clear safe harbors? Do you have then on the prevention side, if you move to the blue block, and there's a lot in the blue block, in the dispute prevention, to avoid unnecessary adjustments, so you don't need to resolve them because you don't make them in the first place. Do you have the rulings? Do you have unilateral rulings? Do you have unilateral APA programs? Do you have bilateral, multilateral APAs? Are you using them efficiently? How do you engage with taxpayers? Do you offer a cooperative compliance program? Do you have a structured risk assessment process? Do you participate in internationally coordinated risk assessment, including ICAP? But it's not a specific ICAP. It's more like the concept, not a program. It's evolving, as you were saying, and adapting, but do you embed the concept? Are there pre-filing meetings? Is there an open dialogue? Are there feedback loops? Do you use technology to simplify compliance? Maybe you pre-populate, maybe use tax as it happens, tax administration 3.0. If you move to the verification phase, do you have published procedures that are risk-based in principle that people can seek timely resolution? Do you have simultaneous joint audits? Do you have a proportionate targeted approach? Is there a culture? How are the incentives structured? And finally, on dispute resolution, do you have domestic dispute resolution tools? Do you have bilateral, multilateral tools to resolve it? And do you use them efficiently? And I think that's a bit where I probably rest, right? And then I think we wanted on the back of this to invite our panelists, and perhaps first, Elaine, sort of resting on this one here. We did, I should tell you, use something similar when we were at IFA, and I can say this, with the now no longer, but at that point, chair of the Permanent Scientific Committee. And we had a little vote at IFA. IFA brought together 2,500 people, I think. Not all of them voted, but many of them voted on this one here. And Singapore was on the panel at the time. And so Singapore got top marks, I think, on this holistic tax certainty dimension map on the policy side, on the prevention side, on the engagement side. And so I think the first question to you, Elaine, would be, you know, you have a reputation as a country that has very much embedded an approach to tax certainty in its policy design and its approach, or so in the management of its competent authority processes. Can you tell us a little bit like your take on how Singapore has created such an ecosystem, and how do you ensure that tax certainty is sort of a priority that's baked into the policy, but also into the tax administration framework?
Thank you very much, Achim, and good morning to everyone here. Good afternoon and good evening to those online as well. I think firstly, I would say that's very high praise for Singapore. I'm not sure whether we are there yet, but I do believe we try to build a tax certainty ecosystem in Singapore. And I would say actually perhaps it goes beyond our tax administration as well. Singapore is a pretty young nation. We just gained our independence 60 years ago. And I think when we first gained our independence, now we are still small, we are still very open, and we still have very limited natural resources. And we recognize that we have to be up and running as fast as possible. And to be up and running as fast as possible, we recognize that we need to have stable systems and to be as efficient as possible. So from the start, I think we recognize that our systems, whether it's legal, regulatory, administrative, and our tax systems, be stable, easy to administer, and understood by everyone. So I think this ethos of having very stable, well-designed rules that are very simple is very deeply ingrained within the entire Singapore government, including within the tax administration. So I think like Chairman of India said just now, a law that's easy to read is easy to comply with. And I think that's what we agree with as well. If our rules are well-designed, principled, stable, and clear, our taxpayers understand and know how to apply them. And within the Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore, our motto is actually no need for service is the best service. Because if rules are actually well-designed and clear to taxpayers, they can easily comply without needing resources from IRAS or without needing help from us. And when taxpayers, especially businesses, understand the tax rules, they can predict their obligations and are more confident in making long-term investments and strategic decisions. So I think my first point is actually having a very well-designed, stable rules. And my second point is how do we ensure that rules are well-designed? So for us, we recognize that we cannot design rules in isolation, and a consultation is a very core part of our process to ensure that we understand the needs of taxpayers and they similarly understand the constraints or the requirements that we have. So it's a two-way consultation where we regularly engage with our taxpayers, businesses, associations, and tax professionals, and their feedback would help us to refine our laws and guidance. Our principle is that our statutes and law come first, but we take a pragmatic approach where possible, and we try to make it as practical as possible for taxpayers to apply. And in doing so, we try to clarify our tax rules, and we publish our technical positions on the IRAS website or through electronic tax guides to minimize ambiguities in the interpretation of rules and facilitate compliance for taxpayers. And I think where possible, we come up with like safe harbors to actually help taxpayers comply as well. And I think my next point is that because we listen and engage with our taxpayers, my personal hope is that taxpayers know that they can and they should come and talk to us. So we value a relationship built on trust with our taxpayers, and we invite them to come forward to discuss issues early and avoid controversies. So within Singapore, we also have this domestic advanced ruling programs where taxpayers can come to us to request for early certainty on some of their issues. And we also recognize that the large corporations are more likely to face complex tax issues. So for the large taxpayers, we have the Enhanced Taxpayer Relationship Program, where our corporate tax assessors will actually engage with them early to understand the issues. So I think that's how we try to build up our domestic ecosystem, but we recognize that we cannot function in a silo. So I think we also try to build up our so-called international tax ecosystem, where we try to develop a very comprehensive tax treaty network, because we feel that treaties provide certainty to taxpayers on the tax treatment for their activities and provide the legal basis to resolve and cross-border tax and prevent cross-border tax disputes. So I think I wouldn't elaborate further on MAPS, which I think we're all very familiar with. But I think just to share a bit, Singapore also opted for mandatory binding arbitration provisions to be included in our treaties when we signed on to the Multilateral Convention in 2017. So we do believe that any decision reached by arbitration panel could help us to resolve issues that can otherwise prevent agreement between CAs in deadlock MAP cases. And this would provide more certainty and timeliness to taxpayers that their MAP cases can be resolved. But I think as of now, we have not had any experience with arbitration, and I think it'll be interesting to hear from the panel as well. But within Singapore, I think more importantly, we actually strongly support dispute prevention rather than resolution. I think considering the resources that administrations would have to put in to first audit the cases, then again at the competent authority level to resolve the MAP cases, I think for a very limited resource country like Singapore, we consider that it'll be more efficient if we provide early tax certainty to taxpayers. And I think so we strongly support the use of advanced pricing arrangements. And to us, APAs also help us to understand taxpayers' business model and to resolve issues with them and also with the foreign competent authority in a perhaps less adversarial environment than in audit. And I think what's quite heartening to us is that we've seen a strong increase in APA requests as compared to 5 years ago. And of our APA requests, there are more bilateral than unilateral APAs. And also, what's very positive is that actually we see recurring BAPA renewals. And I think that demonstrates to us that the process is working and taxpayers trust that both CAs can actually work well collectively together. And for that, I would really thank our treaty partners for the cooperation and the pragmatic approach taken. But I think, of course, we can always do more. I think we spoke about putting the A back in the APAs. Yeah. And I think to be able to do APAs, we also need an ecosystem of countries willing to commit to it. So I think from the statistics, it was quite nice to see that within APEC, actually the proportion of having APAs is very high. That's very nice to see. Perhaps beyond bilateral interactions, I will also share that we are committed to tax certainty at a multilateral level. So if there's a multilateral rules-based order, that will promote stability, predictability, and growth, and that's quite important for us. So at the international level, we try to engage actively in international work streams, in the inclusive framework and the various working parties. We've also participated in ICAP before, and I think that will continue. I think maybe I can just share a bit. I think one of the points that came out from the Tax Certainty Roundtable in July was to have APAs for non-transfer pricing matters. I think that's an area we're keen to explore as well, because it's better to prevent disputes upfront than to wait and resolve them only in MAPs. But again, I think it only works if there's an ecosystem for it, if countries are willing to commit to such APAs. So I think all in all, we recognize that tax certainty is of high priority to businesses. And for Singapore, we do take efforts to try and create that ecosystem to provide the tax certainty to businesses from both a domestic and international tax perspective. But I think as what has been shared, I think as CAs, as a tax administration, we need to constantly improve. As businesses get innovative, come up with new business models, the CAs should also be more creative as well. And to keep up with changes, things like AI and things coming up like metaverse. Maybe we'll speak in holograms in future. Yeah. Okay, so I think my concluding remarks is that we cannot operate in isolation. I think Singapore recognizes that, and we really thank our counterparts for the good cooperation. And we would encourage a continued collaboration on our cases and in the international environment as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very clear to remind us that the ecosystem can't be just a national ecosystem. There needs to be a global ecosystem for your ecosystem to function. Also a lot of insights, I think, around early certainty, around APAs, consultations, how you work, the culture that you have, how you bring it, how you incorporate in the management and the way you run it. Thank you for the little mention of ICAP. And of course, you know, if you have Singapore in the panel, then you will have to mention that we do APAs for non-TP. Thank you for doing this too. I think this is also perhaps the segue to our colleague from Germany, that has joined us online. It is a country that has the legislative basis, I understand. So there's already a partner here to do APAs for non-TP cases. So the legal foundations are in place. Now we need to make it work. But maybe if I could come to you, David, Germany is perhaps more known for a legalistic culture with many technicalities, and then it's a federal system. So not obvious in the space of how you operate in this culture together with the system of individual states with responsibility for tax administration rather than having a federal tax administration. But when we did do the survey, as we also did in IFA, I think you got good marks on a couple of dimensions. So, you know, that was positive. Absolutely. You know, take it from IFA. Maybe if you could just tell us from the German perspective in this ecosystem where you're also engaging, where you have made many improvements, you always, I think, and still are. So I'm confirmed you're the world leader in map cases. So people must have a lot of confidence in your procedures because you're still number one, at least in map. So I leave that out here, but maybe give us a flavor about what it looks like from where you sit in a federal country with all the challenges that this brings, but still making a lot of progress. Give us your take a bit.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Achim. I really like to hear your take on our #1 ranking regarding maps. We also always communicate as a ministry that it's simply because people have so much trust in us, not that we simply are good in piling up cases. But I think there is a truth to that if you look at our duration of procedures, because we usually manage to do it in the 24-month. So I hope that's all right. And you're absolutely right. We are quite a legalistic and complicated system with our federal structure. Regarding tax certainty, I'm not really sure whether that is bad from the outset, because due to our legalistic system, I would say tax certainty can be seen as a component of legal certainty, which is something we have to provide constitutionally. And we really intend to do so. It comes, I think there we share the mindset with Singapore from the idea that we are interconnected in this world. We are not alone, and we need to address disputes and resolve them together with other states. So our approach is a truly international one. First, to lay the foundation, we try to maintain a vast tax treaty network. I think we have about 90 tax treaties, and we try to maintain that network because we are convinced that with providing tax certainty and with providing this treaty network, we both invite investments into Germany and we support the multinationals based in Germany and also the international activities of our citizens. We try to take part in everything there is regarding dispute prevention and dispute resolution tools. And so we offer a broad menu to our taxpayers before the transaction. And I think it's very good that it is stressed in this at this Tax Certainty Day. We have, as you already said, not only advanced pricing agreements, but we call them advanced mutual agreements. Allowed for since 2021. So we have the foundation in our law, but I think like Singapore, had no case that is non-TP related as of now. Consequently, we are very happy that it is now tabled at the OECD level. So I think yesterday there was agreed in the FTA forum that this will be addressed specifically, and we hope that if this is done, and we learned it just at the last roundtable in July that Singapore has the same approach as we, and we already connected, and we would allow for taxpayers now to come forward. But I think the next step will be more marketing-wise, that we make that public and we make it known to taxpayers that there is this chance, because we also believe, like many others in the room, that this actually is the best way to address possible tax disputes, to invite taxpayers to come forward already when they plan a transaction or anything tax related. So we think that would be the best. But if the transaction already has taken place, we provide many options too. So we take part in risk assessment procedures like the ICAP program or the European Ithaca program. We promote joint and simultaneous audits, not only within the European Union, but also with third countries. And regarding maps, we also try to provide tax certainty. As Singapore already mentioned, we support arbitration. We also have seen some arbitration cases, and in the last month, I would say I've seen a really increasing number of cases. And I think that it has long served as only a deterrent. So the arbitration clause has served to facilitate an agreement during the MAP. But I think it at least partly moves a bit into the direction that it can be used as a tool to really provide ultimate certainty if no agreement could be found. And to help finding this agreement, we take part, I mentioned this in this forum already, I think, but we take part in discussions as of now only between European member states to institutionalize the arbitration procedure a bit. We call it ITDRC, International Tax Dispute Resolution Commission, and thereby try to establish, or we will hopefully in the course of the next years establish permanent panels that can be employed for arbitration cases. Because from our little arbitration experience, this ad hoc system is a bit complicated, and it takes quite a while until the panel is agreed upon and actually working. So that is something we would like to facilitate, to really provide for timely tax certainty also in the arbitration scenario. And I would say with all these procedures, our federal view is that we like to grasp the international understanding of how the international tax law is actually applied and what is the common understanding. And our approach on the federal level is to take this understanding and apply it from the outset. So what we try to do, one example is transfer pricing, where also since 2021, we simply took the OECD transfer pricing guidelines and made them our German administrative guidance for auditors, with the idea that if we apply the international understanding from the outset, this is a good way to avoid disputes to arise. And so this is also our understanding of all these procedures, that they are tools to help us understand on a more general and abstract level how international tax law is understood. And then you're right, Achim, it's hard in our federal structure to let that trickle down to actual auditors, because in the federal structure, tax laws are generally administered on the federal level, so by the states, while the international procedures are conducted, at least primarily, on the federal level, with the states taking part in the procedures with a more assisting function. But we have different mechanisms to achieve that. So on the one hand, every guidance we as the federal ministry provide is agreed upon with the federal states. So in these discussion processes, we can promote the international understanding. And then we also have a federal fiscal academy where we invite auditors from the states to come to Berlin and also to Brühl, another very nice German city, but to come to this academy and discuss how to do their audit practice. And in these programs, we also invite them to develop an understanding of what is internationally understood, and also, if they do, if they audit enterprises, not to focus so much on the national, especially the national fiscal perspective of Germany, but also on what can be held up in or what can be maintained during a mutual agreement procedure. And if they do that from the outset, our hope is that we avoid these procedures to come up from the beginning. But yeah, that's the idea. But as you see, as of now, we still have the largest number of map cases, and we understand that as a mandate to improve in all these other areas, because we evaluate the trust in the mutual agreement procedure, but we definitely also want to shift more to prevention. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to you, and I think also reminding us of the challenges, but also the things that you have achieved in the context of a complicated federal architecture. You don't need to worry about making it public that you're open to having APAs for non-TP. This is live streamed, so you have just made it public. Thank you very much. We probably have journalists that have picked it up, so your marketing job is done. I hope you were intending this. And I guess just also to say that in the first row, we had a lot of nodding also from our Dutch colleagues and Mark when you were talking about the commissions and the ideas around arbitration and permanent commission and reducing the complexity of going to ad hoc. So that's very much appreciated. Thanks a lot. In the interest of time, I'll be quick. I think I move to our next speakers. We're moving out from the government observation. We're moving into our two last speakers on this panel. I think we start with you, Robert, who you combine like an academic, but also with an advisory perspective. And I think we'd invited you to focus a little, not so much on simplification, not because you're not a believer in simplification, but to focus on prevention and resolution, a bit like thinking about the tools that we have, in particular APA, but also MAP, whether with arbitration or without, you know, using your crystal ball, using your experience, like what could you see that we could improve, where it is perhaps falling down, to sort of give us input also into the future work of the MAP Forum and beyond, at the inclusive framework, at the Forum on Tax Administration or the OECD. So,
thank you very much, Hakeem, and thank you very much for the invitation. And again, let me offer my compliments for the slides, not just because of the color, but also because of the substance. I think that the benefit of this discussion is that we are finally looking at dispute prevention and resolution from a holistic perspective and not just focusing on tax treaties. I think that if we go back to your slides, I just make a few opening remarks. I think what is also interesting is not just to focus on the MAP or the APA framework, but also on the audit framework. I think this morning there was a statement that caught my attention, which was to say that the MAP is the light at the end of the audit tunnel. That means that the audit should not just be a tunnel, but should also be fixed. So I think that what is also interesting in the slides that you presented is that you focus also on due process issues in the context of the audit. And that is not new because we have that already, for example, in Chapter 4 of the OECD transfer pricing guidelines. Another remark which I wanted to make as well is that I think the chair of the Board of Direct Taxes of India mentioned the importance of focusing on international tax developments and integrating international tax development. I would submit that it is essential indeed to systematize these international tax developments and to integrate or create forums in order to have access to latest information. I would now also like to focus on one item which I'm not supposed to market, but let's say present, since it was alluded to before, APA for non-TP cases. I think there are two questions which are arising. The first question is, why is it relevant? And then the second question is how to make it work. I think the reason why it's relevant, if we take into consideration that the objective is to move from dispute resolution to dispute prevention, is that from a practical perspective, several TP disputes have non-TP ramifications. Think about the permanent establishment exposure, the existence of a permanent establishment coupled with the profit allocation questions. So there is clearly a link between TP and non-TP disputes. It's not a separate world. Also, you have, at least in some regions of the world, increased disputes on characterization, for example, business profits versus royalties, and you have other disputes. So I think there is relevance to explore and to put into effect an APA-like mechanism for non-TP cases. The next question is how to make it work. We talked about the legal basis. I think the legal basis, from my perspective, in treaty law exists. It's Article 25(3), first sentence. There is no reason why one should restrict 25(3), first sentence to transfer pricing cases. However, the implementation of such solution presents specific challenges. I think we need to bridge the differences between countries in order to have this work. And we need upfront consistency also on tax treaty interpretation issues. Why? Because it's not just a how much question, like in transfer pricing, it's a yes or no, or it is basically, it involves settling also interpretative questions. So I think that the idea should also be coupled, I think, with the developments of model clauses on joint interpretative statements to clarify upfront several interpretative issues, which could be, for example, suggested in the future by a manual or by the OECD commentaries. The idea of having joint standard interpretative statement clauses would ensure consistency also on interpretative questions and would pave the way for a smoother APA non-TP case framework. Same idea for model clauses on APA for non-TP cases, which would, I think, also standardize and improve the global consistency. I have another slide. If I can just... Yes, thank you, Chair. Wow, it's a multilateral. I have a few final observations on map access and operation, which I think we hear, of course, from the statistics that map is working very well. I just want to highlight a few items which I've highlighted always before. The first item is the map dodging aspect. I think we have cases in which disguised TP adjustments are used to deny access to map. I think there is clearly a need to clarify clearly what is the scope of an Article 9 adjustment and what is the scope of an Article 9 adjustment from a good faith perspective. And more broadly, I think there is also the needs to discuss or clarify the point made in the commentary to Article 25, paragraph 5.1, sorry for being specific, but I think that's what you expect from me, is that the idea to endeavor to resolve a dispute, and I quote the commentary here, in a fair and objective manner should not just apply to the operation of the map, but also to the access to the map. So therefore, access to the map should be granted in a fair and objective manner, which excludes, of course, map dodging situations. And then you have the cases of shall endeavor the operation of the map. And here we have the well-known cases of audit settlements with criminal law ramification, and more broadly, cases in which access to map is granted, but the competent authorities refuse to deviate from the position taken at the audit level in the framework of the operation of the map. That is not proper operation of the map. I mean, we have seen a very positive outcome for the 2020, emerging from the 2024 statistics, but clearly I think these are pressure areas that would deserve some clarification. So I think I'll stop here in the interest of time.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I think I give the floor immediately to Gianmarco. I think you've had different hats in your professional career, and so you have a multidisciplinary view in one person. So that's quite useful. We have 3 dimensions all wrapped up in one speaker. Maybe if you just focus on, I guess, the living the culture of translating the tools that you have, bringing them to life, and thinking about what the tax certainty environment does also for investment, and how you can see in different countries where you've operated, how you can improve that relationship of trust between tax administration and taxpayers. Any reflections? Very welcome.
So thank you, Hakim. And again, thanks for the opportunity and congratulations for the immense amount of work that you with your team are doing. And also, when you asked me to develop this slide, I wanted to basically give you as a business, sometimes when I was specifically in-house, the conversation I had with CFOs or chief legal counsel when it comes to what tax certainty means about. And the funny thing is that they never start talking about tax certainty, but say, tell me how uncertain is a country when I need to develop an investment. So I think in the work that you've been doing right now, from the policy, now you need to move into the actual implementation on a global level. I think there are 2 factors that you want to add to this conversation. So first of all, tax certainty means how minimal the financial materiality can in operating in a jurisdiction is in order not to impact adversely investment in a jurisdiction. The second aspect, which what I refer to as foreign investment behavior, is the reputational size that I have is if in a country I'm caught up in a specific audit and there are some criminal implications, and now this can also affect negatively the overall value of my investment in a jurisdiction. So when we talk about the economic cost of tax uncertainty, I try here to identify, and sorry again for using this very useful word lately, pillars. So we have three pillars. The first one is how is the overall economic output if a country is uncertain? So I think this is something that applies if you are a startup in Mumbai or if you are a large tech hub in Silicon Valley. There is a very interesting study. So some of the statistics I will give you here comes from official publications. There is an interesting one, 2023 work by the European Commission, taxation paper number 67, that basically if in a jurisdiction you have an uncertain environment, basically you don't know for how long controversy can go on or how uncertain provisions are, this can lead to a foregoing up to 1% of GDP in terms of potential productivity boost across sector. Now, there is another important aspect which I refer here as a net present value of an investment. So generally, when you are a business and you want to invest in a country, and this happened in my prior in-house experience. So if I want to invest in a Southeast Asian country, or if I'm in an African country, one question that the people from SPNA, so the strategic planning and analysis team of the finance unit of a multinational business, is tell me how can I buffer tax volatility. So what does this mean? This means that if I have, let's say, a discount rate, which is not just to value intangible, but a discount rate in putting money in a country, how much this discount rate can be affected by the level of volatility in a jurisdiction. So there is a study by the Oxford University Center for Business Taxation that work on the tax uncertainty phases that basically you can have a adjusted discount rate hurdle of 2-3 percentage points if a jurisdiction is uncertain in dealing with a business. Now, if we move now to the second element of the foreign investment behavior, so how this uncertainty then ripples into foreign investment and trade. I was looking at the 2024 MAP statistics. You have 2,183 cases. 47% of the top jurisdiction hold this overall amount, and they generally suffer, according to studies of World Bank Doing Business Indicator, a 10 to 20% drops if the average time to resolution of a case goes above 40 months. So what does this mean? It means that, and I think I really like the Excellency presentation on the India new system. When you talk about tax certainty, you should not just look at it from a behavioral standpoint. I think Mark, you referred earlier on about trust, which is an important factor, but you need to put figures into it because from a business standpoint, CFOs, you go to talk to them about tax certainty, you need to give them numbers. It's sometimes they are very dry, but hardly they lie. Now, another important aspect, think about how in certain jurisdictions, so for instance, there is another important indicator that comes from the World Bank Doing Business indicator. In Latin America, multinational groups double the amount of hours they need to do on compliance in order to simply file a dispute. So generally, on average, in Latin America, you have companies that log in 317 compliance hours annually, which is the double of the OECD average, and this has an impact on foreign investment growth. So is this all bad news? No, because I think if we move to the next slide, I think tax certainty certainly is what I'm trying to tell you with these numbers, that tax certainty is a major driver of investment. So when you are on a policy level, you need to try to ask your team also to give you figures on how this can have an impact of your numbers, but where is still, in my opinion, works to be done. And I think you're really on the right track on the closing the implementation gap. In my experience, specifically, this is something I've seen in Europe, despite a lot of, of great progress. There are situations where the audit conduct clouds tax certainty. For example, Robert mentioned about audit settlement that sometimes can restrict map access. And I think you guys with the peer review have been doing a lot of work, but sometimes there is a behavioral aspect that goes when you have mismatched KPIs between audit field officials that in order to get their bonus at the year end, they need to achieve a certain number. And then you have at the central level, the competent authority, you guys that are sitting here, that instead are trying to follow the OECD guidance. So this sometimes inconsistency in having KPIs has a detrimental impact on the behavioral aspect. And this is something which is pretty bad. So another important aspect, and Viviane, I think in earlier presentation mentioned, is elevating arbitration in cross-border disputes. I fully agree with you. There is another interesting figure. This one comes from the Inter-American Development Bank, that basically in the Latin American region, and this is something I have personally experienced, sometimes there are restrictions to access of specific treaty articles or map timelines that increase, including excluding access to arbitration, the average time to solve cases by 12 to 18 months, leading to $200 up to $300 million of withheld in energy investment. This is just the case of one country. I'm sorry to mention it, a beautiful country, Colombia alone. This is where you guys have been called out on. So what you can do, I think there are instruments here. I think some of you have mentioned ICAP and Ithaca. They offer scalable certainty. I think in terms of, if I may give a little suggestion, maybe on the implementation side here, you want to develop a consistent risk assessment framework that also allow companies to act quickly. I can tell you that being part of ICAP, when the objectives in terms of advantages are not clear, I think this should be low-hanging fruit for the tax authorities to offer, is also meaning develop a risk assessment framework where a business that internally can sell the project easily. Sometimes, when you come up with the risk assessment framework that have different type of criteria, sometimes the tax manager or the head of tax have to go to speak with the head of controls, and then the head of controls need to speak with the head of IT. This takes a lot of time and effort. So streamlining and simplifying also in terms of actual implementation would be something good to have. And it's 9 minutes, 1 minute or more you get. Thank you.
Tax certainty in 9 minutes. It's still, I think, a high-speed train, slightly delayed, but I think it's worth it. I hope so that you bore with us. We are running a little late. We will eat into your lunch, not figuratively speaking, but at least time-wise. I think the idea now under Sriram's guidance, I think, given where we are, we would now take you out, end this session. Maybe a big hand also for our panelists. If you will join me, thank you very much.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce the next topic, which is about simplification. It's come up, I think, in some of the discussions already about that front part of the tax certainty journey. What can we do on the rule design itself to be able to bring more simplicity and more certainty? My name is Melissa de Jong. I'm a senior advisor here at the OECD, and I have a very distinguished panel to help us think through these issues. This is, of course, a winning topic. everybody loves simplicity. It's hard to find someone who would say, no, I really want more complexity. Of course, simplicity, it makes things easier. It makes things more accessible. It's less costly for taxpayers and for tax administrations. And less cost and more certainty means more growth. And so what we're trying to think about is how we bring more of that simplicity as part of the tax certainty life cycle. But I think simplicity is also hard to do. If you speak to anyone who's tried, they tend to have found that it's actually not as simple as it sounds. And so when the South African presidency of the G20 asked the OECD to do a report on this topic, we took this opportunity with both hands, and we took the chance to really reflect about what is it that we've learned, especially over the last decade, where the OECD and the inclusive framework has been the driver of so much change, certainly the author of so many pages. And some would say an area where there is a lot of complexity when you look at cross-border international tax matters. And so we've really spent some time thinking, well, why is it hard to have easy rules? And what can we do better? And what's realistic and practical in line with and trying to balance the other policy objectives that we have when it comes to cross-border international tax? And some of the things that we've been thinking about as we've prepared this report for the G20, what is a simple rule? For example, we debated in the Secretariat whether long rules are more complicated or whether that detail might actually prevent complexity down the road. So maybe it's not as easy as saying long rules are more complex. And what drives complexity? Are we just dealing with a very complex topic, particularly if you're trying to balance issues of fairness and integrity? And what are the extra challenges that we face when we're dealing with multilateral cooperation? Is it challenging to bring together more countries with diverse interests, diverse economies, different stakeholders, different legal systems? And when we were thinking about all of these challenges, we were also trying to keep in mind, what's the counterfactual of no coordination, of more fragmentation, and how does that affect how we think about the chances of simplification? But with that sort of teaser about some of the thinking we've done, let me introduce the panel and hear from them. We have a very experienced panel with a wide range of experiences. We have Mr. Shahi Sanjay Kumar, the Principal Commissioner of Income Tax in the Central Board of Direct Taxes of the Indian Revenue Service. We have Ms. Katerina Peru, legal counsel to the governor of the Independent Authority for Public Revenue in Greece. And we have Mr. Stef van Wiegel, professor of international tax law at the University of Amsterdam. And we share apologies for Ms. Graciela Lucia, who was going to join us, the transfer pricing controversy leader for EY in Switzerland, who's unfortunately had some illness and needed to leave early. But I'm sure with the panel we'll have already a very interesting discussion. So let me start then with Mr. Kumar from India. India's had some experience with simplification. Let's hear a bit about that experience and what and why you found in that experience.
Thanks, Melissa. Actually, our experience in simplification was basically limited to simplifying the language and simplifying the structure of the provisions. Because for the last 10 years, we were continuing with steady reforms in the tax system. And a time of 6 months was given, as our chairman had just spoken to you. And within that 6 months time period, we focused on simplifying the language, because if we had expanded, if we had gone to policy issues, then more and more consultations would be required, more issues would emerge, and more conflicts would also emerge. So we actually tried to first say that, because our law was very complex, and it is with us with at least last 60 years. So in the last 60 years, we have had so many amendments, so many provisos have been brought in to carve out many provisions, and then many explanations are there. So we thought that first we would simplify this archaic, conventional, old legal language which we use, and then simplify it as per the present usage and remove all the provisos, remove all the explanations so that we have a streamlined system. Because of the provisos, we have a fractured system within the sections and within the provisions. So after removing all the provisos and explanations and streamlining the language, simplifying it, breaking long sentences into smaller ones, we have actually, I would say, removed around 250,000 of the words. Earlier, there were 500,000 words. Now we are at nearly 250,000 words. Sections have been reduced. And we think that it has become more readable. It has become more usable. And our belief is that with that, compliance will increase and compliance will become easier also. That's my belief.
Thank you so much. And I think that's such an important part of the work on tax rules. Of course, the way that we communicate obligations is through words, is through language, and so it's so critical to have that drafting that's clear. I think it's certainly an area where we know at the OECD we're excellent at doing new words and new acronyms, and so that point about clarity of language is so important. I remember we did a presentation I was involved in on Amount A, and I sent it to my mum afterwards. It was a tax talks, and my mum said, "Well, that's wonderful, darling, but what is the Amount A?" And you sort of realize afterwards that there are these words that we use that are obvious to us that are not necessarily obvious to the outside world. So that starting point of language is so important and very impressive piece of work. I think that's really interesting as well that you made that strategic decision to focus on the language rather than sort of revisiting substantive provisions. I think that's a really interesting reflection that you shared there, recognizing that there is some complexity if you want to revisit the substance of the rules. Let me turn then to Katarina. Let's talk a little bit about your experiences of simplification, of complexity, and where you think there's more for us to do here.
Thank you, Melissa. It's really nice to Can you hear me now? Okay, thanks. I was here in the middle because I have a dual capacity. I'm also part of the tax administration, and I'm also part of the University of Athens. So I have also an academic hat. And this maybe allows me a little bit more room to say a few things about simplification. But in order to talk about simplification, we need to start with complexity. And again, we need to distinguish complexity between those cases where complexity is unavoidable because it's inherent in business models or in legislation or in real life, and then unnecessary complexity that has been created either because we didn't pay too much attention while we were creating rules, or because we did not, calculate very well what we want to do. So I will use some examples of unnecessary complexity, and we all have experience with, for example, multiple requirements of reporting, data reporting. In many cases, the same data reporting for different purposes, coming from different legal bases, different obligations. So there is room for simplification. And first, we need to identify those areas where we do have complexity which is unnecessary, and where we could do meaningful work when we focus our efforts there. Of course, as with every exercise, we need to maintain a balance between what we want to achieve, between the equity that we also need to demonstrate in dealing with taxpayers and their obligations, and the simplification. We could have a perfectly simple rule that would apply to everyone without exemptions, but would that be just? Maybe not. So there is a balance there that we also need to take into account. What we can do to simplify, again, we can and we should exploit the possible use of every tool available to us. I heard earlier delegates speaking about the use of safe harbors. That is an area where we could expand and see what kind of safe harbors can we create that taxpayers could use, and therefore allow them to be in a safe space, tax authorities also to liberate some of resources. The same with small, medium enterprises. They don't have the same size with larger multinational enterprises, but sometimes, or maybe in many cases, they are subject to similar obligations. So maybe there we also need to distinguish our taxpayers and adjust the level of obligations or rules that apply to them according also to their also needs a coordinated work. It is not something that can be done in one country only. It will be lost as an effort. Everything that can be done, it depends, so the success will depend on how well the tax authority is equipped. And this is no first time that you hear that from me. We need to invest in tax authorities, multiple levels, not only capacity building, the work that is being done within the OECD, but also governments that would need to invest in their tax administrations in terms of infrastructure. You cannot expect a tax administration without adequate means to be able to provide the service that our taxpayers require us to provide. So there is an investment there that I believe is worth doing. And then systems, obviously, things are moving very fast. The economy is moving very fast. You need to keep pace. So investment in infrastructure, investment in the tax authorities is something that I would like to stress. And after we have done all this in all other areas, then we are still left with the complex cases, the ones that are complex by nature and we cannot deal otherwise. So what would simplification mean for them? I would say that, first of all, a better service would also help. Knowing that you can find someone at the tax authority, someone knowledgeable to whom you can communicate your concerns or your questions, and hopefully you can find answers that will help you move forward with your business. Transparency and trust is key. The way that tax authorities will operate, how they deal with the taxpayers, what is happening is also crucial. And speed, I understand it is crucial for businesses. Sometimes I have heard people saying that business time is not the same as tax authority time. So we have, again, to find a common way to communicate there, how to reconcile those two time dimensions. It's a challenge for everyone. But the last point that I would like to stress is stability. Now, stability, I would say, we are now in. We were having discussions in the FTA MAP forum, and we said that we now mark the 10th year, the 10th anniversary of very intensive work in that part. And it is only one part where intensive work is being carried on for 10 years. So stability also means let's pause a little bit sometimes. Let's take a breath and see what we have done so far, how much we have legislated so far, not only domestically, but also at international level. Yes, it is a dynamic taxation. We know it is a dynamic field. We know that it needs to keep in step with the developments in businesses, but at the same time, these are human systems that, in fact, we are talking about, and human systems need time to adapt to every change. So if change is coming again and again and again,
at an unprecedented, I think, rhythm. There is some lagging behind that we observe, and maybe we need some time to reflect on what has been done, what has been useful, what may be not so useful, and then move forward. So I think this would be some maybe a starting point for some more discussions. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you so much for those wise reactions. And I think on that last part, you know, when we had a call between the panel earlier in the week, and I said, make sure you say the thing about slowing down so my boss hears. And we sort of laughed, but then it did make me think afterwards, you know, where is the time pressure coming from? And I think you've picked up as well, sometimes this is because we have to respond to changing businesses. Sometimes it's because there's a demand for more guidance or more rules because there's a gap or because businesses don't know how to comply. Or sometimes it's an issue of fairness that's risen to the highest political levels. And so sometimes that does make it challenging to sort of have that discipline of let's slow down, let's reflect, let's see what we've achieved and what's worked and what's not. So I really take that piece of your advice to heart about how can we do better perhaps at being proactively and consciously and explicitly reflecting on, do we need to move at this pace? And is there a moment where we can take a little bit of extra time to consider simplification? And sometimes I think the answer may be no, because of the urgency of the need for change. But maybe sometimes we can do better, at least by asking that question and having more discipline about considering that. But I also really take your points about this distinction between necessary complexity, where sometimes things just will be challenging because of the nature of the task. But let's think about unnecessary complexity. And your example there of unnecessary reporting requirements is also something we've been thinking about in this report. And how could we bring about a discipline and some guidance looking at, let's look at all of the reporting requirements that exist and is there some scope for a rationalization review to reduce burdens where we're asking for the same data points, maybe in multiple different places. So that's something that we've also been reflecting about in the report as well. And I think your point about the importance of keeping in mind tax administration capacity to deal with not just the frequency of change and the novelty of change, but also having the systems and the resources to be able to manage these rules. That's also something that we've been thinking about and how we might explore whether there's ways to bring those tax administration realities and perspectives into the rule design process from the very start, so that we can be thinking about the timing of the rules and the design of the rules to really be keeping in close step with tax administrations, without which, of course, the rules can't be administered. So I really thank you for that wisdom, and I think that we've been thinking a lot of the same things in this report that will come out soon. But let me turn then to Steph and to your thoughts and experiences on the challenge of simplification and where we might be able to do more.
Melissa, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot to the OECD, Achim and the team for inviting me to share some thoughts here. So I'll start with an anecdote that was actually triggered a bit by the remarks of Chair Agrawal this morning. I should say I'm completely impressed by the speed with which India has accomplished the simplification project in 6 months. So the anecdote I'll share with you is about 15 years ago, I was appointed as chair of a tax reform committee in my own country, in the Netherlands. And we had a very diverse committee with people from academia, from the business world, from the revenue authorities, Ministry of Finance, etc. And we conducted hearings. We had trade unions come over and see us. In fact, Jeffrey Owens came to The Hague to to share with us his thoughts, etc. But the two things that stand out, and by the way, we produced a report. Just producing the report took us more than 6 months, by the way. And two things stand out here that are really on point in what we're discussing here on simplicity. One is, I had just been appointed by the government, and I get a call from the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture. He summons me to his office. So I go to the very posh office of the Ministry of Agriculture. I sit down, we have a coffee, and he says, two things when you think about tax reform. Don't touch the tax exemption for farmers for the capital gain they realize when they sell their agricultural land. Second, don't touch the excise tax reduction for farmers when they drive their tractors. So that's what I walked away with after 1 week, I think. And then after lots of work, we produced a 200-page report, and that was presented to the government, etc. And then actually just when we were finishing the report, the government, the then incumbent government fell, and we had a new government. The Under Minister for Finance tried to implement one of our recommendations, which was to unify the VAT rate. We had a low and a high rate, as many countries have. And the trial he did was with the performing arts. So he said VAT for performing arts will go from 6 to 21%. Front page news. And of course, the different lobby groups stood up, and within a month, the whole idea was abolished. So this is a difficult exercise going about, because these were two examples of possible tax simplification. So going back to the basis is, and I think Katarina alluded to this, is a tax system by definition complex? No, of course not. If you go to the core purpose of a tax system, raising revenue for governments, it could be fairly simple. But then, of course, the tax system is an avenue for many other goals. There is, politicians who have to serve a constituency. The tax system may be used for non-tax purposes, all kinds of tax expenditures we find in the system. I mentioned the exemption for farmers, the R&D incentives, etc. So there's lots of impulses to make the tax system more complex. And once you have a system with exemptions, with different differentiation in rates, etc., maybe a patent box or something, of course you get borderline thresholds, all kinds of other compartmentalization issues. It becomes complex. Then, and that's, I think, what has caused the complexity and the reaction to that complexity that Katarina, I think, was saying, let's take a break. That's the tax planning. I mean, let's face it, we had arrived at a spot about 10 to 15 years ago where the system, the international system, was gamed too much. It lost credibility. So something had to be done. And then, of course, we enter into, I'll call it the cat and mouse game between the tax regulator and the tax planning industry. And that cat and mouse game, of course, results in additional complexity. And I'm not saying that it should have been, this was unavoidable. We had reached a stage where something had to be done. So I say complexity is inevitable, and it rises also with the sophistication of the tax system and the actors in that system. So the thought that we could ever do away with complexity and have a simple world, forget it. I think where Katarina started to have to spend more energy was with BEPS. And I think BEPS is still, to me, if we look back, I think BEPS was peanuts in terms of complexity, isn't it? Compared to where we are today with the other stuff we have. So BEPS was, I wrote down here, it added complexity, but it was still comprehensible. Although with the MLI and applying tax treaties with the MLI in the background, sometimes there are some challenges. But where we entered the real complexity, I think, and where we have the real complexity is, I wrote down Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and the transfer pricing guidelines. Those are the three main areas. Now, maybe there is no point in talking about Pillar 1. anymore, but I recall, is Achim in the room here somewhere? Yeah, yes, there he is. Okay, you went all the way to the back, Achim. Yeah, so you remember, Achim, we had the IFA Congress in Mexico, what is it, 2 years or 3 years ago? I forgot, frankly. 2 years ago, yes. And I was in the panel with Achim, and Manal was virtual. And I had the privilege of commenting on the draft MLC for Pillar 1. And I went through it, and I went through it again, and it gave me enormous headache. And I called it out. I said, you, OECD, you have created a monster. It looks to me, I don't know exactly the words, but it looks to me like a joint venture contract, a US-style joint venture contract between parties that sincerely distrust each other. That was, and I think that's a prime example of complexity, and I'll address some of the points there, that drives, well, maybe if it drives it as crazy, it doesn't matter, but it becomes extremely difficult to apply. I'll have some footnotes to that. Pillar 2 has, in my mind, enormous complexity as well. I know that Achim finds it a very simple and logical system. And I know Christian finds it an incredibly simple and logical system as well. We never heard him complain about Pillar 2. The transfer pricing guidelines, we all know. So, what does that bring me to? All the actors in this ecosystem. We have, of course, the legislator or the OECD as the provider of the norms and the draft rules. We have tax administrations, we have taxpayers, and I miss that from time to time in our discussion, the judiciary. Let's not forget that at the end of the day, it is courts that apply these beautiful laws. So with all that in mind, I do think that the OECD has a role to play. So, I mean, there is an irony in all this, isn't it? I mean, I'm going to be thrown out the room for this, I think, when I'm saying this, but to me, the OECD in the last 10 years has become the king of complexity. So now the G20 asks the king of complexity to come up with simpler rules. So there we go. But I do think that the OECD has a role to play. So first of all, when you think about rules that are relevant for the corporate tax world, in the international world, start with a clear objective and a clear principle in mind. I think what we have seen, in fact, both with Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, sometimes I was asking myself the question, where is the objective? Where is the starting point? Where is the principle? And things moved as well. You remember the UTPR, that the P stood for payments and then somehow morphed into profits. So we had, I mean, start with a clear objective and principle. Simpler drafting, use plain language without too many defined terms. When I mentioned the joint venture contract, I mean, the defined terms go on for pages and pages. It makes something difficult to apply. This may sound overly simplistic, but I think it's the truth. Also, from a policy perspective, resist the temptation to deliver the perfect system or to deal with all eventualities in the system. Sometimes there has to be a bit of rough justice at the expense of equity, maybe, but don't try to be 100%, don't cover it all. This is a difficult one. Don't let lack of consensus result in ambiguity. We all know the phrases, think of the commentary to the model convention. Sometimes you read a piece of commentary, say, what does it say? You read it again and you still don't understand. And I remember from my discussions with Jacques Sasseville at the time, he says, it's very logical. There was no agreement. So then we do ambiguous language so that everyone can read in the language what he or she wishes to read in the language. So also bring this to a policy level. I think this is in the summary of the report that I think we were privy to, make simplicity and above all clarity a condition for all rulemaking. By the way, simplicity to me does not mean use of everyday language. Laws and treaties are part of the structure of society and need to be precise. I'll give you an example here. I know that there are a few representatives of the Dutch revenue authorities in our midst here, so they probably throw me out of the room if the OECD doesn't do it. But many years ago, the Dutch revenue authority decided that they would do plain language communication with the taxpayer, letters with ordinary language. So sometimes I get these letters from the Dutch Revenue Service addressed to me as a taxpayer. I read them. I have no idea what they say. I read them again. I have no idea. And by the way, 2 or 3 years ago, I was invited to do a talk for the management team of the Dutch Revenue Service, and I had just produced on my iPhone a copy of that letter, and I read it out to the entire audience there. I said, can someone explain to me what this means? And no one was able to explain to me what it meant. My point here is, I'm not criticizing, of course, this good faith effort to make things more understandable, but my point is, we are talking about a legal system here. We need preciseness and clarity, and that needs legal drafting. So it cannot be everyday language. We have to keep that in mind, but it can be clear. And then something that has truly bothered me, I will say, with especially the Pillar 1 project. I'll make my statement first here. Keep the end user in mind and the rule of law in each country. When, in fact, both on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, I had a conversation with a justice in the Dutch Supreme Court at the time of adoption of the Pillar 2 legislation in the Netherlands. And I asked the justice, what are you going to do when you get a Pillar 2 case in front of you? He said, I have no idea. I have no idea. It's going to be really challenging. And then I had a conversation with Achim probably at some point on the same, and he said, it doesn't matter. The tax administrations will sort it out amongst themselves. Or maybe in the context of Pillar 1, you have the lead tax administration, and then of course a panel. But that leaves out the judiciary. We're all operating under the rule of law. So I don't think you can just say, here we have the lead tax administration and the panel looked at it. Therefore, all the 65 countries that get a piece of the pie should say yes and just accept that as the outcome, basically eliminating the local appeal system and the court system from the whole process. Maybe that's the only possible outcome if you have such a, but I think there is tension with the constitutionality and with the role of courts in a country. So it's important to keep that in mind. And I think also when we start to or think further about simplification, we should not forget that courts have an important role to play. I'll stop here, almost stop here. One final remark, and that's be realistic. Simplicity will not be high on the political agenda. I was really, I'll repeat that, impressed with India. The politics and the bureaucracy came together. Those were the words, I think, of the chairman. That's so important. And when we did a little preparation, I said, some of the things are easy to grasp for the politicians. If you start with, an overall notion, and I mentioned the example, who is against world peace? Of course, everyone will say, I'm in favor of world peace. Who is against, counteracting or fighting tax avoidance by multinationals? Of course, as an abstract, that's very appealing to politicians. But now the message is, let's do a big effort to simplify and clarify the international tax system. The politicians will fall asleep. So somehow, and without the support of the politicians, this is not going to happen. So somehow, through this effort, you have to find the key to getting proper attention and support from the politicians. Because at the end of the day, all these rules that you come up with have to go through national parliaments and have to be implemented. And then there is always the budgetary side of a legislative proposal. And if that, if there is a simplification rule and it says this may cost us X euros, it's dead on arrival. So with that, I stop. Hopefully, Melissa.
Melissa, if I may react
please,
to
yes,
Steph.
please do come in. Yes.
Actually, how we did it is actually important. So in my country, if you do legislation, we have a tax legislation division within the finance ministry. So that prepares the text, and as per the policy note, it gives to the law ministry, who then draft the bill, which goes to the parliament. So if we had followed that system, then we would not have been able to do it in 6 months. So we innovated. We decentralized the whole system of drafting the tax law, and we distributed it among around 26 teams across the country. We gave them the remit. This is the remit, no policy change. You simplify the language. Look at the Australian example. Look at the UK example. Australia has included guidelines also into the tax law. Don't do it, because if you go into guidelines, if you go into policy, we will not be able to finish it in 6 months. So those teams, they were parceled out different parts of the legislation, and they were given strict timelines. When we received the draft from the drafting teams, we gave it to review teams, equal in number. They reviewed each and every part of it, and then we brought them down to Delhi. You sit together and you see where it is consistent with the old law, because we were not changing the law. We were simply changing the language, and after changing the language, we were streamlining the content of this section so that it is now readable and has a logical flow. We remove all the provisos, etc. So after that, we gave it to the tax legislation division within the ministry, who then again scrutinized it and gave it to the law ministry. Then we had to do a second level of innovation, because law ministry teams are also small. So we brought down the tax legislation division team, our own drafting teams, and they all sat together with the law ministry team so that the draft bill could be prepared, because whenever they had a query, there was a person to answer that we brought this word because of this reason. If it is not applicable, if it is not useful, then we could change it there and then. So TPL division is also there, the drafting team is also there, and the actual bill drafting team of the law ministry, they are also there. That's how we did it. And the matter would have ended 20 years back at this place, but didn't happen, because our whole income tax system is now online on the income tax business application. So because we have changed all the provisions, we have changed the numbering, we have streamlined the sections, now everything on the ITBA platform has to be changed. So we are now rewriting the business rules for each and every section, because our filings are online. Taxpayers do the compliance on an electronic filing system. So everything has to change. So we have got the opportunity to improve upon the old existing forms and make it more user-friendly so that compliance is easy. That opportunity we are having, and we are doing it. Similarly, we are now simplifying the subordinate legislation also. So that is also getting changed. So what started as a simplification exercise within 6 months is actually a difficult exercise within 1 year. That's my view. So what are the practical aspects for other countries? If you have a short time span, go for language simplification. If you have a long time span, go for wholehearted tax reform, but you will not be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think that's very wise advice, and also the reality of the challenge of the task. I'll just say a few words and wrap up, and then it'll be lunchtime. But I think what Steph shared, that anecdote at the start of being hauled in to see the Secretary of Agriculture, I think that's such a classic example that then of how challenging this is, and that's in the context of one set of domestic stakeholders. And you mentioned the pillars, and I think that's it's such an interesting and important case study of what drives the challenges in these areas. And so, for example, if you think about amount A, And it really brings together all of the different drivers of complexity. There was a time pressure. There was a political imperative to act because of the challenge of not having rules that reflected a changed reality. You then had to negotiate that with 140 plus different jurisdictions, all with their own domestic stakeholders, all with their own legal systems, all with their own diverse economies, all with their different views of things, when recognizing that a project on allocation of taxing rights is probably the most complex conversation that you can have. At the same time, we're dealing with the most complex taxpayers, the biggest taxpayers, the most complex taxpayers in the entire world, and trying to balance those considerations of how do you keep integrity measures, like you said, making sure that we don't get to a place where the rules are untenable and being gamed. And how do you make that work with the interplay with many different domestic systems? And that means having the detail up front so that we could have a coordinated set of rules that everybody understood and could apply in the same way. And so it was at the same time trying to balance issues like how do we achieve different policy goals and have rough justice, but also have fairness, and all of those things being in tension at the same time. And the dispute resolution piece, because given the enormity of the task of having a binding set of rules that would apply and get you to the same number in 140 plus different countries, and the innovation that we did on the dispute resolution, where we were balancing the ability for domestic legal systems and audits to operate, but also have a multilateral outcome where if the taxpayer wanted that binding outcome and wanted to avoid the risk of being audited 50, 100, 150 times on the same issue over and over again, it meant having to build something quite innovative on the dispute resolution side. And so it's a really interesting case, and I think it did allow us to learn so much about what are the challenges of complexity in this area of tax, and what's realistic to do, and how do we bring all of those issues that are in tension, how do we bring it together in something that's going to not only deliver an outcome that was intended, but also avoid disputes and provide certainty. And Pillar 2, I think, is another great example where we've learned so much. And it's a great example of needing that detail to be able to get to a precise outcome, because I think it would have been easier, and probably the drafting team on Pillar 2 would look much more rested at the moment if we'd written a rule that said all multinationals pay 15% in every jurisdiction you operate. Full stop. We're done. Imagine the complexity that would have caused if that had been the end of the project. And so it's one of these, it's a really interesting case study in terms of what are the different drivers of complexity. And if you accept that having a coordinated solution is better than having a fragmented solution, then it's going to come with detail, and it's going to come with negotiations in a multilateral process, and it's going to require adapting the rules and innovating to make sure it can work the same way in many different jurisdictions. So it is a challenging task, and I think one that needs to balance a lot of different considerations, which, as anybody knows, balancing all of those things is not easy, and then I think magnified in many ways when we're dealing with the most challenging issues in multilateral tax cooperation. I think then one point that Steph made there at the end about keeping the end user in mind is really helpful, and that's sort of, I think, the heart of what we've tried to do in writing this report, and the ideas that we have for how we could take this forward. And that's about how can we be more conscious and more proactive in the way that we design our solutions to take the experiences and needs and realities of taxpayers in mind and tax administrations in mind at the very beginning, so that the outputs we come up with are easier to apply, easier to understand in practice. And so this report to the G20 will be released in the next week or two. And it is intended to be a base for further input and consultation, because I think, as this conversation has showed, simplification is not easy, and there's a lot of things to balance and keep in mind. And there's also a need to be able to acknowledge some of the reasons we have complexity, and they may be good and productive reasons, but also acknowledge that there are areas where we can do more. And so it's certainly something we want to consult further on. But just to give you a little bit of a taste of how we've tried to think about keeping the end user in mind and being more proactive in having the discipline of talking about and evaluating simplicity upfront. Some of the things that we've thought about that you'll see in the report are how do we do better at evaluating the costs of change compared to the benefits of the change from the outset? And how do we do better at having early and wide consultations to spot unnecessary complexities early, and if we have to change position? And how do we improve our drafting, exactly as the panelists have picked up, that the drafting is so important. So for example, can we have a separate team that stands back and looks at the drafting and says, well, how does this work? I haven't quite understood this. And how do we bring that together better? Looking at things like how could we have more disciplines, such as looking at the interactions or the duplications in rules, and how might we do rationalization processes? How can we, in our policy work, how can we have simplicity as one of, and I say one of, the policy goals in mind, because it can only be one of them, recognizing that we need to also make sure policy objectives are achieved, we're managing integrity risks at the same time. But how can we have at least simplicity more upfront in our minds as one of our goals? And how do we do better at more explicitly articulating those trade-offs between the different policy goals? We've also thought about how you might leverage technology, and how might we do things like programmable rules and more objective rules, taking into account the abilities, particularly of large taxpayers, to be able to leverage technology. And could we bring that knowledge up front into the rule design itself? As well as other ways that we can take more into account taxpayer and tax administration realities, particularly in the considering the needs of low capacity countries. So that gives you a bit of a taste of what hopefully you'll look forward to reading in the report. But I think that what we've tried to do is really draw out all of these challenging and nuanced issues around simplification in a way that we can make a practical change, but also one that's realistic and does balance all of these considerations. So with that, let me thank very much the panel and the audience, and we look forward to working on this with you together. So thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everybody, from a, well, not quite the usual OECD long lunch, but hopefully you're still coming back prepared for an afternoon of more certainty. So just a few words before I ask my colleagues on the panel to introduce themselves. We've heard a lot this morning about the importance of APAs and MAP in providing certainty to business, and we've got more of that to come in the afternoon, particularly with the all-important Oscars of the tax certainty world, with the MAP awards. But tax administrations also have a really important role in terms of providing certainty to taxpayers and preventing disputes in other ways, either through particular tools that they offer, such as cooperative compliance, or we've heard mention of ICAP several times this morning, but also through just how they operate to create an environment that allows for greater certainty and allows for conversations to anticipate and to prevent disputes arising. So that can either be through the issuance of guidance, through safe harbors, it can be through how a tax administration engages with its taxpayers and builds the relationship of understanding, and also how
it's structured internally to ensure that adjustments aren't made that aren't necessary and that will ultimately end up being reversed when the inevitable map comes around. And a lot of these topics, I think, will, for those of you that were paying attention and taking photos, were, I think, featured in one of Akim's slides earlier in that big block of blue options in the middle. And if only I'd seen that slide in advance, I could have pinched it. But so now I'm just gonna, so that's the theme for this panel, and just gonna very quickly invite my esteemed colleagues to say a few words to introduce themselves. So perhaps if we can start with my right and then work down the table.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to this panel. So Laurence Brochet, I'm Vice Chair at BIAC. I'm in charge of the Tax Certainty Group at BIAC as well. And I am also the head of tax of Dassault Systèmes, French large group, multinational. And we do 3D software. We don't do planes. We're part of the same family, but we are actually helping to design, simulate, etc. Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Simon Helmers. I'm an Assistant Commissioner at the Australian Taxation Office in our International Division. I'm also currently, for another 3 hours, Australia's permanent delegate to the OECD, and so engaged in quite a number of different forums across the CTPA work program. And I didn't want to finish up my tenure here without attending one more Tax Certainty Day. So thanks for having me.
I'm Alistair Pepper. I'm a Managing Director with the KPMG in the Transfer Pricing Group. And I'm glad that I'm esteemed now.
Good afternoon. My name is Hans Rijsbergen. I'm a strategy advisor within the Netherlands Tax Administration Large Business. I'm a delegate in the Large Business and International Program, and also a member of the steering group of ICAP.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I think as things were progressing this morning and getting slightly later and later, I was beginning to get worried that we might actually lose Simon if we got delayed too much, depending on what time zone you're working on in terms of when you finish your role. So before starting the panel discussion, there was a conversation on this topic around tax administration practices to promote certainty at the last Tax Certainty Day, which was held as part of the FTA plenary in Athens last November. And following that, we held 2 surveys, one of them for tax administrations and competent authorities, and one for business and advisors, to try and capture some evidence or some views around how practices are operating currently and what work we could do within the FTA to promote the positive practices that we see. And so before I ask my colleagues on the panel to speak, just want to go through a few of the initial findings from those surveys. So first of all, on this slide, we've just included a sentence from the outcome statement from last year, where commissioners said that delivering tax certainty is essential for effective tax administration, and wherever possible, measures for early tax dispute prevention should be followed, reducing the need to rely on dispute resolution. And I do promise that after this slide, I'm not just going to be reading out my slides. But fairly obvious question, but as part of the survey, we did invite comments from people on this, and I think it's unsurprising to say that there was very strong support for this statement from business. All the quotes on these slides are taken directly from the survey responses, and where there's highlightings and underlinings, that's taken from the responses. It's not been added by the Secretariat. So particular comments to support this. Prioritising early dispute prevention not only strengthens the effectiveness of tax administration, but also delivers tangible benefits to taxpayers and the broader economy. It's a forward-looking approach that supports compliance, reduces costs, and builds a foundation of trust and certainty. and then also an encouragement for further work that now is a timely opportunity to assess the current position and what still needs to be done to maximise the benefits of a dispute prevention-led approach. So I think we had a clear call both from our commissioners at the plenary and then from the users of tax certainty, the business community, that this is an important work that we need to go forward. So for comparison, we asked tax administrations for their views as to where they saw their current emphasis in terms of the focus on dispute prevention versus dispute resolution, and also how they saw this as changing in the immediate future in the next few years. Now, none of this is saying that any tax administration is focused entirely on prevention or resolution. They're both essential mechanisms for administration, but where they saw the particular focus and the emphasis of their work. And the current position is on the left, where we see that 13 tax administrations said that while also considering dispute prevention, their focus was mainly on the prevention of disputes. We had 25 responses that said there was a roughly equal focus, and 4 tax administrations responded that they see their focus currently as mainly being on the resolution of disputes once they've arisen. Now, comparing that to the right-hand side of the slide and how tax administrations expect that to change in future, going to the right-hand side, we see that the number of tax administrations that expect to be focusing mainly on the resolution of disputes rather than prevention has fallen from 4 down to 0. Those that expect there to be a roughly equal balance has also fallen from 25 to 20. And those where they see the main focus of their work in future being preventing disputes arising rather than resolving them has increased from 13 to 20. Those numbers don't quite add up because there were 2 responses, one who said that currently they weren't sufficiently clear to provide a response, and one, I think, just forgot to tick a box. But we see that similar to what we saw from the plenary and from business, that there is a shift, at least in what people are expecting to happen in the future. And we will see if we ask a similar question in a couple of years, how that's reflected. We also asked for comments on current tax administration practices to promote certainty and to avoid disputes. And I've just included slides on 4 of those just to highlight some of the topics that MNEs particularly felt were positive. Remembering this is moving away from the space of the big picture deals of the APAs and into other tax administration practices that sit alongside that. So first of all, there was strong support for tax administrations that provide MNEs with dedicated points of contact or relationship managers that get to know their business and engage with them and support them through the journey for the different tools and the different areas of their tax administration. I'll leave you to read all of the quotes as you wish. It was also noted that for these practices to work, the relationship manager should be somebody of sufficient seniority and also given the time and the resources to undertake this role effectively, and also to remain in the role long enough to build that relationship and to have an effect. So a relatively junior member of staff or somebody that changes role quickly would not necessarily be effective in that role. Secondly, there was support from the majority of responses to cooperative compliance frameworks in all of their various forms, though there were a number of comments that for these regimes to work, the benefits of participating and the expectations on a group that participate need to be clear upfront and also relatively balanced. So tax administration, some MNEs getting benefit from the programme in proportion to the amount of input that they input. Third, ICAP, that we've heard mentioned a few times today, also received positive comments in surveys, both from companies that have participated in the programme, but also the others that were looking at this as an external commentator. There were room for improvements noted in responses, in particular concerning the level of resource required from a company that's participating in the programme, given that you don't get the kind of legal certainty that you would get from an APA. But there was generally encouragement from responses to see how the programme could be adapted to make it more attractive, and I think general support for the role for this kind of programme within the suite of tax certainty tools. And I'll be asking, as a warning, I'll be asking my colleagues for their views on this in a moment. And then finally, there was also support for tax administrations that undertake a review of a group's tax control framework, where as a result that has an effect of them being able to reduce the work that is done in audit. And I think this is also noting that there may be some groups and business models that lend themselves more to this kind of programme and some that do not, particularly groups which have relatively consistent systems and transactions may be particularly suitable for a control review according to survey results. So as we also heard this morning, I think nobody will comment in the abstract that certainty is a bad thing, but there has been difficulty in articulating the specific benefits that come from early certainty that can make it hard for tax administrations to build the business case and to justify changes and the resources that are needed to implement new programs. And so we sought feedback both from tax administrations, but particularly from business, about where they see the benefits of early certainty. First of all, looking at the benefits to the M&Es themselves, things which were highlighted in survey responses included the ability for improved planning and forecasting, facilitating informed decision-making, the reduced impact on their financial statements, avoiding the need to book provisions, the reduced tax risk, reduction in the number of disputes, the cost savings as they avoid prolonged discussions and the need for litigation, and then enhanced investor confidence. Moving also to the benefits for tax administrations that I think can be harder to articulate compared with, say, an audit adjustment or a MAP where there is a defined monetary value attributed to the outcome. Benefits suggested included a more efficient resource allocation, so cost reductions for tax administrations, increased voluntary compliance by groups if they are more engaged in understanding what is expected from them upfront, improved taxpayer service, particularly I think for those who see this as part of the role of the tax administration, and then maybe the flip side to those benefits that were seen by the M&Es in terms of the attractiveness of a jurisdiction to investors, and then related to that, an enhanced reputation for jurisdictions among the business community. And then finally, we also asked for practical outputs that the FTA could work towards to bring some of these benefits to fruition, and these are included on this slide. It was suggested that we could work together, tax administrations and business, to identify good practices and also areas for improvement, recognising that not all jurisdictions are in the same places, the development of handbooks and websites, particularly on individual tools, but also on how all of these fit together with APAs, with MAP, with joint audit to provide a holistic framework for certainty and capacity building. Workshops, meetings with yourselves. We have the roundtables roughly halfway through the year, balanced out with tax certainty day, but more opportunities to get together and share views. And then opportunities to have greater focus on controls-based approaches, on multilateral initiatives such as ICAP, And then again, that all-important question about how we can articulate the benefits of certainty. So that was a very quick summary of some of the outcomes from the surveys. You will also see those feeding their way into other outputs from the FTA's work over the coming months. But now, to save my voice a little bit and to ask some of my colleagues on stage to do some of the talking. First of all, I'd like to start with a question directed to, I think, to Hans and to Simon, our tax administration colleagues. The survey responses that we've seen, I think, show clear support both from tax administrations and business for reducing the need for dispute resolution and addressing issues earlier, both through tools for certainty and also for ways of working within a tax administration. Could you just say a few words to explain how this aligns with what you've been seeing in practice, and also in terms of how your tax administration has responded to that? And are there any gaps that you see in terms of current approaches? Thank you. Perhaps Hans to begin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Well, the first thing that I want to do is to make a short description on the way in which we work. And the first thing I'm going to say is that we reformulated our mission a few months ago and made it to make it easy for large business to meet their tax obligations in one go. So that's ambitious, I think, and that requires working in real time where possible and appropriate. And tax certainty and dispute prevention are integral parts of that approach. What we do is we build what we call a customer compliance profile with the elements of transparency that we perceive from the customer. The tax strategy is important, and also the level of maturity of the tax control framework. So we looking at well, let's call it the environment or the ecosystem. It starts, of course, with the legislation. But that's not what I'm going to talk about. But we have to translate the legislation into a practical approach. So what we do is we give guidance on transfer pricing. We have anonymized summaries of international rulings, legal positions taken by our knowledge groups. But also practical guidance in the form of a guide for supervision of large business in the Netherlands, a guide with good practices for tax control frameworks, which, by the way, we developed together with specialists from the NOB, that's the Association of Tax Advisors. In our standard package, we also have individual customer management. So this is a single point of contact, a dedicated account team, with TP expertise if needed. And also important, auditors are part of that team. So the audit function and the compliance function are combined in the Netherlands. And we try to risk assess our biggest clients on the level of key risks. And there's a difficult definition of that. But let's keep it at the largest and most material risks. That's what we want to have in our risk assessment. That's the domestic part of our work. When it comes to the more international part of our work, we have designated contacts for potential foreign investors. And we invested a lot in our APA teams, Pillar 2 team, and we expanded our MAP team. So that's the standard package that we offer. Now I'm coming to the optional package, where taxpayers can choose to make use of. And the first thing I want to mention is preliminary consultations leading to rulings, to domestic certainty, if I might call it that. We have APAs, international certainty, cooperative compliance. We are participating in ICAP and ETACA. And now I'm coming to a point that I want to make, because we have the impression that business is not using the optional package as much as we expect them to use it. And there could be some explanations for. For instance, is there a shift in risk appetite within businesses? We've seen in the Netherlands many businesses underscribe a tax governance code voluntarily. Is it a move from planning to compliance driven by complexity, administrative burden? I'm thinking about Pillar 2, but also corporate sustainability reporting could be a driver there. And is the standard package or the service level that we are offering in the Netherlands maybe already that high that there's not so much need anymore for the extras like ICAP, like cooperative compliance? Coming to my point, I am wondering if we as tax administration should develop more tools, improve tools. I think we first will have to have a conversation with business and advisory on the level of certainty that we want to achieve.
Thank you very much, Hans. And I think it's an interesting observation, kind of, as you say, we have the ecosystem, so not just the tax administration tools that we're describing, but also then the legislative environment that you're working in, and I guess the wider aspects of a particular jurisdiction that all need to be taken into account. And it may be interesting, I think, as we have this conversation to see, and by conversation I mean over the coming months, also how jurisdictions may need different combinations of these tools, because as you say, there may be some places where these optional tools will be a high demand given the broader environment, whereas in others maybe they may or may not be needed. And I guess that's part of the conversation that we'll be having with business to understand that's the case. Simon, on the Australian perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I think from my perspective, it feels like the only thing that there's always absolute certainty on is that people want more certainty. And we see that obviously reflected in the survey results. I would have been shocked if the survey results suggested anything otherwise. And that's not at all a bad thing or a criticism. Wanting more certainty is an obvious reaction to a complex global tax ecosystem. We certainly see that play out in Australia. Our APA program, for example, over recent years has graduated away from a preference towards unilateral APAs, and that's been replaced by a preference towards more bilateral APAs. So clearly taxpayers are recognizing that need for bilateral certainty is becoming increasingly important. We saw it earlier when the discussion was taking place around India's experience with expanding their APA program. There was clearly enormous pent-up demand for that type of certainty product within that region. And as a result, they've had a fantastic experience at rolling out an expanded APA program throughout their population. And it's not just taxpayers that are clearly craving greater certainty or mechanisms to avoid disputes. We know tax administrations and jurisdictions seek that as well. Indeed, it feels like every discussion these days in a multilateral setting about reforms or new policies quickly leads to a discussion around, well, how will we provide certainty against these new frameworks? And that's, again, not a bad thing. We heard earlier around how there is increasing complexity and that's creating challenges. And so responding to that via a very proactive effort to try to find mechanisms to provide certainty is a good thing. We heard earlier about the monster of an amount AMLC. A lot of that MLC was dedicated to the tax certainty procedures that would assist taxpayers and tax administrators in governing that brave new world. And putting aside whether or not a series of panel arrangements is the best way to provide that certainty, it undeniably demonstrates that tax administrations and jurisdictions recognize how critical this issue is and recognize the need to try to be innovative in finding ways to address it. We can't audit our way to success, and that's something that we talk a lot about in Australia. It is not a sustainable solution. We don't have the resources to do it, and even if we did, it would not be a particularly effective way of achieving sustainable compliance. The goal has to be to find ways to work cooperatively with taxpayers to achieve voluntary and sustainable compliance on an ongoing basis. And there's a lot of work that's occurring both at a domestic level within jurisdictions and at a multilateral level. And we've heard about that already this morning through some of the new areas that are being explored to try to find new ways to provide that certainty and to prevent disputes arising rather than just focusing on the best mechanisms of resolving them after they occur. In Australia, we've invested quite heavily in our guidance offering. Of course, nothing particularly new or novel about providing guidance to the market in a tax context, but we've tried to be as innovative as we can. We've produced guidance material in the form of what we call practical compliance guidelines. Those seek to set out what we consider to be risk parameters to help taxpayers self-assess their likelihood of being subject to compliance activity in response to their return. They set out low, medium, high risk zones against core issues or critical issues, typically in the transfer pricing space. We've also published taxpayer alerts, which serve as, I guess, an early warning sign to the market where we see new or emerging risks that are have the potential to proliferate across the market. And we seek to get out there early, not to necessarily provide a definitive view on how we think the law should apply to those risks, but to flag to the market that we have concerns and it is something they should expect to be scrutinized. And again, all of those serve to provide alternate means of providing certainty through what's otherwise a fairly traditional mechanism of public guidance. On the engagement front, Australia is somewhat unique. Our corporate tax base is highly concentrated. The top 10 taxpayers in the corporate landscape pay roughly a quarter of all corporate income tax, and the top 100 pay about half. And that concentration affords us, I guess, the opportunity to engage with our market in a much more direct way and achieve assurance across that market by doing so without the need to rely on, I guess, one-to-many engagement for those very significant taxpayers. And so for our largest taxpayers, we do operate a direct client relationship model, similar to what Mark presented on the slides before. It's obviously a resource-intensive investment, but it's something that we know our taxpayers appreciate in that market, and it's something that certainly assists us to obtain that level of assurance across what's otherwise a very significant taxpayer population for the economy as a whole. We also have our Justified Trust Assurance Program, and so this is our mechanism by which we engage with taxpayers on a proactive basis, on a rolling basis, to assess their level of compliance and to provide a risk rating or an assurance rating, I should say, looking at typically 4 areas of focus. Their tax governance framework, do we understand it? Is it consistent with what we consider to be best practice? Is there existence of any arrangements of concern that we have otherwise flagged to the market, or are they operating, for instance, in the high risk zones in any of our practical compliance guidelines? Do we understand any of their new or significant transactions that have been entered into? Do we understand the tax consequences of those transactions? And do we understand the difference between tax and accounting results? And so that program's been rolling out now for, I think it's about 7 years. And by and large, it's been quite effective. We know it works. The tax gap in Australia for the large market sits at about 3.7% after we've conducted our compliance activities, and about 6% before any compliance activity is undertaken. And so that means that of all the tax that is collected, we estimate that there is about 3.5% that should be paid that isn't paid. And if you remove our compliance activities from the equation, that number goes up to 6%. That is a globally low gap, small gap by global standards. And it does reflect generally the high level of certainty that exists within the Australian market with regards to their compliance obligations and their tax obligations. And of all the tax that is paid by corporate taxpayers in Australia, only about 4% comes from compliance activity. So we have that very high level of compliance as represented in our gap. And of all that revenue that's flowing in, only 4% is through active compliance. The remainder comes in through what is largely voluntary compliance, or I guess voluntary knowing that the tax administration is there and would otherwise do something about it. And so again, that points to probably quite a high level of certainty and confidence from taxpayer population across Australia. With our justified trust results, year on year, we see the number of taxpayers achieving medium and high assurance increasing. And in the most recent published results, roughly 80% of all taxpayers that work through that program are achieving at least a medium or high level of assurance. And we see that then translated through into how we engage with those taxpayers. Taxpayers that do achieve a high level or a medium level assurance, or our top 100 taxpayers, are less likely to engage with us for subsequent private rulings or private advice, on the assumption that they have a good understanding around how their compliance is perceived, and they're confident that the assurance program that they've worked through is providing them the certainty they need. Where those taxpayers do come in for a private ruling, for whatever reason, they are significantly more likely to get a positive outcome or a favorable outcome from that engagement than taxpayers that have not gone through that assurance system with us. And so again, pointing to the significant value that that's providing the market in delivering on that quest for greater certainty. In terms of gaps, of course, there will always be gaps. There's probably just two I would point to. One, Hans already touched on, which is that we do have all these products. As I just touched on, we have our assurance products in Australia. We have the more traditional products like APAs and MAP. We have the slightly more innovative ones like ICAP. But there are gaps in those offerings. There are still taxpayers that don't quite feel like the offering, the suite of products that's available quite fits their needs. APAs take either too long, ICAPs don't provide enough certainty, MAP only occurs after the event, audits are obviously unpleasant. And so trying to find a way that we can satisfy all the demand that exists in the market for certainty via new and innovative approaches is a constant challenge. I think it will always be a constant challenge, but it is pleasing that there's so much attention being placed on that in this forum, in the OECD, and in every jurisdiction as well. I'd say the other gap is an unavoidable one. There will always be disputes. There will always be a category of taxpayer for whom early certainty does not quite provide them what they want. Our goal is to ensure that no one is inadvertently ending up in a dispute. We don't want a taxpayer wondering how it was that they ended up in audit. In the ideal world, a taxpayer knows our view on an issue, they know their view on an issue, they know whether or not they are compliant with it. And if they choose to be non-compliant with our perspective, they're doing so consciously and deliberately, knowing that it will likely lead to a subsequent engagement, a subsequent audit or review. But at least then they're doing so through on their own account. That's the ambition, but of course there is still, I guess, a gap there in terms of the desire for complete certainty. And I'll pause there. I probably talked well longer than I was supposed to.
Thank you. And again, I suppose a similar experience between Australia and the Netherlands in terms of those different layers of engagement through what Hans described as the standard package, where you have the guidance, you've got the general ways of operating, and then the options and where certainty is requested. And it's interesting hearing Australia's very high level of compliance. And as we continue with this work, it would be interesting to understand, not for Australia, but generally, the extent to which that basic package, the guidance, the greater clarity, has also driven that compliance. Because I think some of that compliance is kind of baked into the number, because some of those operations and the general environment for certainty is feeding into that initial filing position. Whereas, you know, and I think that's part of the work that we need to understand how we can articulate that benefit. And also, I think, highlighting a challenge which we're going to have in this work stream, and as we talked this morning about simplicity, I think that the OECD has long pushed that tax certainty should be being provided earlier in the process, and it should be being provided in a bilateral or a multilateral setting rather than unilaterally. And I think that does, you're right, tends to bring a level of complexity, and we see that. I think we saw that in the pillars as Steph mentioned this morning. And as just to say, for a call of sympathy, as the individual that actually had to write the tax certainty aspects of Amount A, I have a lot more grey in my beard now than I did when I started that exercise. But it is important that we work for simplicity as well as certainty, and I think we'll be up for that challenge. Now, moving on to, I think, Laurence and Alistair. You know, we know that bilateral and multilateral APAs are hugely important in terms of providing certainty. But beyond those programs, could you give us both your experience as a head of tax and through business at OECD, and then as an advisor, around some of the approaches you've seen, you've encountered, used by tax administrations to provide certainty that have been particularly successful or welcome to your members, to your clients?
Right, yes, I would like to share my experience on, obviously, ICAP. You know, I'm a great defender of ICAP, but first of all, I would like to talk about cooperative compliance program, because we have a very effective one on the French side. So cooperative compliance program, you discuss with your tax authorities, it's engaging on a very constructive dialogue, it's made on a transparent manner, and you discuss contemporaneous topics. It can vary from your tax position, it can be a compliance topic, you can also regularize some topics that you found that were not correct. And it does create mutual trust between you and your tax authorities. And then it will help you also to secure your tax position. And when you have a tax audit, then you can show that this has been already reviewed. So it does save times for both parties. So we are in the French trustworthy relationship that we call relation de confiance. And this is indeed very effective. So we have one person who is allocated to our file when we discuss with him on a regular basis during the year on topics of the year, but you can also regularize topics that might happen on that year, and that can also go back on the past on years which have not been audited. That will help you as well to reduce penalties and late interest to do it that way. And that because you have one point of contact, that person will make the link within the tax administration with the other services. So you won't have to do it yourself. So this will also save your time finding the right person on the other side. And that person as well will help you to defend your position. I mean, obviously, you would have to agree on what is the best way forward, but that person will also help you. So this is very efficient. That program in France has been going on for at least 4 or 5 years. It's been working very well. They've started one over 10 years ago. It didn't work very well, but they relaunched it. And now it's extremely effective. It's really working. I think all my peers in France are really appreciating it, and it's working well. So I know that there are some existing as well in the UK, Netherlands, Australia. Maybe we can talk about it later on. I'm not sure they are so effective as the French one, but I hope they are. But anyway, the French one is working very well. We'd like to have that in Germany, for example. That would be great. Another thing that France is doing, which is interesting, which is that we can get a warranty as well. When you have a tax audit, you can obtain a warranty at the end of the audit on a topic that was reviewed, but which does not lead to any reassessment. And that would be written in the reassessment notice, or if there's no reassessment, in the no reassessment notice. And that would secure the position for the next audit as well. So you could have a warranty on the method of calculation. For example, it could be a point of a tax position as well. It can be really anything, but that is also an interesting tool that the French tax authorities are using. And then ICAP, yes, so we participated to ICAP now, that's 4 years ago, but I am a defender of it. So indeed, ICAP is not legally binding. That's something which is, a topic, a recurrent topic on it, but ICAP, it does give you a high level of assurance with the tax authorities. It involves several tax authorities at the same times, and they would review all the same topics, and that would secure you for further tax audits, even though if you come to a low assessment risk that is provided to you through a letter. But when you actually provide that document during a tax audit, they are not supposed to audit what has been reviewed and what has been provided with a low risk assessment. So that is one of the key and interesting element of ICAP. So that's my experience.
Thank you very much, Laurence. Interesting to explore in future how France got it so right the second time. And
well, the good thing as well is that if you talk about ICAP, you know, that's why we keep going on about ICAP, because maybe it's not taking up now, but it might be later on.
And I will come back to you on that. So in the interest of time, just move on. And Alistair, what are we getting right?
Well, I want to pick up some of the things that Simon mentioned. So I think it's interesting that bilateral APAs are the thing that he is seeing that people want. And I think when you think about transfer pricing, that makes sense because there are two sides of the transaction. So when you have, you know, an audit in one country, that has implications for the other side of the transaction. And I think, you know, the consequence of the first BEPS project is there are now going to be many more, if not most, transactions where there are tax on both sides. And so there are two tax implications. And I think that's interesting when you start thinking about transfer pricing guidance, because in general, you know, transfer pricing guidance or transfer pricing safe harbors, those are things that you hear taxpayers say we want more guidance because we want more certainty. And I think that's something that kind of we can all agree with. That seems to make sense. But what's interesting when you think about transfer pricing is if I provide guidance in one country that says I want a return of X, that has a consequence in another country, because if the other country has a different view, then the country that's provided certainty by saying I want X, well, actually, you may not have certainty on the other side because the other country may take a different view. And that's where you kind of end up in conflict in transfer pricing. And so when we think about transfer pricing safe harbors or transfer pricing guidance, for them to be effective at providing businesses with certainty, they need to be addressing a transfer pricing risk in the country that is providing the certainty. Because if they don't do that, they're just creating uncertainty on the other side of the transaction. And I think the other thing that's interesting when you think about that is you need clarity on where the numbers are coming from. Because again, that's a way that you can actually provide certainty both to the business, the taxpayer in your country, but also to the counterparty jurisdiction that you think that an appropriate return is X. And actually, this is the justification for it. This is why we've come up with that number being right. And so I think that's really important when you think about transfer pricing guidance. And then it was really interesting when we went out to our KPMG member firms as part of a survey about what do they think we should do to provide better certainty. There were a number that said we wanted more guidance. Those were typically countries where there wasn't much guidance. And where countries had guidance, they said, well, in principle, we think guidance is good. It provides certainty about what tax administrations think they want. But actually, the challenge that we've got is that creates uncertainty in the counterparty jurisdiction because we're not sure those numbers are going to be acceptable. And so I think that kind of speaks to the benefit of bilateral or multilateral safe harbors and guidance, specifically in a transfer pricing context, because there were always two sides.
Thank you very much. And almost feels like an area where we should be doing some work, Alistair. So moving on again in the interest of time, and it's been mentioned a few times today, and it is a pet project of mine is ICAP, and I can't have a tax certainty day go without having some conversation on the programme. So sticking with our business colleagues initially, recognising that ICAP is something which I think, noting that there have been comments both ways, but in general, the MNEs that have gone through the programme have been very supportive of, and a number of them have gone through the programme twice. It was successful, and they went back through a second time, but it hasn't kind of caught the interest of the business community as a whole, and had perhaps the level of demand that we would have expected when this was launched. What do you feel? And I'll move to Laurence first, and then back to Alistair. What do you think? Noting that it's not an APA, and so we do have smaller documentation requirements and other requirements, and that is correlative to the level of certainty that's required, that's provided. But how do you think we could improve the programme to make it more attractive in your experience?
I think we can summarize in 3 areas main concerns that are coming up when we discussed with people who would like to go into ICAP and maybe who are not. First one is non-binding. Second one is resource incentive. And the third one is that it's not enough globally recognized. So I think we need to continue to promote it, that's for sure, advertise it across countries, carry on publishing data and testimonies of the one we've done the ICAP. Clarify as well interaction with APAs and maps to understand what could go in APAs, what could go in ICAP. I strongly believe that we could reduce the APAs and having some topics going into ICAP, such as, for example, agreeing on benchmarks, reviewing benchmarks. That I think is giving rise to a lot of APAs. Request for APAs and map topics as well. Encourage also tax authorities to commit not to reopen the years that have been reviewed. So no tax audits when the topics has been reviewed. Allow also partial participation on segmented businesses. I think that's very important as well, because in ICAP, you're kind of asked to put as much as you can on the table. So maybe segment it a bit more to allow to review maybe some transactions and not all of them. And that could be a good way to a good start, because you could put more transaction on the table afterwards, or you can ask for another ICAP for other transaction if you can realize that it's working well. So maybe doing it more in stages. Streamline the processes. I know that the OECD is working a lot on that, on after the 2 pilots, on all the elements which were coming up as what needs to be changed. But indeed, reduce the administrative burden, work more on templates, formatted applications, etc. Because as it is short, it's resource intensive. So consequently, if we have something a bit more standardized, that would help to deal with the ICAP. And then indeed expand the network of participating countries, jurisdictions, and notably in emerging countries. There's a lot of requests of why is this country not included in the ICAP? I'm not going to give names because that's not the point, but emerging countries would be very welcome. And also when you have new countries getting into the OECD, that could be a way to push them to introduce ICAP as well, you know, as a to have when they want to be integrated to the OECD as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the legally binding nature of an APA versus the practical certainty that you get from ICAP, I think is a core part of the difference between the two programs. But certainly, I think the streamlined processes is something that we are working on. I think the idea of having more flexibility and maybe having more scoped ICAP segmented business and so on is an interesting thing to look at, if that would make it more interesting. And we are certainly speaking with countries to try and encourage a wider adoption. So if anybody can also reach out later, if there are countries that if they were participating, that would make the program interesting. The Secretary is always keen to hear. Alistair.
So there are a number of companies that I've spoken to that have been through ICAP. And it's interesting when you speak to companies that have been through it, most of them are very positive. So I think that is worth re-emphasizing. The two things that are highlighted as being beneficial about ICAP, one is the opportunity to build relationship kind of with your own tax administration in the jurisdiction where you're headquartered. And so one of the companies I've spoken to about ICAP said, it was great for us because we built our relationship with our local tax administration. And that was then really important for other issues, but also as we went out and built our APA program. So maybe that's one opportunity where ICAP could be beneficial. If you have a company that wants to build an APA program but doesn't have one, this might be a nice entry point. The other company that I've spoken to, that again, big advocates of ICAP, they talk about the fact that they have a series of similar transactions across a number of jurisdictions where they wouldn't expect disputes to arise. They view their risk as being relatively low, but where there is some risk. And so they're going and doing ICAP is preferable because the kind of resources required to do an APA would be too much. But there's a benefit from doing ICAP, which is somewhat less resource intensive. And I think that kind of brings you to the way that at least I think about ICAP, which is the kind of challenge is it's a little bit Goldilocks. You need to find issues that are somewhat complicated, so there is some uncertainty, because this is a voluntary program that businesses will opt into. If there is no uncertainty, businesses have no incentive to opt into it because they don't need the certainty. There needs to be some level of uncertainty, but there needs to be not too much uncertainty, because if there's too much uncertainty, then I'm likely to see an APA as being a preferable approach. And so I think it's just thinking about some of the ways that you can make ICAP hit that Goldilocks kind of the thing that you need to hit. And there were three things that, again, kind of KPMG, when we were thinking internally, that we thought were important. One, Laurence has mentioned, is flexibility. It's, okay, I'm a business, I've got some transactions that I view as being uncertain, some that I might want to put in an APA as being highly uncertain, and some that there is no uncertainty. And so I want to be able to kind of box in those issues. And that may be specific to a specific group of countries. So again, that flexibility would be helpful. More certainty is always preferable. So the extent to which ICAP can provide a longer period of certainty, that would be great, because that increases the benefits. And so that makes the cost benefit analysis easier. And the third is incorporating simplification. So something like amount B. Can you take amount B and apply that in ICAP? Again, that might just be a way to make the process a bit simpler and a bit easier, and so reduce some of the costs of being in the program.
So thank you, Alistair. I am minded for the time, but there are just, first of all, on ICAP, there are not many people in the world that are still involved in ICAP and have been involved in ICAP longer than I have, apart from the gentleman at the end of the table. So I cannot not take his view. And then I do have one more question, but we'll try and wrap this up in just a few minutes. But Hans, please.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, I've been involved in ICAP from the early inception of the ICAP. I was in Washington when the first pilot started. It was shut down in Washington at that moment, but that's another story. So the IRS was not able to participate. But okay, just there's an echo now in this period of time. When I listen to ICAP, as I said, I have been a member of the ICAP steering group for long, and a few weeks ago we had another meeting of the steering group, and we said, well, okay, flexibility, that's key. There should be more flexibility in scope, in a number of taxpayers. I think that within this building, the ICAP is now presented as an umbrella program, so there are also more possibilities there. But still, there can be work done in ICAP. I will give you an example. We are now leading, as the Netherlands Tax Administration, an ICAP case with 13 jurisdictions involved. Well, the experience is that is too much. To try and do within a year. That's what we more or less take for an ICAP case. The M&E in question said, okay, I'm active in 22 of the 23 ICAP jurisdictions, so I want them all 22 to participate. And we ended with 13, and that's enough. But the question is, what happens to the other 9? Because that's interesting for the M&E, but the tax administrations opted out, and there could be several reasons for that. But one of the reasons I'm thinking about is that the tax administration could say, well, we are not interested because we already have an APA with this taxpayer. And when I looked at that from the ICAP process, on second thought, that's strange. Not strange because the tax administration makes that decision, But for the ICAP process, it's strange because we are missing in this ICAP risk assessment the experience and maybe the comfort that we can get from the tax administration not involved in the process, that they see the transactions as low risk. So that's one thing that I wanted to say, and I'll try to keep this brief, Mark, also for time. The risk assessment process. Mr. Kotani this morning also said that we could do with a more streamlined risk assessment, and I agree. I agree on that. In the ETK program, this an ICAP-like program within the European Union, we've tried to do that, but it's difficult because every tax administration, every jurisdiction starts with its own risk assessment process. So I think this is really key if we can do something there. And then coming from the Netherlands and explaining about cooperative compliance before, I've been thinking about, and my last remark is that one of the things that I can see that ICAP should be more about compliance risk management and the application of law. And why am I saying that? Because at the end of the day, we're looking into transactions. And I have the impression that it's better to look at systems, at tax control frameworks, at tax strategies. And well, maybe revisit one of the pillars of ICAP, that's cooperative compliance again, because I sometimes have the impression that that pillar has become less important over time. I'll keep it at that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So just with an eye on time, I did have one question, and I'm just going to ask this to everybody and ask you to be very brief in your answers. But my kids have already started telling me about their Christmas list. And so I would like what you want added to your tax certainty Christmas list in terms of easy wins and perhaps longer term strategies. But if we can maybe limit it to like 1 minute each, please.
I have a long list. Okay, I'll make it short. So no, I think we need to focus on early dialogue. I think that's really key. The earlier the dialogue is, the better it's going to be. Clarity of legislation, new legislation and guidance, very clear. And also tax filings, standardization, always use the same CBCR. We've got one, let's not have hundreds, for example, or again, transfer pricing documentation. Let's not reinvent the wheels all the time, add a few bits per country. Let's try to standardize things. I think that would be already good if we have that. And on the long term, I think we'll be more working on, binding multilateral APAs, and there's also improved arbitration, which is not working really. So that's important, I think, on the long term.
Quite a big list. Simon.
Mark whispered in my ear before that he'll blame me if we run too far over time. So I'm going to try to channel Akim and speak incredibly quickly. I think for me, the core features of effective tax certainty are always going to be time and transparency. Taxpayers want things quickly. They want it cheaply. That makes sense. Tax administrators also have finite resources, so they want the same. We've made progress on that front, as we saw on the stats before, but there's a lot more that can be done. Things aren't moving as quickly as they probably could. On the transparency front, similarly, tax administrators need to be brave. They need to be prepared to put their view out there. It's very hard for taxpayers to have certainty if they don't know what the view of a tax administration is. And similarly, taxpayers need to be brave enough to engage with tax administrators on an open and transparent basis. We still hear about taxpayers who are nervous to stick their head up because they're worried about the consequences of doing so. That's not an ideal setting, and playing the detection risk is seldom a successful long-term strategy. So we have to find a way to move past that. If I look at 3 examples on the horizon that are quite exciting, I think what's happening in TA 3.0, and particularly around trying to find ways to exchange data in real time on topics like residency, has the potential to provide a lot of certainty in a very obvious and easy area. It's low-hanging fruit. If you see how residency is approved between jurisdictions at the currently, it would blow your mind. It's incredibly slow, it's incredibly archaic. And so that's a great way that we can have a huge win, and it's exciting stuff that's occurring there. I think more jurisdictions adopting APAs is also a really exciting avenue. You can only provide a bilateral APA when your treaty partner has an APA program. And as we've seen already today from India, as I called out, there's enormous demand there. APAs might not be perfect, but they're tried and tested, they work, and there's always going to be demand for them. And then I think finding a way that taxpayers actually want ICAP would be good, because it's a good idea in theory, there's just not enough demand for it. So whatever we can do to improve that offering, I think is worth exploring. I'll stop it.
Okay, I'll have that last one on my own list. Alistair?
So I'm going to say two things. I think, again, to pick up on something Simon said, transparency, when you think about transfer pricing safe harbors. So what's the basis for those safe harbors? What's the evidence that supports it? And the reason why that's important, as I've already said, is because that would provide certainty on two sides of the transaction, not one. So that's one thing. The second one is how we as taxpayers and advisors talk about issues where things are going wrong. And I think that's important, because when I speak to lots of taxpayers, they say, I've got an issue with this country, but I don't really want to talk about it publicly because I'm concerned that if I do, the tax administration is going to penalize me in some way. And there are a variety of ways that they can do that, you know, penalties that are asserted when they may or may not be a kind of good basis for that. And I think thinking about the way that the OECD, the FTA could create a forum where advisors or businesses are comfortable coming and saying, I've got an issue with this country. This is what the issue is. I think this is not fair. It's not right. It's not how the rules should be applied. And just making businesses be comfortable that they can do that rather than uncomfortable, which is at least today how some feel.
Thank you very much. And Hans? Thank you. Also, two short things. One that I got from my director, who said, let's avoid full map procedures for minor cross-border adjustments. It's not efficient to deploy resources for relatively small issues. So that's for the tax administrations. And the second thing is, well, we could build trust and consistency in our approaches as tax administrations, also by developing good practices and Q&As together more on the topics that lead to controversy. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I'll look to my colleagues and say I won't ask the next two questions. This is not just intended to be one panel, it is the start of a lengthy conversation. I'll hopefully with my colleagues here, but with other people in the room. So look forward to continuing this stream of work. And in the meantime, just like ask you to join me to thank members of the panel for their work today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We swiftly move on to the next panel because, as you can see, we are running quite late. So for this panel, we will be discussing global perspectives on maps and APAs. So I think the idea was that we have had the pleasure of having a lot of our competent authority delegates with us for the MAP Forum. So we could have a good mix of competent authorities and business, and we could try and have a good discussion on the landscape of maps and APAs. I think we talked about the numbers this morning, but it would be good to talk a little bit about the experience from the people who actually do it as well, and that's the idea. To briefly introduce the panel, I think that we have three of our competent authority colleagues from the MAP Forum. We have Hermark Pitt from the Netherlands, we have Dominic Winans from the UK, and we have Carolina Araneda from Chile. Also to note that Hermark is also, as you know, the chair of the MAP Forum, and Dom is the vice chair of the MAP Forum. So we get perspectives from that institutional side as well. And from the business side, we have Alexia Scott from L'Oreal, who is our sole M&E representative, but who we are going to rely on from the business experience. And then we have Martin O'Rourke from PwC, who used to be competent authority in the UK as well. So Martin, we are turning to for some balance to be sure that we can understand both sides of this discussion. So that's how we are trying to plan the panel. But perhaps to kickstart the panel, we will start with a little bit of competent authority perspectives. And we thought that let's turn to the government panelists first to think about the MAP and APA landscape and also the work of the FTA MAP Forum a little bit. So perhaps I turn to you first, Carolina, to share the perspective which we haven't heard today until now, which is more the perspective of a country which is new to MAP. So what has your experience been like? But I think the point I want to emphasize is Carolina is one of our longest standing members in the FTA MAP forum. I think she has more experience than a lot of our colleagues working in that forum. So it would also be good to hear from Carolina how the MAP forum and the discussions have helped you and your country in the MAP landscape.
Thank you, Shriram. I think that in order to address the question, it is important to understand Chile's situations over the years in terms of APAs and MAPs. And statistics can help us to do this. And what do the statistics tell us on Chile's situation in terms of MAPs? Well, that until 2016, Chile had 0 MAP cases in its MAP inventory. So no cases were submitted to Chile's competent authority by taxpayers until 2016. From 2016 to 2024, Chile has had 58 cases. Of these total cases, 81% correspond to transfer pricing MAP cases, and the remaining 19% to other cases. Also, of these 58 MAP cases, 27 correspond to MAP cases initiated before the Chilean competent authority. 27% of the total of the MAP cases were initiated by taxpayer resident in Chile, and the MAP requests were submitted to the Chile's competent authority. And the 73 remaining percent were initiated before the other competent authority. So based on these statistics, we could say that the MAP cases initiated by taxpayer resident in Chile before the Chilean competent authority is rather modest. At 27% doesn't look that much. But it's interesting to notice that most of these cases have been submitted as from 2022. Practically before 2022, no MAP requests were submitted to the Chile competent authority. So the question is, what happened that year that could explain why a taxpayer had a change in their behavior, or that led them to start using this dispute resolution mechanism? And probably there's not just one answer, there are many answers. But I believe that the publication of MAP guidance in April 2022 definitely has an impact on this. There is no doubt that the publication of MAP guidance made taxpayers more aware of the existence of this dispute resolution. Although this dispute resolution is incorporated in all of the tax treaties Chile had signed, I think, or I believe that the publication of MAP guidance for the very first time helped the taxpayer to understand better these mechanisms and to know it better. Okay, that's one thing. What do the MAP, the statistics tell us in terms of APAs? Actually, Chile has had an APA program since 2012, and until July 2025, this year, Chile has received 39 APA requests, of which 6 correspond to bilateral APAs requests. Of these 39 APA requests, 17 has already been granted with the signing of the corresponding agreement. And of these APAs that have been granted, 4 correspond to bilaterals APAs, okay? And although we have had an APA program since 2012, an APA's requests start to increase as from 2022 as well, which coincides with the creation in the previous year, in 2021, of a specialized team to deal specifically with APAs and transfer pricing map cases. And definitely, I think that the creation of this especially team, highly trained transfer pricing issues, has influenced taxpayers to turn to use this preventing dispute resolution more. Okay, so in Chile experience, I think that in order to manage our increased map cases, case laws and APAs, we have built internal capacity and guidance. Yeah, and if there is something else that I could share with you, and that also that can help at the regional level, three things. One thing is that Chile's participation in the FTA MAP Forum, including the peer review process, has definitely helped us to prepare to face the increase in MAP caseload. As I said before, the increase of MAP cases came in hand with the publication of MAP guidance, which in turn is the result of Chile's commitment to comply with Action 14, which is review under the peer review process. Being absolutely honest with you, I am not sure if we would have a MAP guidance today if we haven't had been peer review. Not because of a lack of commitment from Chile's side, but because the peer review process put on us a pressure that is appreciated. Yeah, we received a recommendation during stage 1 and stage 2, and we follow that recommendation. And it's natural. I mean, jurisdictions have countless obligations, and it's natural that you give priority to those on which you have certain pressure. So we appreciate that. Yeah. Another thing that I could share that it's also in October 2024, a legal amendment allowed for the rollback of APAs, yeah, which is also the result of another recommendation Chile received during stage 1 and stage 2 peer review process. And although so far we have not received any rollback request, we definitely think that following this recommendation is a tremendous step forward preventing dispute. And third, to participate in the FTA MAP Forum for more than 8 years, or almost 10, not only has helped Chile to improve our relation with the other competent authority, but it has been a tremendous opportunity to share with those jurisdictions that, to learn from the experience of those jurisdictions that have been involved in this for many more years.
Thank you very much for that, Carolina. I think it's very heartening for us at the MAP Forum Secretariat to hear that as a jurisdiction that is developing experience that this process could help. And I think I would want to, yes, please, Carolina, go ahead.
Just something else that I want to share that it can help the region, that it is very striking to find out that apart from Chile, that, as I said, we have granted 17 APAs agreements. Apart from Chile, there is only one other country that has granted one APA, but the rest of the region have not used this tool. So it's not a very widely used tool in the region. So I invite them to use it.
I think those are wise words, definitely, because as part of Action 14, I think we have the political impetus in the MAP space to try and ensure that we get countries to have a MAP program, etc. But that also meant that from an APA program perspective, the work is more recent, and that I think that is something that we can do more work on. We have a manual, at least we can encourage more countries to have APA programs. but maybe quick perspectives from the chair and vice chair of the MAP Forum as well, because we have done so much of effective work, the Action 14 peer reviews. We do the full peer review, which is continuing on countries who have sophisticated MAP experience with quite a level of granular detail from our discussions yesterday and day before, for example. We do the simplified peer review, which is for jurisdictions with no real MAP program, but where we really help set up a MAP program, we help them build capacity, etc. So it would be good to hear from you about all the work that we do in the MAP Forum. And perhaps I think after we hear from you, we could move more into the process aspects of that.
Thank you, Sriram. And I think to you, Carolina, we know each other quite a while now, and you've been very active and well-respected delegate in the MAP Forum. I consider you sometimes a legal conscience of our forum. You always look at, is this solid? Can I understand what you're saying? And if not, then you will say we're talking nonsense. So that's also something good to consider. From a Dutch perspective, maybe as a chair's perspective too, the peer review process is ongoing for a very long time. But if I consider that from a Dutch perspective, in 2016, we were one of the first to be peer reviewed. We took it seriously, but maybe not too seriously, but we saw the caseload growing. So what we did as a consequence of that peer review, internally, we could convince the people that are deciding on what kind of budget you get in terms of personnel. We need more personnel. So in 2022, and this is actually an output as an example of a lot of countries have gone through, we could create a full new dedicated mutual agreement and APA team that is only focusing on these aspects to provide tax certainty, people working only focusing on dispute prevention and resolution, fully independent from the rest of the tax administration, and with sufficient resources to be able to cope with the increase in the number of cases. But this is not to mention that the Netherlands is doing this. I have seen this as a chair of the forum too, and Dominic, I think you can agree with me, hopefully, on that this is seen across the world. It's seen in the countries with a large inventory. Carolina is an example, say we could not have done this without, but also developing countries with no MAP cases. Maybe there was a reason they didn't get MAP cases because they did not have a MAP program. They are organizing trainings from the OECD with help from the CAs that are members of the MAP Forum to train new personnel, to learn how it is to solve disputes internationally, how you are able to communicate with each other respectfully with different cultural backgrounds. All these things are valuable output to understand. But what I consider the most important issue of this whole MAP Forum is you meet, you talk, you learn to know each other, and you learn to respect each other. And Dominic or Carolina, if there was no MAP Forum, we sent emails to each other. Dear Dom, I have not heard from you within 6 months. Blah, blah. Most likely I would not get an email back. But now...
You might do, but you might not like what it says.
But in all seriousness, because I know them, I can call them. And Dominic or Caroline can say to me in a very sensitive case, look, Mark, I know it's difficult, but there's a reason I cannot step forward in this position. Can we find something else to find a solution? That fact that we can speak on this basis with each other also makes sure that we can progress cases, also the very hard cases. So the forum itself, it looks like, oh, the competent authorities are proving only peer review reports and you read what is out there in the report, but the actual discussions on the substance of the matter, identifying where are the problems, where can we find solutions, procedural, practical, on administrative issues, all these things that can be discussed in an environment which is friendly environment, respectful environment, but also that you can say, okay, I learned that the UK do it like this, maybe this is something for us to consider. So I will stop there for you. But one of the challenges, I must say, resources, finding skilled people is a hard thing to do, which we all face and which we all have to think of how we can make that happen.
Yes, thanks very much, Mark, for leaving me very little to say now. But I agree with all of that, of course. And I was going to wrap up with the intangible aspects, but actually, seeing as though you mentioned it, I think they are so important of the MAP Forum and coming together in person where that's possible. It's not always possible, but to get to meet colleagues where maybe you can talk about cases, difficult cases in the corner of the room. Maybe it's about practices. Maybe it's just general. Why are things taking so long? And, you know, you're taking the heat out of an actual competent authority negotiation and the cases. So there's a great intangible benefit there as well. And particularly when we have the peer reviews, and one point I particularly want to make, and I think you touched on this, Sriram, and we had a business day earlier in the year, and I was challenged by somebody from business and said, well, isn't it really just a box ticking exercise? It's a little bit bland, isn't it? Well, I can tell you if they'd been here the last 2 days, they would not be saying that. It's a very, very rigorous process. And it makes you think also about your own tax administration's practices, and you go back and you reflect. So that's one of my messages. It's a very, very serious process, and it's an important process. And I think it's terrific for raising standards of all countries. And Carolina was saying, certainly you've thought about it from Chile's perspective. And I just want to make a call out for Chile as well on APAs. Because Chile, I joined Chile virtually. Unfortunately, I wasn't paid to go to Santiago, but I joined Chile for an APA presentation a couple of months ago, where Chile were giving a presentation to interested business parties, and they'd asked some treaty partners to join them. So they really are proactively advertising bilateral APA programs, which I think is fantastic. Not only that, you had, and I'm not sure I'm allowed to say the country, so I won't, but you had another South American country visiting, and I think they were in the room as well, but I can't remember because I wasn't in the room. But you're also spreading the message within South America, so well done on that as well. A couple of more mundane and things on what the MAP Forum do, but the peer reviews, the statistical, easy for some to say, statistical reporting framework. I mean, this has really improved MAP timelines, I think. Not everyone achieves the 2 years. We don't achieve it every year, but it's there. It's in print. I have an international standard. If I have resource requirements, I can point to senior people and say, we have an international commitment to do this. And the peer review will be called out on that. And that may be one recommendation that's actually quite helpful, to point to seniors saying, look, I need more people. So there are some real positives, even in recommendations. I won't speak too long, because other people want to come in, but some of the publications as well in recent years, BAPAM and MONA, one on APA's bilateral advanced pricing agreements, and also multilateral maps, MOMA, some great guidance in there. And we take that very seriously, Sriram, and I think I've also been asked to comment on how maybe it's changed UK practice. That feeds directly into our guidance. We changed our guidance if it was inconsistent with those best practices to make sure it was. And we have a link to BAPAM in our guidance, which elevates it to a very important level. Because that's in our guidance, taxpayers will expect us to behave in that way as well. There are a few more things I can say, but I will end there for other speakers to have to turn. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Harmark and Dom. I think that's a very good segue, because I was just going to also reference, I mean, I think you mentioned BAPAM and MOMA and the success that we achieved with those publications, because it is often referred by competent authorities, but also business, right? The best practices there. That's what made the forum reflect on the 2007 MEMAP, where we started work to think that since MEMAP, we've had the model changed substantively. We've had an arbitration provision be added to the model. We don't have practical guidance on that. Since then, we've had Action 14 and all the work that we've done in Action 14 to mean that there are a lot of minimum standards, requirements, other best practices. And we have, of course, all the practical experience over the past decade in the MAP Forum doing these peer reviews and all of this work. So that meant that there's so much that we wanted to practically communicate to the world on MAP, on how you run an effective MAP program, what policies and practices are good practices, etc. So that's why we embarked on this project of reviewing this manual and the new MEMAP. I'm very happy to say that after having very constructive discussions over the last couple of days, the MAP Forum has substantively agreed a way forward for the contents of the MEMAP. So that means that now that we go through formal approvals of the IF, we can move to publication too. So our plan of getting through this close to the end of the year, start of next year has come true. And I'm very happy that I get to say this on Tax Certainty Day. But maybe that is a good context for us to reflect a little bit too, right? And think about MAP and practical issues in MAP. So when we say practical issues in MAP, of course, we have competent authorities and someone who has sort of a balanced perspective on this table as well. But maybe it's good to first hear from business. I can turn to Alexia to ask about her experience with MAP from an access perspective, from a resolution perspective, and then I can give the floor to the competent authorities to address the things.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's interesting to hear this feedback because I think it explains why we feel more comfortable on the ground, and why we feel that there is really an improvement and easier processes and a kind of standardization. Hearing you, I think you know this trend of psychological safety, and I think you are creating psychological safety between the competent authorities, and that would be for our benefit also. Anyway, we still have some little irritants and some situations that I wanted to comment on. First of all, accessing the MAP, in some situation, it's really automatic, and it's even considered as a transparency attitude coming from the taxpayer. But in some situations, we have a kind of transactional or psychological process, sometimes to shorten the tax audit. Okay, we shorten the tax audit or we reduce the amount if you don't go to MAP. It still happening. Tax audit can be ended really if you don't go to MAP. More negatively, and this happened to us recently, the tax assessment is postponed and even increased if we say that we will go to MAP. We had an example. It's not far west, it's not far east, it's a neighbor. And I will not name and shame, but they are assessing first marketing expenses, and then we didn't discuss about royalties. And just because we tell them that we will go to MAP, they will come and assess royalties, and then a profit split, blah, 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 etc. I think they just want to start the MAP with the maximum amount on the table with the other competent authority. You know, in French, we have an expression to describe that. It's Souka Marrakech. I've learned that in some other countries, it is a Turkish bazaar. I don't remember the name in Chinese, but it's also an expression that is easily understandable. What we observe is that it's also a kind of test and learn process in terms of formalities and procedures. We could expect a standardized procedures, but it's not already the case. First of all, in some countries, they want us to sign tax assessment recognition, even if we go to MAP. We are generally, in our case, sorry, I didn't mention that, but we are implemented in 100 countries, more or less. And most of our MAP are initiated by our subsidiaries in a defensive mode after an assessment. So they will not accept to recognize an assessment if they go to MAP. So we don't want to sign that, and it has been fights. So at the end, we accepted to sign an acknowledgement of the assessment, but not a recognition of the assessment. In some situations, we have multiple actors before going to MAP. The org chart to access to the MAP is not clear. Sometimes we need lawyers to access to this organization. In some countries, we have to wait for a formal letter of acceptance before hard pre-filing and long pre-filing. Some of them are kind of second audit before the acceptance of the MAP. So what we could recommend is a kind of standard procedure that should be given to the taxpayer after a tax audit to start a MAP process following very clear guidelines. This is important. Regarding guidelines, there is always this ambiguity between the domestic procedure and the MAP procedure. Should we open the two at the same time, one after the other one? In front of this ambiguity, our guideline is always to open the two and to suspend the domestic procedure. But we have situations where the authorities ask us to to resign or to step out of the domestic procedure, which is a problem because when you don't have a result, a guarantee of result in the map, you cannot come back on the domestic procedure. So this is a problem, I think. Second, there is a problem also in terms of mirroring. We start an MEP in a country. We don't know if they will inform the other one. So now the habit we have developed is to inform symmetrically the two authorities in order for them to be on board exactly at the same time without waiting one to give information to the other. So this is for the access. I think do you want me to continue on the
Yes, perhaps it's good to get reflection from the competent authorities quickly and then move to the next, because just to not, yes. But perhaps, I mean, I think that a lot of the things that you raised, Alexia, are things that do come up in the MAP forum and in discussions too, right? So I think that it would be good to hear perspectives. I can turn to Dom and Harmark, at least from their jurisdictions perspectives. What among that is reasonable and things you support, and what among that is where you would push back? I think that would be interesting to hear.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Alexia. I thought we were just going to say positive things today, but no, they're very important things, and I'm actually glad you raised them, and it gives us an opportunity to discuss them. And one of my comments would be certainly where competent authorities have a vested interest, so the other side of the transaction, shall we say, the other side that may be asked to give relief for the audit adjustment, it's quite important for us as part of peer review processes that we know what's going on. Because all we see is the negotiation bit. So the only bit we can really comment on is activities, behaviors during a negotiation part. So we don't necessarily know some of that background. So that's very helpful for us to share with us, so that when it comes around to peer reviews, we can at least discuss that, or indeed, it may not have to wait for peer reviews. If we get a number of taxpayers saying the same thing, we have, and in the past we certainly have, we've talked to opposite competent authorities and discussed the issue. May not be resolved straight away, but at least, and to be fair, some of the competent authority teams say they are unaware of some practices in audit. I mean, some countries are large and they have federal systems or whatever it may be. So I have to respect that sometimes, but at least when I've raised it, hopefully you think some information will be then disseminated. And I've certainly known some countries where things have eventually changed. So, you know, please discuss that with the other competent authority. In terms of signing a recognition, I'm only picking up on one or two things, and I'm sure Harmark will do that. That's an interesting one, because I've seen and heard, and maybe I shouldn't have done, people in my own team saying, look, the taxpayer agreed with us. They agreed with this inquiry notice. Look, they haven't appealed it, so they've agreed it. The other competent authority has said to my team member, and quite correctly, hang on a minute, you're reviewing it independently. I don't really care whether your auditor thinks it's arm's length. I don't care whether the taxpayer has signed up. I want your view as the competent authority, that you've reviewed the audit evidence, the position, the paperwork. What's your view? Are you telling me it's supportable having done that? So, as I say, I give that as an example where I've heard that say somebody in my team, and I sit back and I think, actually, that's absolutely right. That's our job as a competent authority, to review it and come to our own independent opinion. I've got a few more things to say, but I will leave something for Harmark to comment on. Thank you.
What you just said, that's something I just want to say, so I'm have to think. But no, a few things to pick up. First, you mentioned the manual on the multilateral map and APAs. That's an example, what Alexia mentioned too, I think. There we have also reconsidered our position. What do we do in multilaterals? How are we approaching? And we found out we start bilaterally, and at some point it turns multilaterally, and then we found out that something was wrong in the process, it prolonged. We then now actually reach out to all the parties in the multilateral process, say, what are the needs to come to this process? What are your formal requirements and how can that be met? What are the things to need to bring the case into the MAP process or the APA process? So joint positions, it's a bit difficult sometimes because there are different domestic rules, but we have more upfront communication before initiating the process. Do you think you have all the information? Do you have certain questions? What do we think in terms of going forward? So that is something I think is valuable to do in establishing quick processes. On the audit settlements and the other things you mentioned, I think, Dominic, too, from a UK perspective, these are unknown practices in the UK or the Netherlands. And if they do, that's really bad practice from our perspective. So forcing taxpayers to choose or to give up your rights, which you are legally entitled to, is for us wrong, so to say, very, very wrong. Taxpayer has the choice which remedy you choose. If they want both remedies, fine. Of course, from an operational perspective, maybe it's more efficient to have first the one and the other. And I agree with Alexia, MAP should go first, because if MAP would fail, which I don't think it should, then you always have the protection of a domestic court, and vice versa. That's not always possible. So I think there can be certain quick wins on that regard, but I think the points you raised are some known practices. And Dominic says, please step forward to the CA you think that doesn't have that practice, so that we can have that debate, not say, oh, look, L'Oreal told me this and this, but at least I can speak, look, we have heard of cases this and this, and then we can have a different debate with a competent authority and not the tax administration in the audit position. So yeah, I'll leave it to that too.
Yes, thank you both. I mean, I think first, I don't think there has been a panel in today's sessions where we didn't mention Akim. So I will quote Akim again to say we should not forget the forest for the trees, right? Just to say that we have made so much of progress over the past decade on the MAP front, and that we have gained so much. We have better access than ever before. We have better resolutions than ever before. So in that sense, I think we have come a long way. So I think that's important to acknowledge. But of course, things remain, right? Because the minimum standard says that if there is an audit settlement, once you go to MAP, then you should give access. But what if the auditor at the auditor level already says that you get X amount with MAP and Y amount without MAP? What do you do then, right? And how does the MAP forum or the competent authority even realize? So I think these are the sort of complicated questions that the MAP forum is considering and actively thinking about too. I think it's very hard to handle because the minimum standard doesn't clearly cover it. So in the peer reviews, it's difficult. But in the MAP, for example, we could think of best practices and cover issues which are addressing that. Just to say that in the ideal world, the competent authority should behave this way, right? And I think that is a perspective that we really try and give. But with that, perhaps I think I can turn to Martin, because I think that the benefit of being an ex-competent authority when you move to the business side is that you hopefully will not call MAP a black box to us, but just to also say that I think you will understand some of the constraints that the competent authorities have in the process as well. So maybe it would be good to hear some reflections from you that understands the business perspective, but also juxtaposes it with the competent authority one.
Thank you, Shriram. Clients will often come and sort of say, you know, we want to be involved in the MAP, you know, it's our tax, we're the one that hold the facts, we understand everything. And you have to go through that process of explaining to them that MAP, unlike APA, is a state-to-state process, and there are good reasons why it is. And if it wasn't, it would be very difficult to see MAP being as effective as it currently is, because as Shriram says, compared to 10 years ago, the MAP world is very different. We're in a period of seeking continual improvement, but you know, we've come a long way from where it was. Just picking up on a couple of the points, this idea of two numbers on the table, it can be even trickier than that sometimes, because what you are faced with is obviously a larger number if you want to pursue, but also in some regimes, criminal penalties versus civil penalties. And that's really brutal, because you might make a call around, well, am I going to take the lower number, or actually I'm confident? And to digress slightly, people's confidence is quite often they come and ask us, the first thing they ask is, do the competent authorities get on with each other? Do they do business? You know, and we can see through the MAP statistics for major treaty partners whether they are doing business with each other every year. And then that gives them that level of confidence that they go, well, I'm going to say, no, I'll go to MAP, thank you very much. But to go back to the other point, it can get really tricky with civil versus criminal, because quite often the criminal penalties are then starting to suck in the actual directors of the local business. And that's a big problem for a multinational, having people being threatened, their careers ruined, and never be able to get another directorship, whatever, and it puts massive pressure on them. The problem, of course, is that, as Dom says, and to some extent Alistair's point in the previous panel, they don't come up with discussion points because they're not getting to MAP and then they don't get into MAP and then say, no, we're rejecting it from MAP because they took it. That is an element that's still, there's not a lot of visibility on, and an area where there is this. It's just a question of, I think you have to just keep people's minds focused on it, keep making it clear to everybody that's not really the way to go about things. And then over time, as we've seen with a lot of practices, gradually everybody starts to recognise that there is a right way and a wrong way to do things.
Thank you, Martin. I mean, I think that we do have a time constraint, but I do want to go through at least the resolution part of Alexia's wish list, or I hope I can say wish list and not complaint list, but I can turn to Alexia, so at least we can hear business input something on that.
First of all, congrats list, because for the last 2 years, we have had several MAP, and around 10. 3 of them were totally cancelled. So it means that because thanks to the discussion between the 2 authorities, the first authority who assessed cancelled completely the assessment. So it is a 100% success for the tax contributor. In another situation, it has been a kind of 50-50, meaning the first authority who assessed cancelled a portion of the assessment, and the other authority decided to adjust on its side. We had only one case where it has been a kind of tripartite, you say that in English, agreement, where part of the assessment has been cancelled by a first authority, a part of the assessment has been adjusted by the authority, and a small part has been maintained because of lack of information of whatever. But we can see really the effort to solve the situation and the discussion. What is very positive is when we have good communication, symmetric communication between the two entities. It's quite difficult because we have seen because of the amount of cases. I think you meet only once or twice a year. So if you add the number of cases, it's really important. Meanwhile, it is true that we have to be patient and determined and to maintain the vigilance on the cases. You have to have money because we need to have lawyers on both sides of the border. There is this question of the cash out. When you start an MAP, you have to push the cash on the table. And the reimbursement can last years and years, even if it is cancelled. The question of the interest is not always very clear, and the question of the forex rate also. And in some situation, you can lose a lot of money just because of the forex rate of the case. I would like to highlight just something that I observe, because now I have the experience of ending MAP. Is the cascading of the information, the cascading of the case to from the competent authorities to the tax administration is not always correctly done. And we perceive a kind of revenge attitude on the field from people who don't know what happened, who don't know exactly the explanations given. They act a little bit as if it was a kind of political arrangement, right? So we have to explain them what has been discussed, blah, blah, etc. But sometimes they come back with very aggressive audit on the same topic, can be. Maybe they think that they have lost once, but I will have the round 2 and I will win the round 2. In some situation, they come on other topic completely because they know they have lost on this one, but they can win on this one. So there is again a question of pedagogy in the cascading of the decision in the 2 authorities. This is a strong recommendation that I would give, and it is interesting also for the technical aspect of the decision that can be shared with the team on the field.
Thank you, Alexia. So I see that we are being timed out to a large extent too. Just to say that any quick reflections from the competent authority side, Mark, Tom?
Yes, sure. So two things I would mention in relation to the taxpayer. What we in the Netherlands do is a lot of pre-filing, and not the pre-filing you mentioned to postpone discussions, but to make sure that once you come to us, everything can be quickly done. You know what we expect from you, what the process will be, what the right instrument might be, all these kind of measures. Second one, the feedback loop during the map process. We cannot explain everything. I think we had a tax certainty roundtable where a suggestion was made that each month we update each taxpayer of its map case. That would mean that we are only communicating about non-progress, but it's good to have in these cases, like if it's L'Oréal, to see where you are in the process, what to expect, when the meeting will be. Of course, you cannot share everything that has been discussed between the competent authorities, but to keep you in the loop, I think is important. Lastly, on the implementation, the feedback loop is evenly important to understand what the compromise is about. Of course, we cannot clarify exactly, but you have to implement TP in your system. And if I only give you a number, it's a bit difficult to comply with next year. So these are things that are important. But in terms of implementation process, I have to say from the Dutch perspective, what we do is make sure that the communication that goes out to the taxpayer and the agreement to the map agreement, they say we are okay with the map agreement, goes to the tax inspector and say, this is what you need to do. And if they don't, then they would have a problem because the legal obligation is to implement the agreement and not what the tax inspector wants to implement or to have the second round of fighting, and to make sure it's timely. And in the Netherlands, this would mean timely within 2-3 weeks, you're having it implemented, also to avoid any adverse consequences.
Thanks, Sriram. Yeah, I agree with Mark there. One or two other points as well. The meeting once or twice a year, I think we certainly learned during the COVID lockdown periods, we could also make progress over telephone technology, video technology, that type of thing. So we try where we can not just to limit things to meetings once or twice a year. If we think there's a case we can resolve in between that, we will try to do that. It takes willing from the other treaty partner, of course, as well. Also, if there are meetings, let's say only once a year or even less, and there's a fairly substantial inventory or even a small inventory, but very substantial cases, we will try and push for an accelerated timescale so we're not drifting out to a year, more than a year. Now, the sanction, if we can't get that done, is that we can raise that then during peer review level. Not ideal because it comes around a fairly lengthy cycle. Is it 5 years? 4 years. But at least, again, there's something that can be done now. We didn't have those processes years ago. So there's something that can be done there. Cascading to the tax administration inquiry function. Certainly we can improve that, and we're trying to explain how settlements have been arrived at, the rationale for that. Certainly there's no scope for our inquiry teams to vary or decide whether our resolution they should implement or not. It's absolutely obligatory, and they have no question that they have to implement the MAP resolution. The pre-filing, I feel a bit mixed on that. Mark described it, and I think there's some virtues the way he described it. But I think we come from the perspective we've got quite detailed guidance, the formalities required. We're quite open on what will be a valid map. But what we want to do is to get it into MAP and access the map as soon as possible, because we want to get those discussions to try and get certainty as quickly as possible. Now, I think Mark could probably say, yes, but the earlier process means that maybe can reduce the time of the negotiations. But as soon as you can get a valid map request in and you've met the requirements, let's say for arbitration, you can get that arbitration clock going as well. So, you know, that you've got a resolution point up and running and ticking as soon as you can. So I think we come at it from that perspective. I'll end there. Thanks, Sriram.
Yes, and then I think since we're out of time, just a couple of minutes on the APA segment, maybe turning to Martin, because I think the most balanced perspective that we can get. And I believe that you do go to a lot of clients too through APA. So what do you think of the APA process and where we're at? A couple of minutes, and then we can wrap up this panel.
I think in some ways we are with APA where we were with MAP a number of years ago. I think it's a gold standard. When it works, it's brilliant. I have a client who has just got an APA in play, or bilateral APA, 2 major treaty partners, done or through to agreement in principle in less than 30 months, IP on both sides, significant people functions, and a value-based fee. So this was not some straightforward, just local distributor. Cracking case, and it exhibited all the things that you need. You need to have openness. You need to, and this is for everybody. This is the taxpayer, the advisor, and the competent authorities. You've got to be open. You've got to be transparent. You've got to trust each other. You've got to come in with that mentality that nobody's trying to get one over on somebody. You're just trying to find the facts, apply the guidelines, and come to an answer. So I think that's a rarity, to be honest, at the moment. But it just shows you that it can be done. So I think all I would say is that the publication of the APA starts as maybe the start of the journey where there's more conversations. Maybe you'll reach the point where you'll start to call it the FTA MAP and APA forum.
Fantastic. That's a lovely thought to leave us with. I think all of us have a lot more to say. Unfortunately, we're running short of time. That's why we have to conclude the panel. But thank you very much to all the panelists. I think this is a great panel. So a round of applause, please. And then we can move on to the next.
Okay, good afternoon, back again. Sorry for the short break. I hope it was enough to at least to get some water. And well, we continue our program today. We have now a session on building capacity at the start of the tax certainty journey. We have heard throughout the day about MAP and APAs, its evolution, wish lists, and that will design and give some input on common work. And we also saw this morning data reflecting different trends by region. I want to highlight how MAP cases have increased in developing countries. If you may not remember, but the graphics that were on screen, for example, in 2019, first year where we had the tax certainty day, while MAP cases in developed countries amounted in Europe to over 4,000 for both TP and other cases in regions like Latin America and Africa, they were not even 100. For 2024, although the numbers, there's still an important difference between regions and countries. We have more than doubled in some cases the MAP cases, and in some cases the TP cases have tripled. And this is not to say, but I mean, this is great, and this is not to say, as we heard this morning, it's not that we love to have a lot of disputes, but what it shows and the way that we see it is that it means and it reflects that taxpayers are trusting more the competent authorities and the MAP, and this is, we think, really, really positive. And there may be several reasons for this evolution, and today we have the pleasure to have great speakers that will build on this conversation, reflect on their experiences and challenges in building capacity in their jurisdictions, specifically around how they have made some adjustments to their legislations, to their competent authorities, structures. We will hear also from the private sector how they see these and the evolution and the road in the building capacity for MAP. And I want to introduce our panelists. First, Andrea Prieto, who is an advisor for international taxation and OECD liaison in DIAN, the Colombian Tax and Customs Administration. Talatu Aliyu, joining us online, Senior Manager, Head of Tax Treaty Negotiation Unit in the Federal Inland Revenue Service in Nigeria. Also online, Fagrisal Septian, Transfer Pricing and International Tax Dispute Senior Analyst in the Directorate General Taxes of Indonesia. Shoban Kar, also online, Senior Advisor at Deloitte, and Daniela Rodriguez, Global VP of Tax in AB InBev. Dear panelists, thank you so much for accepting this invitation and for being willing to share your insights around this topic. Then first I want to start with you, Andrea. So we see that Colombia is a major economy in Latin America, yet it has very few MAP and APA cases, even when considered before its small treaty network. As Colombia has many large businesses and its tax administrations undoubtedly performs tax adjustments as well, why do you think that taxpayers do not use MAP or APAs very often in your country?
Thank you very much, Claudia, and good afternoon to everyone. That's a very interesting question. I wish I could say it is because taxpayers are extremely happy with tax adjustments made by the Colombian tax administration. But based on the reaction of the audience, perhaps that's not entirely accurate. But beyond the context you describe, if you look back at the history of MAPs and APAs in Colombia, and I guess as it is globally, these are long-standing tools, and those were became especially visible with the BEPS action plan in 2015. This is 10 years ago. So awareness is clearly not the issue. So for us, this could mean that perhaps having the legal basis, even the regulatory framework in the domestic law is not enough for guaranteeing that the procedure will work in practice, particularly given the complexity and the technical nature of the cases that can be subject to review. So we realize that competent authority needs to be prepared and well-equipped with the right infrastructure to handle positions and deals with a dispute properly according to the standards. And only when this is ready, only when this whole system become reliable, will taxpayer be interested in using it and in engaging with tax administration. The good news here is that Colombia has reached that point in the process where everything is in place. The formalities are in place. So on the one hand, we have a lot of our solid level of technical expertise that is fundamental. For example, in the case of APAs and MAPs related to transfer pricing, it is simply not possible to reach an agreement if officials do not fully understand how the transfer pricing regime works and how to assess cross-border transactions. So we feel very strong on our knowledge and experience in this field, as well as in tax treaty field. And on the other hand, I will say that since 2020, we have also made progress in the operational level. So removing domestic barriers, strengthening our administrative capacity, investing in human resources, and establishing an office and a dedicated team, a great team within the tax administration, fully dedicated to this function. So the message here is that the use of MAPs and APA is low. Taxpayers are still shy. But now that the competent authority is fully ready and able to deliver, we are confident that the number of cases will increase.
Thank you so much. And very interesting to hear that it's not only legislation, so there are a lot of things that need to be in place. And well done. Well done for the tax administration. So it seems that we will be seeing more around MAPs and APAs, new cases in Colombia. In addition, and going back to maybe the part of trust, how is your tax administration working to improve the situation? How can a tax administration build trust in MAP and APA to make them effective tools for taxpayers?
So as I mentioned, we have, made important improvements, but we fully agree that when it comes to dispute prevention and dispute resolution and in dealing with fairness to some extent, a strong element of trust is essential, is required. And that trust can be built in different ways. I mean, as I have alluded previously, the very first ways to address them is by creating certainty on the procedures themselves and by improving the tax administration capacity to deal with complex issues. But trust should also be built through experience for both sides, because experience naturally help to build or to increase confidence and encourage others to use the mechanisms. The problem here is that if you don't have trust, you don't have experience either. So what we are doing from a policy perspective, we have been focusing on the three main areas to further promote the use of APAs and maps by trying to address, let's say, like the fears that taxpayers have regarding the behavior of the tax administration, because as I mentioned, formalities are there. So the first one is changing the institutional mindset, like moving from a purely auditing perspective to a more cooperative one, where the competent authority, based of course on technical arguments, can even deviate from previous positions of the tax administration when appropriate. Secondly, securing budget and mobilizing resources to make this as an institutional policy and priority, and ensure that the capacity to respond remains strong and stable over time, regardless of, for example, who is leading the tax administration. And the third one is recognizing the benefit of providing early certainty, rather than perhaps only focusing on revenue collection. And this is particularly challenging, especially for developing countries, because the main task of a tax administration is to collect taxes. So, but we think that understanding this balance is definitely key to appreciate the value of these mechanisms, not only for the taxpayers, but also for the tax administrations and for the country.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Definitely agree that this is a joint journey for taxpayers and competent authorities, and the changing the mindset, I think, is a big challenge that is valued by the competent authority and by taxpayers. Thank you so much for your insights. And now if we go to Talatu, I have to say that Nigeria is one of the first countries that went through the simplified peer review process in the FTA MAP Forum, which is especially designed, as we heard this morning, to help countries having limited MAP experience to prepare for more MAP cases. And what we have seen from the Secretariat, I have to say, is that Nigeria's commitment to making sure that MAP works well was very clear, and it is evident that you have done and taken actions for this already. So it would be very interesting, Talatu, if you can share a little bit about Nigeria's experience with the simplified peer review process, and what have you done and how have you benefit so that your experience can also enlighten others in the room.
Thank you very much, Claudia, and good afternoon, everyone. Nigeria has remained committed to promoting tax certainty for all taxpayers and has invested significant resources in building our MAP function. Long before the peer review process, we had taken proactive steps in establishing a MAP unit. At the time, the unit was responsible both for treaty negotiations and for MAP. We had published a MAP profile and guidelines as of 2019. Nigeria underwent the simplified peer review in 2023, and it was a process that required several months of rigorous preparation, during which we were able to review our guidelines, our profile, and overall MAP procedures to ensure alignment with BEPS Action 14. In terms of our experience with the peer review process, the process is quite rigorous, but it entails continuous engagement with the Secretariat. It was a positive experience for Nigeria. which we must say, we had a dedicated officer to guide and to support us throughout the process. For us, the experience was both constructive and positive. It enabled us to take a deeper look at our treaty network and also assess some elements of our domestic legislation. That review, I must say, has led us to renegotiation of some of our tax treaties. Throughout the process, the Secretariat offered practical guidance to help in revision of our guidelines and remained open and responsive in providing support where we needed it. Our key takeaway from the exercise is clear. Collaboration, transparency, and continuous improvement are essential to strengthening MAP effectiveness. The process has strengthened our zeal and commitment to the MAP framework. It has enabled us to build a more efficient and responsive and coordinated system. This has directly contributed to the expansion of the MAP function. In 2024, we've established a fully dedicated APA and MAP division, and this is an output from the simplified peer reviews process. For us, it was a good process. I think it was a learning opportunity, and as I always tell the Secretariat, that it was a good opportunity for Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Talatwan. Congratulations. Definitely what we hear is the importance of compromise, willingness to learn, to be open to what the peers and the Secretariat has to offer, and a huge progress in a short time. And there's one of the things, one of the issues that I see also as former competent authority in Colombia, is that developing countries continue to face issues with arranging for enough resources to handle MAP cases, apart from all other daily tasks that the Commissioner is always saying everything is urgent. Nigeria does not have a big MAP function. It's working as you just told. But you seem to have staff who are well trained in MAP and are working to improve the resources for MAP. So it would be good and we could benefit if you tell us about the challenges that Nigeria has faced in ensuring that you have trained resources for MAP and how you are working to overcome this.
Thank you, Claudia. I think a central challenge for most jurisdictions, as Hamak mentioned during his session, is the issue of finding resources and trained personnel for the MAP function. It is important to establish an effective succession planning across operational functions and to have sustained capacity building. We also have recognized several practical challenges. The cost of participation remains significant, as jurisdictions are often required to fund travels and related allowances for participation in meetings and in trainings. In addition, we see that the number of training slots still remain low. So oftentimes it restricts our access to valuable capacity building opportunities. We further contend with internal mobility issues. I'm sure it's not strange to most jurisdictions, as staff are sometimes reassigned across functions and experienced officers are sometimes transferred, affecting continuity and retention of institutional knowledge. Nigeria's response has been to try to maximize the available programs and encourage active participation in meetings, in trainings, and in technical engagements. Our view is that consistent and hands-on involvement in the MAP process is key to building capacity and retaining expertise. In addition, even though our MAP inventory remains small, we have retained a proactive approach by adopting dispute prevention mechanisms, which we have done by establishing an APA division as of 2024. It's quite new. So we are also now building capacity for that function as well. And we have also tried to strengthen our MAP function. We leverage on donor-funded trainings to try to build a larger team and rely on train the trainers. So if one person benefits from a training, we come back to the team and extend that training to other members of the team. So we've largely leveraged on donor-funded trainings to build a larger team and leverage on virtual programs that are available. There are a lot of them, training programs by OECD and other entities, and it is to try to build and support a structured succession and long-term growth.
Thank you, Talatu. So what we see here is definitely it's important to identify the challenges, plan what you need, training the trainer. I think that's works very well for competent authorities to overcome these resource challenges, especially. Then let me go to Faisal and start with a little bit of background regarding Indonesia, which is we think in a different position to Colombia and Nigeria, because you are a large country, but you also have a large MAP caseload. You have gone through challenges of making changes in policies, making it clearer, resourcing the competent authority function over the years as well, including through the Action 14 peer reviews. And in 2024, we see a big improvement in the resolution of TP cases, specifically with the inventory going down and several full agreements there. So it would be very enlightening if you can share with us, how did you manage to achieve these important results?
All right. Thank you very much, Claudia. Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening from Indonesia. It is truly an honor for me to join this distinguished panel and to share Indonesia's experience in building tax certainty capacity. As you mentioned, Indonesia's journey has been one of the continuous learning and adaptation, because we are a large country and dynamic economy with a growing number of cross-border transactions and complex taxpayer base. I see that this development of our tax certainty experience was part of the outcome of a combination between regulatory reform and institutional strengthening, and also a change of mindset of the CA teams itself. Touching upon the first point, I would like to highlight about the regulatory framework. We introduced a new codified TP regulation in 2023. Actually, it's the last week of December in 2023, that broadened the access for the taxpayers to access MAP process. And this new framework now provides clearer guidance and more flexibility for taxpayers to request MAP. We are aware that this could result in an increase of MAP requests, because we give more access, then MAP requests will also increase. However, at the same time, we made a firm commitment to resolve these disputes efficiently, and also to ensure that the taxpayers who enter MAP process can rely on timely and fair outcomes. That was the regulatory framework. And the second one, I would like to touch upon about the resources of the competent authority function, because we reorganized the structure of MAP function that are handled by officers that are dedicated and well-resourced team within the Directorate of International Tax. Just as importantly, we have enhanced capacity building within the CA team. The DGT runs professional training programs that brings together international tax and transfer pricing experts across the globe. For instance, we always hold the annual joint DGT OECD capacity building workshop on transfer pricing. Thanks for OECD for that. It is designed to equip both CA officers and auditors the technical TP skills needed for complex cases. So we learn from the best. We learn from the best practice how to apply a certain treatment for TP cases. Yeah, in fact, my unit and our team directly responsible for organizing this and delivering this program. So yeah, with this expectation that the lessons from the global practice are embedded in our daily work. And also, this is the key points that I would like to touch upon about the mindset, because our CA team, many of whom come from compliance monitoring and audit backgrounds, have evolved from a traditional enforcement mindset towards a competent authority mindset, which focus on balance and fairness, more well-balanced mindset to eliminate double taxation and to resolve cases. This is also supported by the fact that the CA function does not have a KPI revenue. We operate not under the tax revenue KPI, but only focusing on resolving cases. So this transformation has directly improved the tone and productivity of our negotiations. And yeah, we also make use of the OECD FTMF forum, because we learn a lot from the OECD FTMF forum, and by following up the recommendation from the Action 14 peer review process. And sometimes we have a discussion with OECD Secretariat, including discussion with Sriram. Thank you, Sriram. And his team will provide valuable guidance for us to translate this recommendation into more improvement. Yeah, I will also touch upon about the communication between CS. Yeah, we have placed strong emphasis on communication and trust building with other CS, like what is just illustrated by Mark and Dominic in the previous panel. It's just like we see that kind of communication between CS kind of ideal, how communication should be. Then we all will progress with the cases. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And being conscious of time, I would like to ask you if you can briefly mention that we see that Indonesia prioritizes APA. So it would be, I want to ask you, what do you think are the benefits of favoring dispute prevention for your jurisdiction, and how did you overcome the organization challenges associated with APAs? If you can give us a very concise reply to this, it would be very interesting.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, the main point is about the trust, because I like what I have mentioned about the mindset. So this is an essential element, is the trust between the taxpayers and the competent authority, because the taxpayers see that the competent authority has the competent authority team has a more balanced mindset. So they will not hesitate to engage with us. And also we actively advertise APA in some occasion, like in some seminars in collaboration with the regional tax office and business and also tax advisors. So we try to earn the trust from the taxpayers so that they will engage with us. And also it's also important to note that that the commitment of our CA, Director of International Taxation, who is also a member of steering group, Mr. Mekar Satriotama, to endorse more dispute prevention to his AP award in tax certainty. But unfortunately, I just look up LinkedIn post by OECD Tax LinkedIn about the 15 jurisdiction with percentage of AP over MIV. Unfortunately, we didn't get the award, it seems. But we try to get that in the future, because our CAs have the commitment to continuously improve our APA framework.
Thank you. And definitely, maybe next year you will get the award. And now quickly going to Shoban, you have extensive experience. You were before a competent authority in India for many years, and now from Deloitte you continue focusing on tax certainty, now from the taxpayer side. So about a decade back, taxpayers in India clearly preferred domestic mechanisms. And now we see these have dramatically changed. And we heard from Chairman Agarwal earlier today that MAP and APA numbers are increasing. They're getting better and better every year. And taxpayers clearly have more trust in the competent authority procedures. What would you think, can you identify as key elements to obtain these results? What are your views on how to breach the trust gap in, especially in low capacity jurisdictions that are traversing this same path?
Thank you, Claudia. Good evening to everyone from India. So India had a MAP program much earlier for many years. It's not the last 10 years. But I think two things happened in the year 2015 that transformed the entire MAP program and to a large extent the EPA program also. One was, India's MAP inventory had a significant number of cases with USA. They're our largest treaty partner. And a significant chunk of that was service provision from India, a back office support service or software development services. These cases were routinely getting audited and double taxation used to arise. Now, India and USA in 2015 signed a historic framework agreement, which has been often mentioned in FTA MAP forum meetings, where I was a delegate earlier. That was a simplified, standardized, formulary kind of an approach, which resulted in giving up protracted negotiations on a case-by-case basis. And in fact, that resulted in resolution of hundreds of pending MAP cases in the Indian MAP inventory between 2016 to 2019. It continues even now, but the APA story has also commenced simultaneously. The second point which I would like to identify, of course, is the Action 14 report of OECD. I think the Indian tax leadership, the Indian government, adopted and absorbed the recommendations of the Action 14 report diligently, sincerely, and seriously. We prepared meticulously for our peer review, which happened in 2019. It was quite an affair. I remember I was the delegate there, 7 hours of peer review. But many questions were actually answered during that peer review. Many recommendations were made by OECD, which again India did good to implement and provide wider access to the MAP program. So what happened as a result was India started getting much more MAP applications, but at the same time, India started resolving many more MAP cases. Today, we saw in the morning when the statistics were released, India's overall pendings has actually gone down. I think India was on the extreme left side of that PowerPoint slide, which meant that India's reduction in the number of cases in the inventory has been the maximum across the globe. I think that's a phenomenal achievement by India. Considering that India has a very small team which handles the MAP work, which might sound surprising to people because the Indian Revenue Service is a huge cadre, but the people who actually man the MAP cases are very few, around 10 to 12 people. And remember, they are the people who also do the bilateral APA cases. It's not just MAP. They also do treaty negotiations. So there's tremendous work pressure on a small crack team. And I wish the government of India takes note of that and enhances the resources. Because what's happening is while India has performed exceedingly well, both in MAP and APAs, the number of cases that are coming into the inventory is also significantly high. In fact, every year, India gets more APA applications than the ones they resolve. Similar is the situation for MAP, except I think the last year, 2024, where they resolve more than they got as new applications. One important reason for that is India continues to be an aggressive jurisdiction in terms of audits. Large number of cases are audited, both in transfer pricing and non-transfer pricing, and many cases are actually adjusted, which results in double taxation. So no surprises there that why people are coming in. The good part is that there is that much of trust in the Indian CA teams, the taxpayers come into the MAP and APA program. But I think the negative is that a small team continues to struggle with large number of cases piling up year after year. I think a balance has to be achieved there. And we talk about dispute prevention, which the APA is doing. India has successfully transitioned from focusing on dispute resolution to dispute prevention. But I think a larger step can be taken by the Indian government if we significantly reduce the number of cases that are actually picked up for audit. When you do not have audit, that's the first step to prevent disputes from arising. I think that is one area which could perhaps be looked at. If we talk about how India achieved this, well, India has a trained a huge trained cadre of Indian Revenue Service officers. There's an extensive training given within India where young officers are trained about transfer pricing, international taxation, tax treaties. So they come with a lot of knowledge when they come and work as MAP functionaries or APA functionaries. And as we keep negotiating, keep doing the work, we gather valuable experience. And I think many delegates also mentioned here that experience and trust go hand in hand. I think India has managed to achieve that. There is really no trust gap, no significant trust gap, I may say, in India. If we talk about countries who are starting off on the tax certainty journey, I think they also should not worry about the trust gap at this point in time. As they go about carrying forward their MAP and APA work, the trust will automatically build up. If they're reasonable, if they're balanced in their approach, taxpayers would lap it up and they will come back more and more to get tax certainty from the same authorities. I think they should focus on two things. One is, of course, I think some delegates talked about it, intensive training for their resources so that they can understand the technical aspects of MAP and APA. Secondly, to learn from mistakes of other countries. While I would have no hesitation in saying that many countries can look up to India as a beacon or a star to be followed, not only just developing countries, even some of the advanced economies, because India has transitioned very well in doing MAP and APS. They should also learn from the mistakes and try and avoid those mistakes. That would help these countries to start off a journey which would be successful, meaningful, and which would satisfy everyone, because all of us, both taxpayers, tax advisors, and governments, everyone wants tax certainty. It benefits all the parties, all the stakeholders. I would pause here.
Thank you so much for these insights, and definitely tax certainty is something that all parties want, and being conscious of time, we go now to Daniela, last but not least. AB InBev has substantial operations in low capacity jurisdictions around the world, and we would like to know how does these the level of tax certainty in these countries affect your business decisions? Do you see regional differences, trends? What do you see as practical avenues to overcome the challenges that usually are faced by your company in these jurisdictions, including the perceived lack of trust between taxpayers and tax administrations?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening to my colleagues in Asia. So thanks, Claudia, for the invite. It's an honor for me to share the table with this group and bring the business perspective to such an important topic. As alluded by Christian in his opening, tax certainty is a journey. If we look back, it's fair to say how much progress we already made. The fact that businesses, governments, academics, and international organizations are all here today having an open and constructive dialogue is an example of this. Many countries are investing in better digital systems, dispute prevention tools, and stronger tax administrations. These are encouraging developments, and as business, we fully support them. We actively engage with tax authorities around the world, providing feedback in draft legislation, sharing insights from our global operations, and supporting the development of a fair and transparent tax system. Our goal is to help build fair, transparent, and effective tax systems and emphasize the importance of tax dispute prevention. From a business perspective, tax certainty is about predictability. When we make investment decisions, especially large-scale, long-term projects, we need clarity about how the tax rules will apply, not only today, but throughout the lifetime of the investment. Where the rules of their applications are unpredictable, businesses become more conscious, and investments may be delayed or redirected elsewhere. This means tax certainty directly affects our ability to plan and to allocate resources efficiently. Uncertainty, on the other hand, increases the cost of doing businesses and ultimately limits economic growth for both investors and governments. Now, as we operate globally, we do see significant differences across regions in how tax systems are managed. In some regions, tax authorities are very straightforward, transparent, and growth-minded. They apply the law and administrative guidance exactly as written, offer clear tax rulings, and provide early engagement opportunities. This approach gives businesses the confidence to invest, knowing the rules will be applied consistently. It's a model that adds enormous value to tax certainty. Now, in other places, the environment can be more complex. We see differences in how audits are approached, sometimes more collaborative, sometimes, and I might say most of the times, more confrontational. In certain jurisdictions, legislation may be evolving rapidly, and its interpretation may vary between local and national offices, which can make compliance more challenging and creates uncertainty. And in other cases, we observe that short-term focus on immediate tax revenue collection can outweigh the long-term benefits of stability and investments. This can manifest itself through aggressive enforcement actions, a less flexible approach to dialogue, or rules that require companies to pay first and appeal later, what we call pay now, argue later rules. We, business, fully understand the fiscal pressures many governments face, but where those pay now, argue later rules are applied too broadly, they can tie up capital, create uncertainty, and ultimately reduce growth and employment, which in turn would negatively impact tax revenue collection for governments in the longer term. Research shows that 1% increase in the effective tax rate when combined with unpredictable enforcement can reduce foreign direct investment by more than 2%. Research also shows that companies hold on to larger cash balances rather than invest when being subject to tax uncertainty. It's a reminder that tax certainty and economic growth go hand in hand. I want to echo what many said about the needs to build trust. The relationship between taxpayers and tax administration is built not just on rules, but on mutual confidence and respect. When audits are conducted transparently, when questions are discussed openly, and when both sides focus on facts rather than assumptions, outcomes improve dramatically. On the other side, if audits are perceived as adversarial or driven by short-term tax collection targets, it can erode trust and discourage cooperation. Similarly, the integrity of the broader system, including how tax disputes are resolved, is fundamental. Businesses value confidence in fair and impartial processes. We recognize that the realities differ from country to country, but the direction of travel matters. Greater transparency, greater independence, and greater predictability are all key elements of a modern trusted tax system. So what can we all do together to strengthen the tax certainty? I would like to highlight 3 practical areas. First, early and structured dialogue. Second, the power of advanced rulings and APAs. And third, balanced dispute resolution, starting with early and structured dialogue. Open communication prevents disputes before they arise. Mechanisms such as pre-filing meetings, cooperative compliance programs, and advanced price rulings allow both sides to clarify expectations early. These tools build trust and reduce the risk of costly, time-consuming controversies later on. Second, the power of advanced rulings and APAs. We see tax rulings and APAs as among the most powerful instruments to foster certainty, not only for transfer pricing, but for issues like permanent establishment and withholding tax. They give businesses the confidence to invest and allow governments to uphold fairness and transparency. In that sense, they are not just compliance tools, they are strategic enablers of growth. At the international level, bilateral APAs are particularly valuable because they prevent double taxation and avoid the need for a lengthy mutual agreement procedure. But to work effectively, these rulings should follow the 4 key principles. Independence. The team handling APAs should be independent from the one managing audits and disputes. Binding nature. Once a ruling is agreed, it should remain binding as long as the facts remain the same. Right resources and expertise. Complex cases require skilled and well-resourced teams capable of delivering timely, high-quality outcomes. And right timing. Time matters. A ruling that takes years to conclude doesn't bring uncertainty, it brings frustration. And third, balanced dispute resolution. We do see some good examples in these areas, for instance, in Mexico, where we can see a well-developed out-of-the-court settlement procedures, allows taxpayers and tax authorities to reach an agreement in cases where both sides has valid arguments. Also, Mexico is a good example in the pay now related rules, as they don't require tax authorities to pay the tax assessment during the appeal process. In this context, we strongly support OECD's ongoing work on tax certainty. The proposal for a tax certainty handbook or something similar, showcasing both best practices and disencourage practices on tax certainty around the world, is a great initiative. To conclude, tax certainty is not just about stable tax rates. It's about how rules are written, applied, and challenged. Businesses want to invest, create jobs, and drive innovation. Governments want to collect fair and sustainable revenues. These objectives are entirely compatible, provided the system is clear, transparent, and predictable. Because in the end, tax certainty is not just a policy objective, it's the foundation of mutual confidence, sustainable growth, and shared prosperity. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you so much for these insights. And being conscious of time, I just want to highlight that I think this was a very useful panel, hearing from business, hearing from competent authorities about their journey and business input that will for sure impact and help design and shape the developing countries' journey in building capacity. Thank you so much. Now a big round of applause, and then we continue with MAP Awards. So moving quickly to the MAP and APA Awards, we have Commissioner Bob Hamilton online. So I want to welcome you all to the 7th edition of the MAP and Awards and the 2nd edition of the APA Awards, a very special session where we can acknowledge that all competent authorities have done a great job during 2024, and there are some that have done an outstanding job that we want to recognize during this Tax Certainty Day. Before giving the floor to Commissioner Hamilton, I want to just have a note on housekeeping for the winners. We will welcome you on stage at the end of all the session to receive your awards and to take the picture. I am pleased to introduce Commissioner Bob Hamilton from the Canada Revenue Agency and Chair of the Forum on Tax Administration, who will present the awards, joining us from Ottawa. Commissioner Hamilton, you have the floor.
There we go. Sorry about that. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you, Claudia. I just had to take myself off mute there for a second, but I think I'm on track. And I wanted to say how happy I am to be here to present these awards. It's beginning to be a bit of an annual tradition for me, and that's great. I'm happy to do it as the chair of the FTA, and it's something that I look forward to because I think the earlier presentations have shown that there's still room for improvement, and there's things that we can do better collectively as tax administrations, but it is helpful to take the time to celebrate the successes and the efforts of everyone. And I really do feel like we're making progress. Sometimes it can seem a little slower than some people like, but we are making progress, and we're taking the time to recognize that. So I think that's something important, because I do believe strongly in tax certainty and the impacts that that can have, both for our role as tax administrators, but for the business community and economies more generally. I think everybody has a role to play, businesses, ourselves, but today's a day about talking about some of the things that we're doing well and where there have been some big improvements. So let me just go through, there's 6 categories in total, and we'll talk a little bit about what we're giving awards for and how we've measured them. And the 5 awards are being proposed for MAP activities, and the awards are in the following categories. They are for speed, which rewards jurisdictions that get through their maps in the least time to close cases. The age of the inventory, because as we know, the older the something is, it can be more difficult to deal with within a tax administration context. And so this award goes to the jurisdiction with the smallest percentage of pre-2016 cases in the inventory. The third MAP award is for caseload management, and that's for the jurisdiction that best managed its total caseload, and with caseload being the number of cases in starting inventory plus the cases started during 2024. The fourth category is cooperation, which is really a key. We work a lot better when we cooperate with each other, and then sometimes we find ourselves in potentially conflicting situations, but it does work better when we cooperate and have reasonable consultations and conversations about that. So this rewards those that worked well together. And then finally, improvement. And this is given to the jurisdiction that showed the most improvement in resolving its MAP cases with positive outcomes. And then, so those are the 5 MAP awards. And then there's an APA award, which highlights jurisdictions' improvements in that regard. And APAs are a very important part of what we do with great potential. And as well as the improvement award, there's one for caseload management, which is similar to what we have in the MAP. So with that, maybe talk about the awards and the recipients. So first, we'll go to the Speed Award. And as you know, it's a world where speed is becoming more and more important in our everyday lives and in what people's expectations are. So I think we need to celebrate those that are getting through them in an efficient and fast manner. And this is an award for the best average time for transfer pricing cases, and an award for other cases besides transfer pricing. And the winners are, for the best average time for transfer pricing cases, Switzerland. And congratulations. And the best average time for other cases is New Zealand. And so let's take a moment to express our appreciation for those jurisdictions, and a big round of applause. Okay, so let's talk about them in a bit more detail. So the results on average time, see how we got to these results. For transfer pricing cases, we looked at jurisdictions that closed at least 50 cases, and we see that 2 jurisdictions closed their cases on average in less than 24 months. It took Switzerland 20 months, and Spain around 21.8 months, and Denmark rounds out the top 3 jurisdictions with an average closing time of 21.9 months. So pretty close competition. For other cases, we looked at jurisdictions that closed at least 20 cases, and the top 3 were New Zealand with 3.55 months, Australia with 11.4 months, and the Netherlands, which closed its cases on average within 13.4 months. Switzerland, congratulations for your achievement on transfer pricing cases and your progress as you finished 3rd last year. And Claudia will now read a short message prepared by Switzerland to reflect on this success.
Thank you. So this is the message from Switzerland. Switzerland is deeply honored to receive this award. This recognition is first and foremost a tribute to the collective efforts of all our MAP partners. Receiving this award would not have been possible without their invaluable contribution. It's a wonderful opportunity to warmly thank them for the constructive and fruitful collaboration we have built over the years and that we will continue to foster in the future. One of the key factors behind this success is Switzerland's particularly strong relationship with its main MAP partners and neighboring countries, which account for a significant share of the total inventory. Switzerland extends its sincere thanks to these jurisdictions. Despite limited resources and an ever-increasing caseload, the Swiss Competent Authority team's experience and strong commitment is a true enabler to successfully navigate all the cases that are waiting on its negotiation tables. In terms of concrete actions in recent years, Switzerland has put a very high focus on processing older cases as well as fast-tracking maps linked to already closed ones. Last and not least, Switzerland would like to thank the FTA MAP Forum Secretariat for its tremendous work under Action 14. Those efforts play a key role in enhancing the effectiveness of dispute resolution mechanisms while building stronger connections between jurisdictions. Back to you, Commissioner.
Great, thanks, Claudia. And on the other cases, outside of transfer pricing, let's say congratulations to New Zealand for your achievement. And again, I think, Claudia, you'll read out a message from New Zealand Competent Authority to reflect on this success.
Yes, from New Zealand, we are delighted to receive this award. It reflects the high priority our Competent Authority Office gives to MAP cases and especially the early provision of position papers. We are most appreciative of all the efforts made by our treaty partners in their dealings with us. Back to you, Commissioner.
Great, thank you. And it's always nice to hear the words of appreciation from the countries involved. And I'll have to say I get unsolicited informal comments on MAP, APA, and how proud countries are of what they've done. And I think we just need to keep that going and keep people excited about making progress in this area. So let's now go to the age of inventory, which we spoke about earlier. And this award, as I said, goes to the jurisdiction with the smallest percentage of pre-2016 cases in its inventory. Jurisdictions with more than 100 cases in inventory were taken into consideration. And the winner is Mexico. So congratulations, Mexico. And let's take a look at the results once again. In the top 5, we started with around 0.78% of old cases left in inventory. Number 3 is Canada. Yay, with around 0.45 of old cases, I should say. I'm very impartial in this, but have a bit of a soft spot for Canada. So Canada had 0.45% of old cases. Number 2 is the Netherlands with around 0.15, and Mexico, which is eligible for the award for the first time, has no pre-2016 cases in its MAP inventory at all. So well done to the Competent Authority team in Mexico for this first award for the jurisdiction. Congratulations. And Claudia will now read out a short message prepared by the Mexico Competent Authority.
So the message from Mexico is deep appreciation to the OECD FTA MAP Forum for the continuous hard work. Over the past 6 years, with SAT senior leadership full support, the Mexican Competent Authority has focused on strengthening relations, communications, and coordination with treaty partners that led in 2024 to target and conclude together the oldest cases of the inventory. So we share this achievement with our treaty partners as a milestone to keep momentum and address and resolve together our inventories. Back to you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't another phrase. So that takes us to the third category, which I mentioned, which is caseload management. And here we compare the number of cases that were closed with the number of cases has to deal with. So How many are you dealing with, and how many did you close? And there's an award for the large map jurisdictions with more than 100 cases left in their inventory, and one for jurisdictions with a moderate inventory between 20 and 100 cases. And the winners in this category are, for the large-sized inventory group, the Netherlands. And for the medium-sized inventory group, it's Norway. Now let's look at the results, what brought us to this position. The ratio we're looking at is designed to compare the cases closed in 2024 with the total caseload during that year. For the jurisdictions with a large inventory, we see that third is the United Kingdom with 45.7%. Second is Luxembourg with 45.9%. And in first place is Netherlands with 47.4%. Yeah, I hope I got those numbers right. Anyway, the winner is clearly the Netherlands with 47.4. And for jurisdictions with a medium-sized inventory, Japan is third with 48%, Australia comes second with 58%, and Norway is first with 59%. So Netherlands, congratulations on winning the award for the large group. And Claudia will now read out a message from Netherlands.
You. Tax certainty is a key focus of the OECD and remains so in the years to come. An important instrument for this is the MAP procedure. 10 years have passed since the adoption of the Action 14 minimum standard, and countries since then made great efforts to improve their MAP practices and their competent authority function, this against the background of an increasing caseload. The Netherlands also invested in its MAP function. Preventing and solving double taxation for international operating companies was and is an important policy aspect for our country. Being awarded for the second year in a row this year's MAP Award for Best Caseload Management is a great appreciation for all the work done in the past year and years. It also reflects the excellent cooperation with our treaty partners and our continuous and joint efforts to solve MAP cases. We thank them for this cooperation and will continue to do so in the coming years. Winning 2 times in a row raises expectations. We will do our best effort to fulfill those expectations. Commissioner.
Great, thank you. And again, just echoing what Claudia said, congratulations to the Netherlands for winning twice in a row. And for the other medium-sized inventory in Norway, well done. And let's hear from Norway, or a message that Claudia is going to read from Norway on their success.
Norway is honored to receive this award. Thank you to the Secretariat for all the work you put into the BEPS Action 14, the MAP Forum, and the brilliant MAP trainings. Thank you to our treaty partners. Without our close and well-functioning cooperation, this award would not be possible. Through the focus on strengthening the competency of our MAP team, we are able to deal with our MAP cases more efficiently. This award is such great recognition of the hard work done by the whole team. A big thank you to everyone on the Norwegian MAP team. Commissioner.
Great, thank you, Claudia. And now let's move on to the category of best cooperation. And this award recognizes jurisdictions that worked very well together and that reached the most number of agreements as compared to the total caseload, calculated using the number of cases in its inventory and the cases started during 2024. MAP is not something you can do by yourself, with the exception of cases where you grant unilateral relief, of course. Like they say, it takes 2 to tango, so cooperation is really critical in this regard. So here we have an award for jurisdictions that manage their joint caseload well, and the winners are the best cooperation in transfer pricing cases, India and Japan. And for other cases, other than transfer pricing, Australia and New Zealand. So let's take a closer look at the results that gave us these decisions. Here, an agreement score was designed that compared the cases fully resolved in 2024 by a pair of jurisdictions compared to their total MAP caseload, calculated using their starting inventory and new cases starting during the year. I need to clarify that only jurisdictions that had more than 20 joint cases were taken into consideration, and that this only relates to the cases received after January 2016, as we don't have information for the old cases older than that. For transfer pricing cases, France and Switzerland managed to close a substantial portion of their joint caseload with an agreement fully resolving the taxation issue at issue, coming in third with an agreement score of 63. The UK and the US did a little better, around 69, coming in at second, but India and Japan are the best pair. They managed to close a majority of their joint caseload with an agreement score of 80. And for other cases, Belgium and Italy did well with an agreement score of 77. The Netherlands and the UK did better, reaching an agreement score of 79. However, Australia and New Zealand closed almost all joint cases with an agreement score of 113. For transfer pricing cases, India and Japan, congratulations. And Claudia, I'll turn it to you for their comments.
India is honored to receive this recognition from the OECD on Tax Certainty Day. We deeply value our close and cooperative relationship with Japan, founded on mutual trust and a shared commitment to resolving transfer pricing cases through constructive dialogue. This recognition highlights the spirit of collaboration and understanding that guides our engagement with Japan in promoting fairness, transparency, and timely resolution. India looks forward to continuing this partnership with Japan and with all partner jurisdictions to further strengthen international tax cooperation and promote tax certainty. Commissioner.
Thank you, Claudia. And now let's turn to the other cases, Australia and New Zealand. Congratulations. And Claudia, I'll turn it over to you to read their statement.
Yeah, I think we are missing also Japan's. So I'm going to
I'm sorry. Too fast. Sorry.
Japan's Competent Authority would like to express its appreciation on the efforts and actions taken by the Competent Authority of India to resolve MAP cases, including transfer pricing cases. The actions taken to enhance the effectiveness of the MAP process include regular face-to-face meetings 2-3 times per year and swift resolution of cases in one meeting and so on. Japan's Competent Authority has observed ever greater willingness to resolve cases by the Competent Authority of India, to which this award would be more attributed. And then I go to Australia and New Zealand message already. From Australia, we are pleased to see the productive relationship we have with New Zealand recognized by this award. Australia appreciates the very open and professional dialogue we have with our competent authority partners in New Zealand. Cooperation is made easy as cases from both countries are handled by experienced officers that are willing to discuss matters as early as possible, work towards a common understanding, and develop pragmatic solutions in a timely manner. We look forward to continuing to strengthen our relationship with New Zealand along with all of our other treaty partners. And if I may, I can continue with New Zealand message. We are very pleased to accept this award. We enjoy great cooperation with Australia, and it shows the benefits of regular communication between competent authorities to resolve cases as quickly as possible. Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you for those, Claudia, and sorry about that. I got probably a bit carried away with the speed and the efficiency part. I forgot a little bit about the cooperation with my partner here, Claudia, to make sure she had read all of the messages. But congratulations to India, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. So let's move to the next category, which is improvement, which is something I think that's key here. We always want to reward places where very good improvement has been made. And in this case, the award is given to the jurisdiction that showed the highest increase in the number of cases resolved with full agreement or unilateral relief in 2024 compared to 2023. And this award goes to the jurisdiction that had an increase in both categories of cases. And the winner is the United States as the most improved jurisdiction. And now to understand the results a little bit better, let's say the US showed the most improvement with 40 more cases resolved with full agreement or unilateral relief as compared to 2023. This includes an improvement of 31 for transfer pricing cases and an improvement of 9 for other cases. So congratulations to the US on the most improved award. And I'll turn it back to Claudia to read the message from the US.
Thank you. The IRS is honored to receive this recognition. This was made possible by the dedication of our APMA teams and their commitment to reaching principal resolutions by using tools like standardized benchmarking, focusing on overall inventory management, and ensuring cases are finalized promptly after tentative resolutions are reached, and building and maintaining trusted relationships with our treaty partners. This award goes to show that even large and mature competent authority functions can and should identify opportunities to continually improve our taxpayer service. Thank you again for recognizing our efforts. Back to you, Commissioner.
Great, thank you, Claudia. And so that completes the MAP portion of the awards, and we're going to move to the APA part to give out awards and just recognize the progress that's been made there. Before I get to the awards here, just a special mention for Japan for being the jurisdiction that has most effectively encouraged the use of APAs by maintaining a larger APA inventory as opposed to transfer pricing map inventory with an APA to transfer pricing map ratio of 86.8%. And I read that directly because I wanted to make sure I got that technically just right. And Japan was, of course, given the inaugural APA report award for this, and it's great to see that momentum is being maintained. So congratulations, Japan. We continue to acknowledge how you favor dispute prevention. Key thing that I'm interested in, prevention versus resolution. Both are important, but prevention, we need to spend a bit more time on that. This year, there's 2 new APA awards which were introduced, and we have 2 years of statistics to work with. The first of these awards highlights the progress made by jurisdictions, granting more APAs by observing the percentage increase in the number of APAs granted in 2024 compared to 2023 for jurisdictions that granted 10 or more APAs in 2024. So the most improved jurisdiction criteria. And the winner is Ireland. Ireland managed to win by granting 10 times more APAs in 2024 than 2023, going from 1 to 10, which is extremely impressive. Mexico came second and India came third based on this percentage metric. So many congratulations to Ireland. Ireland's competent authority team has shared some comments, and Claudia will read them now.
Ireland is honored to accept this award. It is a testament to the hard work and dedication of our team. We would like to thank our treaty partners for their engagement and cooperation, which has been central to our success. We would also like to thank the taxpayers for their commitment throughout the APA process, which has been critical to reaching agreements. Our success in winning this award is as a result of consistent effort and commitment to reaching resolutions to provide tax certainty. Some of the cases closed during 2024 came from work done during 2023 and in earlier years, demonstrating that continued efforts to find a resolution can lead to successful results. Engaging regularly with our treaty partners and making use of both virtual and in-person meetings to drive cases forward played a key role in this success. We have seen the benefit of increased resources in our competent authority team in recent years, which has greatly contributed to our success. Our team is proud of this achievement, and we look forward to continuing to cooperate with our treaty partners on future cases. Back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Claudia. And just want to give a shout out here to India, which had the largest increase in absolute value with 33 more APAs granted compared to 2023. So congratulations, India, on that achievement. as highlighted by Chairman Agrawal this morning, what a journey the country did on dispute prevention. So the second APA reward introduced this year aims to reward jurisdictions that best manage their total APA caseload, which is determined by comparing the number of APAs granted with the number of cases that it had to deal with. A similar type of award as we saw under MAP. Jurisdictions with more than 10 cases in inventory were taken into consideration. And congratulations to the winner, Denmark. The ratio we're looking at is designed to compare the APAs granted in 2024 with the total caseload during that year, calculated using their starting inventory and the new cases started during the year. We see that third was Switzerland with 25%, second, Singapore with 26%, and first place is Denmark with 39%. And congratulations, Denmark, for your effectiveness in closing APA cases. Now Claudia will read a short text from Denmark.
Big thanks to the Secretariat for once again making these awards possible. I think it is a great way to create knowledge and awareness of our work. Companies often hear about the cases that takes a long time, and suddenly the story about APAs are that there is no A in APA, as they are often signed after the 5-year period. The APA statistics, in my view, tells a better story. I would like to thank my leadership for giving me the space and the resources to conduct the CA function as I see fit. This shows a big amount of trust from their side. This award goes to my loyal and hardworking employees who every day try to get us a competent authority meeting in the calendar to discuss and solve cases. Also, this not could be done without good relations with other stakeholders like other competent authorities, companies, and advisors. A big thanks to you all. Commissioner.
Thanks, Claudia. And congratulations to everybody involved. Let's just take a moment to think about that and think about all those who won awards here today. Congrats. So this brings us to the end of yet another edition of the MAP and APA Awards. And it really is, at the end of the day, a celebration of our collective efforts to improve tax certainty, which I think is extremely important. And while we take the opportunity to recognize the award winners, which is important, it is a drive that continues to provide us with impetus to improve our efficiency, do things better, faster. So it's nice to take the opportunity to reward the people that win the awards. But you know, the common theme that came out in many of the comments was cooperation. And I think that's also a reflection that while in one way we may be competing with each other for these awards to drive improvements in our jurisdictions, a central element is that we recognize we administer the global tax system as a collective group, and the cooperation among ourselves is extremely important. So while we drive for efficiency and doing things better, we need to work with each other. And so I really value that cooperation part of it too. And you heard it in a lot of the comments today that nobody can do this stuff alone. We can drive our own jurisdictions to become better, but collectively we're going to be a lot better if we cooperate along the way. So with that, and I would say for those of you who didn't win this year, keep going. And next year we've seen different countries come up and accept the awards, and it's something nice to receive the recognition. And so keep fostering. While we work together, let's try to make ourselves better. So before we close the session, we're going to invite representatives from the winning jurisdictions to come on stage, and it looks like we've already done that. So we'll take a group picture along with Claudia, and whenever that's done, somebody can signal to me. I see everybody on the stage. Excellent. Big round of applause for everyone. And we have the family photo in the book. So congratulations again to everyone. And I will have to leave shortly. But I would turn to Akim Pras and Christian Kaiser just for the Tax Certainty Day's closing remarks. But again, congratulations for you all, and congratulations for taking these efforts so seriously in a competitive way, but also in a cooperative way. And really pleased.
Gentlemen and ladies, this has been a long day, an important day, a Tax Certainty Day. We're running late, and Christian also needs to go back, and he does have a day job. We're very appreciative that he's been with us all day. If you want to go first, just in case I started, maybe you start now and then I end.
It depends on how much you say.
Okay. Bob, you're still listening. Thanks very much also for being with us. Much appreciated. You've been doing this over the years. We can count on you. It's always better when it's with Bob and you deliver the tax Oscars the way they deserve it. But maybe I let Christian go first and then I go and conclude.
So you want me to run away so that you can say bad stuff, right?
This is a happy day.
Christian, it's Bob here. Maybe I'll just come in quickly. Whenever Akim gives you the opportunity to go first before he speaks, take it. Because when he gets talking about tax matters,
you're right, but sometimes it's a trap, you know. Sometimes it's a trap. Actually, that really was a happy day. That really was a happy day. Again, many thanks to everybody that participated, and it's nice to see that gamification really has a value, right? that having an award is an inspiring thing, and I believe it's great. And maybe we should have an award for the best taxpayer, right? The question is, what defines the best taxpayer? So we'll have to have a debate about that one. But again, a lot of things. I think we learned a lot, and I still try to get my thoughts about what Stefan Wegel was saying about his perspective on simplification. And he's absolutely right when he's saying that we are living in a complex world and the corporate tax law is complex, and there will never be, he didn't say a real simplification, but the final simplification. It will never be possible to, in everyday language, express tax law. And I think that's true. But that doesn't mean, and he didn't say so, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive to achieve simplification. It should be the North Star, in a way, to arrive at simple rules. And I think this is the guiding principle that we can distill from that. Besides that, I believe that for the road ahead, for the future, and also in the past, capacity building will be key. It has been said a couple of times, and I said it myself, we are living in uncertain times. We have a lot of disruption going around, and that is all the more reason to jointly work on the capacity building, because this is also a joint exercise, and business, again, stands ready to feed into that process. And what we can do in terms of capacity building is some areas where we have better expertise. So if it's about international accounting rules, and I think even you wouldn't question that. But there are other areas where it's quite natural that actually we develop new stuff, new business models, which are coming up, especially in the digital world. There are business models, not by the day, but they are constantly being developed. And that is something where we have to feed into tax administration's understanding and processes, because otherwise it's an assumption, but it needs to be clear. It shouldn't be only an assumption. So this is where we have, I wouldn't say educate, but where we have to be open and transparent and share what we are working on and how business is developing with tax administrations, with the OECD, with the FTA, to arrive at a joint understanding, and with that to arrive at certainty. But as I have to catch a plane, and I don't want to imitate the trap that is sitting next to me, I'll hand over to Akim for the final, very short closing remark.
I have several pages of notes I will take you through. I will do it in German. It's all one word then. No, it's a big thank you. Thank you to, I think, not to forget Bob, first of all, to have given us an additional half an hour of his precious time and delayed the awards for you staying here all this time. For the winners, I think, congratulations also to all the winners, to the team here for organizing all of this. So very, very grateful. I think our press release today said positive outcomes, but challenges ahead. We brought it broadly right. I think if I look across in the APA and the MAP space, probably you're not running out of employment, right? There's loads of things to done, things improved, things to be improved, bad practices being called out, need to be addressed. I think that's all recognized. I think more work now that we're working on APAs for non-TPs, space for simplification. I think Steph did it right. I accept the irony that the OECD writes a report about simplification, but we leave that as it is. I think it does have a certain beauty in it. There's a lot of trust and collaborative workings that maybe we can do better and we do more of. There's questions around culture and incentives. I think there's work coming that we will take into the plenary. The plenary of the FTA is coming up in 2-3 weeks. I think we will meet the commissioners, Bob and others, where much of this work will be discussed. I think business will also be present, so that's interesting what we're going to take in there. We're also going to take into the plenary the discussions that we had here about what the benefits are, not just for taxpayers and for tax administrations, but for the economy, for the growth that we need and the jobs of creating a tax certainty environment, and how this actually translates in numbers, some of the things that we had here. And there's more to come. We have heard that the MIMAP is coming. Thank you, Sriram. Thank you for the MAP forum that this is coming. The MAP is continuing. So I leave it at that. So there's more to come, I think. We will put, I guess, as I noted here, I wrote it down, we will put tax certainty on one of Siemens's high-speed trains that work quite well. We worry about the providers, but not about the producers. And then I think we will hopefully see you again at tax certainty in the roundtable. We'll do it, and we close with the words of the chairman, where I think we will be moving from an environment of tax certainty to one of tax confidence. I think that was nicely said, couldn't say it better. And with this, we close for today. Thank you very much. See you next time. Thank you.